Okay.
But I don't.
Good afternoon. It is 1:04, and we like to start as close to the time in HGO. I want to welcome everyone that's here. As you can see in the gallery, it is a crowded day today, and for the committee, we have 137 witnesses. Okay, should I say it again? 137 witnesses, which means that it is important that if there are questions, no, that we work offline, and remember, we do a lot in subcommittee as well. So I am going to go through some of the rules just to make our life easier. I want to thank everyone that came. I know it's not easy to come to Annapolis and to go through security, find parking, all of that. So we really appreciate you and those that are watching at home. I'm your chairman, Jocelyn Peña-Melnick, and I'm joined by my amazing vice chair, Bonnie Collison. Today we have our lawyer for the committee. We have three amazing lawyers that really do a lot of this work. They do the work here. And today we have Ms. Lindsay Rowe, who's with us and who deal with these subject matters. I kindly ask for your patience if we encounter any technical or streaming issues. Please set your electronic devices to vibrate, which I'm going to do right now. You do not want to be embarrassed unless you have a salsa, a merengue, you know, Kenny Lattimore, something like that, then don't bother, okay? As a reminder, there's no food or drink allowed in the gallery because our staff cannot clean. They have so much going on. You will see that we do drink. This is water because we're here for hours and we have to stay hydrated. Now and then you'll see that my members get up. They have other bills in other committees. It does not mean that they're disrespectful, okay? They watch the bill hearings online on video, and we also read everything that you give us, even those that are written testimony. And sometimes they need a bathroom break as well, okay? For each bill, we're going to hear the bill sponsor and the bill sponsor panel, followed by an all in-person witnesses. So it goes this way: favorable, favorable with amendment, and unfavorable. However, to be fair, when there are a lot of witnesses, which is the case today, I try to alternate just to make sure that we are balanced, all right? Also, I chose in this committee not to time the sponsor. But don't take advantage of that, please. Be sensible and reasonable. Do not make me stop you, okay? The bill sponsor testimony, again, is not limited, but the witnesses have 2 minutes. That means that if the timer goes off, don't make me have to interrupt you. Just wrap it up. I'm not going to be rude. I'm going to let you finish your thought as well. Please adhere to the committee, again, to the usual one question, right? Not of every panelist, but one of the panelists. And members of the public are able to see this live stream on the Maryland General Assembly website and YouTube. I'm going to go through the bill today, to the bills in the order. However, I would say that I may change it depending on whether the witnesses are here, whether the sponsor is here. So I want you to be flexible and do not get upset if I change your bill order, okay? There is a reason for it. We're going to start with House Bill 500, followed by House Bill 535, 509, 711, 724. We're going to do 507, 508, 541, 573, 514, 45, 534, and the last one, 548. So I'm going to call House Bill 500, the Procurement Reform Act of 2025. If you please come out with your panel. Mr. Treasurer, welcome to HGO. What bill are you here on?
This one.
This one, wonderful. Because I know you have a lot of business to get to. Wanted to be accommodating. And my vice chair says she wants some money for the committee. He didn't hear you. And you can pull some chairs as well, okay? So who would like to get started?
Madam Chair, I'll get started. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed members of the committee, for the record, I am Atif Chaudhry, Secretary of the Maryland Department of General Services. I am here today to humbly request your support for one of Governor Moore's legislative proposals, which is the Procurement Reform Act of 2025, also known as the PRA. The PRA is a comprehensive effort to make procurement across state government more transparent, inclusive, and efficient. This legislation will benefit businesses, taxpayers, as well as the state workforce through the adoption of key improvements to streamline processes, promote workforce diversity, and improve procurement preferences. These reforms will foster a more inclusive business environment, allowing a wider range of businesses to compete fairly for state contracts. This is a dense and very technical as well as comprehensive bill. So in the interest of time, I will highlight a few major sections, but we as a group here stand ready to answer any specific questions you may have on any other topics within the bill. First, this legislation features several reforms which will streamline processes and create new efficiencies. The bill accomplishes this while expanding opportunities for small businesses by expanding the Small Business Reserve Program for all procurements valued at or below $1 million. Now, this is up from the previous threshold of $500,000 and eliminates the $50,000 floor that was previously in place. Furthermore, the bill requires oral presentations for high-value procurements to ensure that vendors are not disqualified for reasonable mistakes that they are made in their proposals. The PRA also streamlines modification processes by allowing the procurement officers to approve those modifications under the small procurement threshold and by empowering the chief procurement officer to approve expedited procurements on the front end to save time while maintaining adequate oversight. The bill also enhances the efficiency of the master contracting by allowing procurement officers to focus on more manageable number of task orders. The PRA will also make changes to source selection and workforce diversity requirements. First, the bill will allow the chief procurement officer to establish source selection methods, which will create improved accountability and role clarity, enhance flexibility and responsiveness, and administrative efficiencies. Under current law, the CPO lacks the authority to establish source selection methods and to approve intergovernmental cooperative purchasing agreements. The PRA will require workforce diversity plans for contracts over $500,000 and supplier diversity plans for those over $250,000. This change will update Maryland's procurement practices to mirror that of best practices across the country, including other states such as Massachusetts, where the supplier diversity program mandates that prime suppliers awarded large contracts formulate a supplier diversity plan that outlines specific commitments. The PRA will also enhance competitiveness for procurements with minority business and veteran business participation goals by ensuring that prime contractors are able to amend their participation schedule for these goals after submission of a bid or proposal while still committing to meet their overall goal or goals when deemed appropriate by the procurement officer. In addition, the legislation will ease reporting requirements for MBEs to better support these businesses while facilitating a more efficient process. Importantly, the PRA will also centralize the socioeconomic programs under the Governor's Office of Small, Minority, and Women in Business Affairs, also known as GOSBA. Centralizing these procurements within GOSBA will foster a closer relationship between small businesses, MBEs, VSBEs, as well as the state, as well as contribute to the development and implementation of policies that will support small, socially, and economically disadvantaged businesses. To support veteran-owned businesses and help the state reach its new 3% goal for VSBEs, the bill will also establish a new veteran-owned small business reserve program. This Veterans Helping Veterans model creates reserves for procurements by the Maryland Department of Veterans and Military Families and the Maryland Military Department for certified veteran-owned small businesses. One of the top problems that we hear across the board from small, minority, and veteran-owned businesses is the timeliness of payments by the state. To move the state in the right direction, the PRA will require, as a matter of state policy, payments under the Small Business Reserve Program to be made within 15 days of invoice approval. Current law requires the state to pay businesses within 30 days after a payment becomes due. Facilitating faster payments will help small businesses reduce their reliance on credit and potentially lower operational costs, while the new and improved processes will encourage more small businesses as well as MBEs, VSBEs to engage in state contracting. Lastly, the bill takes a series of technical corrections to statute that best fit modern procurement processes. This includes the delegation of authority to Chief Procurement Officer and officially defining certain things such as what is a statewide contract. I have my colleague here, Secretary Wu from the Maryland Department of Labor, will speak to the final section of the bill, which pertains to the workforce development and good labor standards. I did want to close by saying that DGS has worked very closely with stakeholders to discuss potential updates and amendments to the PRA, given the technical nature of the bill and the wide-ranging breadth of it. Before you today is a listing of amendments that have been developed and agreed to as a consensus through extensive discussions with various stakeholders, including the Comptroller's Office and the Treasurer's Office as well. Taken together, this bill marks a positive shift towards a more efficient procurement system for the state that creates new opportunities for small businesses. For these reasons, DGS humbly requests a favorable report on House Bill 500, the Procurement Reform Act of 2025, as a comprehensive and bold step toward improving access for all Maryland businesses to state procurement contracts. And with that, I will hand it off to my right to Wallace Sermons, our Chief Procurement Officer.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. For the record, my name is Wallace Sermons II, and I humbly serve as the Chief Procurement Officer for the great state of Maryland. With a deep background in public contracting, I've had the privilege of operating at the highest levels of federal procurement. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it. So I'll start with for the record. For the record, my name is Wallace Sermons II, and I humbly serve as the Chief Procurement Officer for the great state of Maryland. With a deep background in public contracting, I've had the privilege of operating at the highest levels of federal procurement, working across numerous U.S. agencies, including the Small Business Administration, Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Energy, overseeing a procurement portfolio of more than $600 billion. Appearing before you today, I can say that one of my proudest accomplishments to date has been leading this effort, engaging with a wide range of stakeholders across Maryland, including 136 socioeconomic advocacy groups, 86 state entities, 12 government affairs offices, the Maryland State Board of Contract Appeals, and Harvard Kennedy School. This legislation reflects the diverse needs and collective vision of our entire state, building a system that works for all. By expanding our Small Business Reserve Program, we're increasing procurement opportunities for Maryland's small and socioeconomic businesses while growing a more inclusive contracting environment. By supporting flexible contract modifications and optimizing the master contracting process, we're enhancing the efficiency of state contracting. By deploying supplier and workforce diversity plans, we're uplifting many firms rather than a select few and ensuring that employees serving on public contracts are representative of the state at large. By allowing socioeconomic participation schedules to be amended, we're not only maintaining competitiveness, but we're also enhancing our ability to increase and adapt participation goals outside of the initial establishment. By establishing a new veteran-owned Small Business Reserve Program, we're empowering veterans in support of veterans. And by facilitating faster payments to vendors, we're supporting small and minority firms who too often face challenges related to access to capital. The unique opportunity we have here before us today is much more than just policy. It's truly a commitment to a shared future that fosters economic growth and drives a more competitive Maryland marketplace. Thank you again for your time here today, and I respectfully request a favorable report on this bill. I was close. I was close.
Now it is on. Let's see, Department of Labor Secretary, if you could do it.
Goodness.
I know the treasurer can do it. Let's see.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Portia Wu. I'm Secretary of the Maryland Department of Labor, testifying in support of House Bill 500. In order to grow our economy, we need to make sure we're connecting young Marylanders with career pathways and local job opportunities. The state invests billions of dollars in construction and service contracts every year, and we need to use those resources to create more pathways to opportunity, attract young talent, and keep that talent here in Maryland. So that's what the provisions of this bill are designed to do, to leverage procurement to create new on-the-job training opportunities by requiring contractors to participate in registered apprenticeship or internship programs. Greater incorporation of registered apprenticeship is key to expanding that vital learn and earn model, and in fact, tying more apprenticeship procurement connections is likely to be a recommendation of the 2030 Apprenticeship Commission established by the General Assembly. Similarly, internships can help address the brain drain that Maryland is experiencing. Young people are more likely to move out of our state than to move into it. Creating more high-quality internships helps more young people move into Maryland state workforce and helps them land a job after school or college and increase their starting salaries. So in short, increasing the use of these tools will help our state create more quality jobs and grow the middle class. This bill also has some labor standards provisions. After consultation with stakeholders, we realized some of those issues need more attention and work, and so we are seeking to remove those from this bill. With that, I respectfully request a favorable report. Happy to answer any questions.
You go, I like it. Female here, no, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of this committee. I'm Dave Gregan. I just retired about a month ago from a 40-year career in public service. The first 10 or 12 as a Marine Corps officer, but the last 30 as a procurement professional, a chief procurement officer of a couple of states, the city of Washington, D.C., and also a U.S. federal agency. It has been a pleasure. Thank you very much for saying that. I'm here to testify on House Bill 500 this afternoon and to offer any answers that I can to questions you might have about this bill vis-a-vis the bills I've seen across the countries. I'll share my thoughts on this bill. I also want to mention that I did have 7 years in the consulting industry, Accenture and Oracle, where I worked in support of state governments on procurement reform or procurement modernization. This bill proposes a number of things that I think are good for Maryland. First, for state government requisitioners, these are the people that need goods and services to do their public-facing jobs, their citizen-facing jobs. These are government employees throughout all branches of government. They benefit by a more efficient and effective procurement process, and this bill does streamline the procurement process considerably. Second, procurement professionals, the people that work in Wallace's office and in other procurement offices throughout the state. These public servants, among the most invisible heroes of government operations, they benefit by a modernized process and framework that allows them to execute contracts more effectively. Next, and very importantly, your suppliers. These are your partners, your true partners in the success of any contract. They benefit by quicker awards of contracts, and as the Secretary said, very importantly, prompter payments. That's the name of the game, especially in small businesses. And then finally, but most importantly, the public. They benefit by a more transparent system that provides good procurement that supports their needs. And with that, I will turn it back over.
I'm going to open it up for questions now, okay? Are there any questions for anyone on this panel? I'm going to start first with Delegate Chisholm, followed by Delegate Alston, followed by Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
And anybody can answer. I was looking at the fiscal note, maybe one of you can comment on this, but it says state procurement costs may further increase due to increased legal liabilities, adjudication expenses, and reduced competition for state contracts, which is somewhat confusing to me because efficiency was mentioned, competitiveness was mentioned, streamlined process was mentioned, all indicate lower prices, and prompter payments obviously will allow a bidder probably to reduce costs even more because they know they're going to be paid quicker, and the transfer of money will bring the price down. Have any of you looked at the fiscal note and can explain to me why we're seeing, because obviously in today's fiscal environment down here in Annapolis, it's very tough to pass anything with a fiscal note. Everything you guys just described would indicate that we would get a better product at a lower price. So I'm somewhat confused on the fiscal note.
Delegate, I share that confusion. It is one of the challenges when we're trying to modernize state procurement. We're going to a place that brings Maryland to a new level. But there's a lot of institutional knowledge that has not seen more diverse procurement sets, has not seen what a modern procurement system looks like. So there will be a learning curve in explaining to practitioners exactly how this will work. But things such as modifying contracts, the authority already exists. We have a decision to make whether we want to award a new contract or modify existing one when we're within that same scope of work. And that's a pretty simple one. It's efficiency. So the things that we're doing here is modernizing procurement. There's not a lot of new items here. It's appropriating best practices from across the country and the federal government.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I have on my list Delegate Olson, Kaiser, and Vice Chair Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
Just wondering, you said you had several amendments that you all were supporting. I don't see them in our floor system, so it would be great to get copies of those. But specifically, I'd like to ask you about the shifting of power away from the Board of Public Works. The treasurer has submitted testimony. I don't know if you all have had an opportunity to see that, but I would like to know what your position is when you're going to be taking power away from our duly elected treasurer.
So, ma'am, I appreciate the question. I believe it's really just a change. Some of the areas we won't really be taking power from, and I give example of it. One of the areas is cancellation of bids. That's already delegated from the board. We would just be codifying it. Some areas where we would be making a change would be in regards to expedited procurements. Those are procurements that we don't believe rise to the case of being an emergency, but they are urgent. And as it stands now, we have an urgent procurement, but we have to wait for an administrative feature of getting on the board. A procurement can't truly be urgent if we're waiting weeks to get it on the board for the Board of Public Works. The way it currently stands is for urgent procurement, we take the procurement to the board for the authority to use the expedited procedures. Then it goes to once the board approves, it comes back to the board on a report. Just like the emergency procurements, it goes on the report later. So it's still the transparency there, but it's allowing us to be more flexible and more efficient. The last area is regarding the procurement officer's ability to do modifications, which already exists at the $50,000 mark, but it's a shift or a different lens in the authority. Because again, the authority is already there to award contracts under the small purchase threshold, which is $100,000, goes to $200,000 for construction. This is just saying the ability to modify. So rather than modifying and going to the board, we could already, as it exists in current authority, just award the contract. We're looking for an efficient way to go about it.
So to be clear, the amendments that you're going to be giving us do not address the concerns of the treasurer?
So we are in we have been in discussions with the treasurer's office, but I believe as it currently stands, those are the areas as it relates to modifications, master contracting, and expedited contracts. I believe those are the ones that are still outstanding.
And if I may, under DGS, under John Woodlands, it says favorable. The amendments are there.
Okay.
They were attached under that testimony. So if you go to the witness list, John Woodlands, you'll see favorable, and then you'll see amendments.
Thank you,
and they're
Madam
there.
Chair.
And Delegate Olson, just wanted to close out this question by saying that we absolutely see that the Comptroller and Treasurer as part of the reform process when it comes to procurement. So they are our partners in this work, and that's where we're working very closely with Comptroller and Treasurer behind the scenes on many amendments. Some of them are before you today in that folder there, and we're working through that to make sure that things are amenable. Obviously, we want to make sure we include everyone as a partner as part of this process, but making things more efficient won't necessarily take away any powers. It will just maybe shift roles and responsibilities, but then at least allow for a more efficient process while still having Board of Public Works approval for many, many different aspects, including contract approval.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you all in subcommittee.
Thank you.
And given that I represent Gorgeous, Prince George's, and Gorgeous, Anne Arundel, as a chair, I'm going to call my treasurer next after they're done. Let's see, I have next Delegate Kaiser, followed by Vice Chair Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Alston, for asking my question. One of my questions, so you saved us time, though I mostly heard all the reasons why we need it expedited, not cutting out. I have two separate questions, if I could. The first for Secretary Wu. In this part of the bill, the good labor practices certified businesses at the least has to be 5%. I would like to think that every business that gets a procurement contract in the state of Maryland is a good certified business in certain ways in terms of all the ways described in the bill of how they would treat their employees. To me, that I know some people are fighting that 5% figure. I would argue it's way too low. How did you come up with that?
So we did it in consultation with DGS and other stakeholders. As I noted, we're planning to withdraw the provision because there's been a lot of back and forth on both sides. But we do think, it's one approach. There are enforcement bills. There are other approaches out there. This was sort of like a carrots, not sticks approach, as it were, is trying to say, because it is difficult, especially on a complex construction job. There are many layers of subcontractors. For those employers that are not only willing to, of course, follow the law, but certify that they will make sure that the law is followed, we wanted to provide that potential incentive. As I said, we think it probably needs more work, but appreciate your thoughts and, of course, feedback from other members of the committee and stakeholders.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I had a second question, a separate question. Looking in this bill, I did read it over the weekend because that's how much fun I had with my family out of town, annotated the bill. So one of the questions I had, and I'm concerned a lot about all of our IT modernization and our big procurement of big IT projects. Something that I didn't feel like I saw anywhere in here was incentives or goals. We've had procurement contracts in this state where hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent on things to get nothing back, pretty much, and some big failures. So I didn't see like incentives or goals fit into any of this contract, and maybe I missed it. And if someone could share with me how we are ensuring that our procurement projects are maintaining their quality from one year to the next, and that we know we're getting something good. So thank you.
So Deli, you didn't see that in this bill. It's in the executive order in regards to contract management. The performance state, I do think that is a more mature model than the state that we have right now with the just where we are in regards to how we conduct procurements. It would be akin to the federal government's use of statement of objectives and performance work statements, and we're getting there. It's not needed through legislation. It's more how we're drafting our requirements documents in a way that we're not prescribing it through a statement of work for contractors to fulfill those services. So I think we are getting there, but it's not. At this point, we don't have it in legislation. It's something we're working through other reform efforts. We'll probably see more of it at the regulatory level, because it's just at this point you can get there through requirements and quality assurance surveillance plans.
I have Vice Chair Collison, followed by Delegate Kerr.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you for your work on this. I'm excited about building some efficiencies and clarity into the process. This is a question for Secretary Wu. I am particularly excited about the notion of internships and apprenticeships because I really want us to build our workforce. I've been looking at the list of people who have either done written or plan to come today, and I'm not seeing a lot of builders and contractors who so I'm wondering, in your conversations with them, how have they responded to that requirement of having these in place?
Well, I will note the bill actually does not apply to prevailing wage contracts because prevailing wage contracts already have an apprenticeship requirement built into them. I will say, as a department, we're going to do more to make sure that's actually been followed because it hasn't been sort of uniformly applied and monitored. But I think that may be why we're hearing a little less is because a lot of those contractors and the skilled trades are already doing this. It would extend it, and there was the mention of IT, expanding to more construction contracts and also service contracts and living wage contracts. That will be an expansion in some cases. And so internship or apprenticeship in those areas, that's going to be some additional work, and we're looking forward to talking with those stakeholders. The department's charged with issuing the guidelines for how that will be done, so we'll want additional input.
So you don't currently have any feedback from them that's going forward?
The questions we've gotten, for example, from some of the large contractors have been, wait, we thought we were already covered, and I say, well, yeah, actually, you are under prevailing wage. They're like, okay, that's fine. Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure. I have Delegate Shalega, followed by Delegate Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So reading the bill, it looks like this is setting up a new good labor practices certification. So is this a new certification that people are going to need to get?
So that, again, it was for an incentive to allow folks to have an additional advantage in the process. But as I noted, we are withdrawing that provision because of some concerns about how it would be applied. Actually, we got concerns from both sides. Some contractors said, well, why isn't it just a requirement? Why should it be an incentive? But we said, well, if we're going to do a requirement, that's going to take a lot more work and discussion. And then others had concerns about what the parameters would be that the department would consider. So given that we got a lot of feedback from both sides that it needed more dialogue, we're deciding to take it out at this point and work to revise it in the future.
Thank you. And one quick other, I think my other concern may be addressed by you withdrawing that provision about directly employing W-2 employees. Was that part of the good labor
that was part
thing?
of that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I have Delegate Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Madam Secretary, my question has to do with the health part, or sort of tying together the apprenticeship aspect of this bill with one of our health obligations, and that is that there is a proposal from the National Administration to reduce funding for navigators, who are people who help people find health insurance, to reduce federal funding for that from $100 million to $10 million. So that's a 90% cut. Is it feasible for the apprenticeship program that you're proposing, one aspect of it to be to train people in health insurance so that they can take the place of these no longer federally funded positions?
I am familiar with navigators. I don't know about the utilization of apprenticeship in that field. I will say that, an apprenticeship is it's a training program, an on-the-job training program where you're getting education in a skilled area, maybe a trade, maybe another technical field, and then the idea is that moves into a permanent position. So apprenticeships do need to be attached to permanently funded jobs, and I know one of the concerns in this area is the funding may be drastically reduced in that arena. Of course, we believe that apprenticeship can be used in many more fields than it is currently. I don't think, though, it could replace other funding streams because they do still have to be supported somehow. Now, perhaps we will find other ways to support those navigators, but I'm not sure if that answers your question.
That's helpful. Thank you.
And if I may, just to clarify that, Delegate Rosenberg, I actually called Michelle Everly, the Executive Director of the Health Exchange, when I read that. And because we made a wise decision back in 2011 of becoming a state exchange, not a federal exchange, it does not affect us, thank God. Had we chosen to be a federal exchange, then it would have affected us. So that was a great decision by this body. I don't have any other questions from the committee. I do want to thank you for being patient as we ask these questions. For the members, please, you can contact them, offline if there are any other questions. This will go to subcommittee, so please make sure you come, okay, and be ready for that as well. And continue to work on those amendments, especially with the treasurer and everyone else that has concerns, okay? Regarding the fiscal note, make sure that, the money's in the budget. Is it in the budget? Well, did the governor make a request separately? You could look into it.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could do that, it would be great, and our attorney would need to know that before the bill hits the floor.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Assuming that it hits the floor. I'm not saying it will. Okay? So I'm going to call my treasurer next, Treasurer Derek Davis. And your treasurer as well.
And Madam Chair, the comptroller, representative from the comptroller.
Okay. Yeah. Is that Jasmine Clemens?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see
Madam
you.
Chair, and you as well, and the members. You know, every time I start to miss you guys and wish I was still with you, I'll hear something like 137 witnesses, and I'm like, I'll see them at dinner or something. And we'll go there. Listen, I remember how this was, so you all have this written testimony of mine. I'll let that stand, and I'll just say this. Favorable with amendments, the 4 amendments, and I'll tell you why. 1, allow the board to continue approving expedited procurements along with the chief procurement officer. Restore the $50,000 threshold for contract modifications or whatever you feel is appropriate. Allow the chief procurement officer to identify new source selection methods only with the approval of Board of Public Works, and restoring current law or otherwise ensuring that the Board of Public Works can approve it when agencies cancel solicitations or reject all bids. Let me tell you why real quick. Unlike the comptroller and the governor who are elected to do as they deem appropriate by the people, that's not my case. I'm elected by you all to do as you deem appropriate. By doing this, and I often get calls from many of you asking about procurements and can I hold this up, or can you ask questions, that sort of thing. For me to support it without these amendments is effectively giving away your authority. And it's not even about the current administration. This doesn't just apply to the Moore Miller administration. It applies to any administration. And you all may have differences, whether it's inter-party or intra-party. I've seen that. You can be of the same party or different parties. You have differences of opinion. If you don't have the ability of the treasurer, who then would know if it's all handled within the agencies, then you won't know. And finally, I will say this, and it's a pet peeve of mine. When things are a problem with delays and so forth, it's not the Board of Public Works. When we get it, it's usually 2 weeks before we do. Case in point, that concessionaire's contract took 22 months in the agency. It took 2 weeks in the Board of Public Works, but we the problem. Thank you. I've done this a time or two, guys.
And that's when my young kids will call and we drop the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I unfortunately have to follow you. Thank you, Chair Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Cullison, members of the committee. I'm honored to have the opportunity to testify today in support with amendments of House Bill 500. For the record, I'm Jasmine Clemens. I'm the Board of Public Works Director for Comptroller Learman. I'll deviate from my prepared remarks a little bit just because the Treasurer emphasized a number of reasons why our office is aligned on supporting this with amendments. But as the Comptroller's lead on procurement issues, I've seen how the Board of Public Works serves as an important public forum to provide transparency and accountability for taxpayer dollars. It's been my pleasure to work side by side with the Moore Miller administration, the Treasurer's Office, and the board staff to understand, critique, and thoughtfully reimagine how best to create efficiencies in our sometimes onerous procurement process and improve opportunities for small, veteran, and minority-owned businesses. So the Comptroller's Board of Public Works team has met with numerous small and minority-owned businesses, legislators, including members of the Legislative Black Caucus, and other stakeholders to hear feedback, and our recommendations for amendments is based on those conversations. HB 500 seeks to create efficiencies through state procurement, but we thank the administration for offering this legislation and for the Treasurer for being a critical thought partner. Our office is generally supportive of the bill. However, we are recommending several amendments, including 3 that preserve the Board of Public Works approval authority. By preserving the Board of Public Works authority with those amendments, that will ensure that the bill works to achieve the efficiencies and improve the competition while also transferring over to a modern standard for procurement, all while maintaining transparency and public trust. A strong, efficient procurement system is how we build up Maryland's small businesses, help close the racial wealth gap, and drive the economy. The Board of Public Works, the entity itself, supports these outcomes by providing evaluation and a public forum. I urge a favorable report on HB 500 with amendments.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the Treasurer or the Comptroller's representative? Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
Good to see you, Mr. Treasurer. One of the things that drove me nuts during COVID was we had all these emergency procurements going out, and then I remember being on the Joint Committee when we got the audit, and there was $86 million of emergency procurements that were authorized against statute. If we accept your amendment, and God forbid we have another emergency, I heard you say expedited, but does it apply to emergency as well? So, because we obviously need another layer of at least oversight and transparency on the dollars that are going out the door on any procurement. If we accepted your amendment, am I understanding that it would be another guardrail or safeguard against those types of things happening?
If it's the amendment, number one, that I think you're talking about, it would maintain current practice, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for working on the amendments. And I encourage the administration to continue to work with you.
Yes.
Thank you for your service. I would like to call now the president of the Black Caucus Foundation, Dr. Pierre. And this is a favorable.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
May the rest of the panel.
No, but let me take her for a minute, okay? Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Collins, and members of this esteemed committee. My name is Dr. Zena Pierre, President of the Maryland Black Caucus Foundation, but also a 24-year Maryland-based company. And I come before you today in strong support of House Bill 500 because we all know that a strong economy starts with a strong, lean, and efficient government. And I'm also proud to say that the Legislative Black Caucus of Maryland has also endorsed this as one of their legislative priorities for 2025. So, you know, Maryland's procurement system is a powerful tool of economic growth, and a modernized procurement system operating with best practices will open opportunities for all businesses, including small businesses and minority businesses and veteran-owned businesses. And also it allows for getting the best value for our tax dollars. So 3 key reasons why I believe that it's critical that this bill is successful in this session. One, modernization and efficiency. Studies show that every dollar invested in government efficiency yields up to $3 in economic return, and streamlining procurement can reduce administrative costs up to 30%. Secondly, economic growth and job creation. As we know, small businesses make 99.5% of all businesses in Maryland and employ nearly half of our state's workforce. However, they receive often only a fraction of state procurement contracts due to unnecessary, complex, and outdated processes. So just imagine 1% increase, a 1% increase in small business participation in state contracts can generate nearly $76 million in new revenue, strengthening our tax base and fueling local economies. Lastly, a stronger workforce development. HB 500 expands apprenticeship and workforce development programs, ensuring Maryland's businesses have the skilled workers they need to compete in the 21st century. So this bill ensures every Maryland business, regardless of size, has access to opportunities. So I ask that you and urge that you would support House Bill 500. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, I just want to thank you for the work you do on behalf of the Legislative Black Caucus.
Thank you.
We really appreciate you, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a wonderful, blessed day.
You too.
Next, I would like to call John Willems, Tiffany Fisher, Harris Floyd, and Therese Hessler.
Madam Chair, I just signed up for the purpose of submitting the testimony.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right.
I think this completes your panel, correct?
One virtual.
One virtual. Can you bring the virtual up, please? Thank you. All right, you can get started.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Teresa Hessler, and I am the owner of Ashler Government Relations. While I see many of you each day during session as I advocate for the needs of my clients and the issues important to them, I am here today to speak to an issue important to me as a small business owner in Maryland. I am in support of House Bill 500. While there are many challenges to running a small business, the procurement process should not be one of them. Over the past 5 years, I've become familiar with the state's procurement process as a business that participates in the process and as someone who represents clients that do. I've heard and seen the challenges as a small business owner and faced long lead times, a lack of opportunities, and delayed payments, to name a few. This legislation seeks to address these challenges by laying the groundwork for Maryland's future. Small businesses are the backbone of our state. We are not just economic contributors, we are job creators, mentors, community builders, and problem solvers. When the state actively supports small businesses through fair procurement policies, it does more than just help business owners like myself. It strengthens the very foundation of our local economy. For example, when we can secure contracts and receive payments on time, we can hire more local workers, invest in employee benefits, and create long-term career opportunities. In conclusion, the PRA recognizes what we as small business owners have known all along. When small businesses thrive, communities thrive. And when communities thrive, Maryland excels. Because when you invest in us, you're not just helping business owners, you're strengthening families, uplifting communities, and securing a prosperous future for Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. I'm Harris Floyd. I own the Homicide Group, a consulting and audiovisual business in the state of Maryland in gorgeous Prince George's. I also chair the Legislative Committee for the NBIC, which consists of approximately 600 businesses in the region. This bill will have far-reaching positive impacts for the state's business and its economy. First, expanding the SBR threshold and implementing 15-day payments for SBR contracts will result in stronger small business environment, the backbone of our economy. Faster payments for smaller businesses employs the velocity of money economic principle. Decreasing delays to money circulating through the economy enables businesses to hire and pay good wages, reinvest, purchase supplies and equipment, and become more profitable. Economies are about transactions. Streamlining procurement practices significantly shortens the procurement cycle, reducing administrative burdens and accelerating the transactions that every economy thrives on. The state will realize efficiencies and cost savings. Bottlenecks, redundancies, and delays can be significantly reduced while still being compliant with procurement best practices. All businesses need a skilled and ready workforce to be successful and to grow. Integrating apprenticeship programs, internships, and workforce development with procurement modernization and faster payments creates a self-sustaining cycle. In conclusion, thank you for your time and attention to this important issue. The Procurement Reform Act of 2025 is more than just words on a page, and it's more than contracting and fiscal policies. It's lives, livelihoods, and legacies. It is a transformative policy for Maryland's future and ensures a resilient economy for all. I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 500.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Let's go to the virtual witness, please. And then we'll open it up for questions for this panel, okay?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be here today. Also, good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Anwar Young, and I'm honored to testify today. In my capacity as General Counsel and Assistant Secretary of the Maryland NAACP, I strongly support House Bill 500. This bill represents a critical step forward in procurement reform, ensuring that Maryland's contracting process is more transparent, inclusive, equitable, and efficient. It strengthens all businesses, including small, minority, and women-owned businesses, by enhancing procurement opportunities, increasing accountability in contract awards, and reinforcing oversight mechanisms that ensure fairness in state contracting. For far too long, systemic barriers have served as a deterrent to minority-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, and other historically marginalized enterprises seeking to fully participate in state procurement. By improving small business preferences, workforce diversity requirements, and accountability in state contracts, HB 500 helps level the playing field, ensuring that economic opportunities reach all communities, not just a select few. Additionally, the bill's emphasis on good labor practices, workforce training, and supplier diversity ensures that Maryland's economy grows in ways that benefit working families and strengthens local businesses. This legislation aligns with the NAACP's core mission, advancing economic justice and ensuring equitable access to opportunity. On behalf of the Maryland NAACP and the communities we serve, I urge the committee to issue a favorable report on HB 500. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate your testimony. I'm going to open it up for questions now from the committee. Are there any questions for these three panelists? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and your efforts. If you don't get a question, do not be disappointed. It's not a bad thing, trust me. Okay, trust me when I say that. Is there a Tiffany Fisher? All right, so let's go to Sean Malone, Hannah Allen, Grayson Wiggins, and I believe that's the last, those are the two last witnesses. Anyone here that did not get called? All right. What is the name?
Mary
Where is it? 1 second. Okay. You know what? Let me do favorable with amendment, and then I'll go back to favorable, okay? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sean Malone on behalf of the Maryland Minority Contractors Association and the Associated Builders and Contractors. We're testifying favorable for this bill. I want to thank the Governor's Office and Secretary of the Department of Labor for hearing our concerns regarding the bill and agreeing to amendments that we've offered. This is a common sense bill that enables our contractors to bid, to make adjustments if we can meet higher MBE goals, which is good for our clients, and to, in case a contractor drops out, replace them without penalty or losing the contract. With that, I would submit and ask for your favorable report.
Thank you so much. The next favorable with amendment.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Hannah Allen, here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, respectfully requesting a favorable with amendments report on House Bill 500. I echo the comments made by my colleague, Mr. Malone here. We are very supportive of this legislation and are supportive of efforts to address procurement reform that work for both the state procurement process and businesses that participate in it. We certainly appreciate the Governor's Office for working with us over the last few weeks on some targeted amendments to help that process proceed easier for businesses who are involved in it. With the amendments that we have discussed, which are laid out in our written testimony, we are pleased to be fully supportive of the legislation once we see a copy of those amendments. So with that, again, I urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you. Oh, please excuse him, Madam Chair. He is stuck in another bill hearing.
All right, and I have, okay, I believe that is it for favorable with amendment, right? I know I have favorable left. I'm trying to alternate, all right? Which one? Hannah already testified. All right. Are there any, thank you so much. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to go back now to favorable, okay? Trying to alternate to be fair between the different views. So I have Mary Mansoni, Jeff Amoros, Marlon Paulo, and Michael Arrington. After those four witnesses, is there someone that did not get called on this bill that was signed up? All right.
Madam Chair, Jeff Amoros, I just submitted testimony, written testimony. I'm good to go. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. The rest, if you are going to testify, can you have a seat, please? And please get started.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Mary Manzoni. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and honorable committee members. I am the CEO at Maryland Works. We are a private nonprofit. We are part of the State Preferred Provider Program, and our program, the State Preferred Provider Program, with this bill that we're in favor of, will move us from DGS to GOSBA, and we are providing jobs to people with disabilities and barriers to employment. I have one of our individuals with disabilities who owns his own business. He's a vet, to talk briefly about this, and then a board member and a community service provider in Anne Arundel County to briefly talk about, under 2 minutes, to talk about the benefit. Dirk Hill, he's, okay.
Out of respect for you, I'm going to let you give the testimony, but you have to sign up because it's part of the legal record.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, my name is Dirk Hill. I'm the owner of H&B Services. I left the military 100% service-connected disabled vet. This program helped me find employment, helped me build a business. Now I have a business that employs disabled vets and other people with disabilities. I'm in favor of it moving, but I'm hoping the governor's office will work hand in hand like DGS did with our program. Thank you for your time. Here in Maryland, Baltimore, ma'am. We're local.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Yes, I was.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Michael Arrington, lobbyist here in Annapolis. My company is Capital Connections. I'm here today in support of HB 500. As a practical matter, I mean, there have been a number of reasons why stated previously this is a good piece of legislation, but as a practical matter, there are many minority businesses that respond to bids put out by the state. And oftentimes there are minor irregularities that occur when they submit their bids. And under current law, the state has to disqualify those companies and not evaluate their bids. And oftentimes it might be the best company for that particular bid or service that's being called for. Under this bill, it gives the procurement officer some discretion to allow that minor irregularity to be corrected. That helps the state, but it also helps many of the minority and small businesses who spend up to $100,000 preparing a bid response to an RFP. So for that and many of the reasons that were mentioned mentioned previously, I'd ask that you favorably support HB 500. I also represent a company by the name of Cyquin Inc., and they will be coming up to support the legislation and give you a very detailed reason of how practically this bill, if it was in place today, they would be technically evaluated on a very, very important piece of very, very important RFP that's being put forward by the state as we speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pena Malik and members of the committee. I am Marlon Paulo. I'm the Executive Vice President at Authorium. Authorium is a public benefit corporation that partners with government to implement cloud-based no-code platform to help government agency staff to do their jobs faster and more efficient so that they can better serve their constituent. I'm testifying in support of HB 500 today. Governor Moore and General Assembly's effort to bring procurement reform to Maryland to look at the operations of government that make everything possible could not come at a more critical moment. In my previous role as the Chief Technology Procurement Officer for State of California, I witnessed firsthand the challenges of government procurement. In 2011, the state conducted an audit in response to numerous failed projects. The findings revealed procurement was the primary root cause, burdened by complexity, too lengthy, and overly prescriptive requirements that hindered innovation and limited opportunities for small and minority-owned businesses. To address these issues, the California legislature passed Government Reorganizational Plan number 2, initiating procurement reform. Since then, I've been dedicated to modernize procurement practices. Now at Authorium, I work directly with state and government agencies nationwide to tackle the very challenge Maryland faces today. As an example, the California Department of Healthcare Services deployed Authorium to have the ability to report on MBE, WBE, VBE to ensure that they are on target achieving 25% of their goal, in addition to expanding opportunity to participate in open and competitive procurement. This change streamlined procurement processes, provided real-time visibility for stakeholders, and increased participation for innovators, small and veteran business owned. On behalf of Authorium, we're excited to support Governor Moore's effort in procurement reform and modernization and expect this committee to vote in favor of HB 500. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for doing business in our state. Okay. Are there any questions for these witnesses? Hold on one second. There are questions. Could you have a seat, please? Thank you. Delegate Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Mr. Arrington. Can you give us an example of some of those minor discrepancies that are preventing people from being
Yes, Delegate Wood. You'll hear about it in just a few minutes, but one of the examples is when you have to provide the subcontractors that you're working with, and you have to meet the MBE requirement, you need to go to the Department of Transportation's website to see who is an official MBE within the state, or the state recognizes an MBE. However, sometimes the MBEs are listed on the emergency marketplace website that the state has, and in some instances, the responder might get the information off of EMA website as opposed to getting it from the MDOT website. There's no ill intent in terms of not trying to get an official MBE. It's just that they made a mistake and didn't get one that was officially registered on the MDOT website. The procurement officer sees this, but has no authority to call the responder and say, listen, here's an irregularity in your response. You have 5 days to fix it. Under this legislation, it's allowed for the procurement officer to then contact the bidder so that they can correct their mistake, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other questions? I do want to ask, is it Mr. Hill?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you
Yes,
be so
Madam Chair.
kind, because you were not signed up, I now have to correct the record. Can you go next door and ask for Michelle Furman? And she will take your name and information to reflect it in the record, okay?
Yes, Madam Chair.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 500. I want to thank everyone for being patient. As we asked the question, Delegate Simmons was here. Did he just leave?
Madam Chair, there was one witness that was not called.
What was the name of the person?
Brian Zernheld.
Ryan?
Brian?
Is he here? Okay, he was listed as a company, or an organization, didn't sign up properly, but go ahead, let him come up since he's here. Gonna recall House Bill 500. Okay, all right, yeah. It was signed under your name twice. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and established members of the committee for your time today. My name is Brian Zernhout, Vice President at Cyquint, a 24-year-old minority-owned technology company based in Montgomery County. For over 20 years, I have worked in the role of business development for minority technology companies in the state of Maryland. Throughout my career, I have exclusively presented either women-owned or minority-owned companies. Depending on the projects, I have served both as a subcontractor and sometimes as a prime contractor. I have been fortunate to be awarded prime contracts and MBE subcontracting status for most of Maryland's IT contracting vehicles. Maryland is a home of Maryland is the home of a wealth of minority technology companies. And as a state, we should take pride in their contributions and safeguard their economic well-being. Many of these minority companies start as a dream, driven by the determination of talented individuals who possess the skill to create a solution, application, or software that improves the efficiency and streamlining manual processes. Eventually, these determined women and men expand their efforts, transitioning from managing a single project to overseeing multiple projects, thereby establishing a technology company. The challenge for the minority companies to be a prime in Maryland, for Maryland technology, we'll go back to the adage, it takes a village, truly applies here because of the fact that the time spent in planning, recruiting, writing, developing a proposal is an investment with no return unless the proposal is awarded. The process can take up to 60 days, and the requirements for a team to have a proposal writer, technical subject matter expert, financial analyst, compliance personnel. All of these roles are crucial for the company to create the environment, and however, if it's not awarded, then it never becomes none of this can be recouped. I have one finishing statement, if I can make it, Madam.
Go ahead and finish it.
Okay. I
You
currently
waited
work.
patiently.
What's that?
Go ahead. Extra credit for waiting.
I currently work for Cyclin, an MBE company contracted for multiple agencies, and I have managed proposal processing for 20 years. Recently, during a proposal, I was filling out the MBE information and identified both on the MDOT proposal and on EMLA information that was presented that the company was an MBE, which turned out not to be an MBE for various reasons of my fault of not, checking the right box. Therefore, a proposal which we have spent over, which was over 200 pages, that we would be a prime contractor as an MBE, was deemed not susceptible for award, and therefore it was never reviewed. So we support this contract, HB 500, because it grants the Chief Procurement Officer the opportunity for us to cure our mistake in an effort for an MBE to be awarded a prime contract. Thank you.
And thank you. Are there any witnesses and any questions for this witness? And tell me where your business is again?
So the company is called Cyquent, and we are based out of Montgomery County for 24 years, and we have various contracts here at Maryland in Department of Health.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you so much for being here and for being patient, and you are indeed the last witness for this bill. So this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 500. Next, we have Delegate Simmons. Delegate Simmons, thank you for waiting patiently. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 bill hearings for you now, and we're going to do them all while you're sitting here, one at a time. Yes. The first one is House Bill 535, Abandoned and Neglected Cemeteries Fund Establishment and Income Tax Checkoff. This is jointly assigned for with Ways and Means, and we're supposed to have, they're coming. How are you? We have Delegates Hartman, Roberts, and Young. So I think let's just get started while they come, okay?
She has to call you also.
Do you have a panel?
Yes.
You like to call your panel? So for the record, this is House Bill 535, Delegate Simmons.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and distinguished members of HGO. For the record, Delegate Gary Simmons, District 12B, Anne Arundel County, coming to you today on behalf of House Bill 535, legislation seeking to establish an abandoned and neglected cemetery fund. For me, this is something that came out of my community, bringing to my concern about abandoned and neglected cemeteries, not only throughout Anne Arundel County, but throughout the state of Maryland. I've been able to work with some strong advocates on the issues and concerns to address it. I come to you today. I ask that you review my letter that I have submitted on record. Unfortunately, I have 6 different bill hearings today, all at 1 o'clock. So everybody's waiting on me, but that's the nature of the beast. So I just want to thank you, and I want to turn it over to my distinguished panel.
Want to go first? Go ahead. I'm actually here for the next bill, so I'm going to step back.
Okay, thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members for allowing me to testify today. My name is Jennifer Johnson, and I am the founder of Friends of St. Peter's Cemetery. In December, we had the privilege of actually working alongside my colleague, David Zinner, who's sitting to the right of me, Delegate Sandy Rosenberg, and Delegate Gary Simmons, to actually see some of the restoration work that we're doing through a program called Prince. I'm here today to testify to House Bill 535. I ask that you give it a favorable support. The cemetery that I work at started in 1851. We're now in 2025. You can imagine how much restoration needs to be done to a cemetery like that. The delegates were able to see hands-on the Prince incarcerated citizens do their thing, and in 2 weeks' time, we cleared 2 sections of that cemetery. Currently, more funding is needed to restore and maintain our cemeteries throughout the state. How we treat the dead is important, and there should be an income tax checkoff for contributions to the fund to help get more money and to ensure the needs of our state cemeteries are properly addressed without costing the state any additional money, as we are in a major deficit. We are talking somewhere in the average of 2 to 6 cemeteries per county that are considered abandoned and neglected and in need of help. Please support House Bill 535, Abandoned and Neglected Cemeteries Fund, Establishment and Income Checkoff. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Eileen McGuckey, and I'm the president of the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites. We're an all-volunteer nonprofit that since 1992 has advocated for improvement at cemetery sites across Maryland and for needed changes in state law. In 2021 and 2, I served on the committee that was charged by the House and Senate Joint Chairman to survey citizens and study historic African American cemeteries in Maryland and recommend strategies to improve their current situations and their futures. This is a copy of the report. I brought 2 paper copies of the recommendations in summary to leave here today as well, and I hope you'll take a look at that. Not surprisingly, the published JCR report encouraged strengthening Maryland law to better protect all cemeteries. Major recommendations that came out of that effort were encouraging local governments to enforce penalties, to tighten protections when certain processes are involved, and to help to address ownership and issues that are related to abandoned and neglected cemeteries. There are a variety of reasons that cemeteries are abandoned or neglected. The church may have disbanded, the congregation aged out or moved away, and the cemetery neglected. Records are lost, corporate requirements were unattended to, families sold their farms, and developers didn't honor the little enclosures on the hill. Sadly, as we all know, African American cemeteries are overrepresented in the numbers of abandoned and neglected sites today. Historically, many have been dismissed as less important or intentionally mistreated. We're here this year to follow up on some of those recommendations for African American and all American cemeteries. HB 535 fits neatly with HB 724. Together, they acknowledge a major deterrent to protecting these particular sites. These are actions that the General Assembly can and should take, and neither will cost us taxpayers any money. Thank you for your favorable consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair and Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee. My name is David Zinner. I'm a member of the Maryland Advisory Council for Cemetery Oversight for the last 12 years, though my testimony today is not as a representative of that advisory council. You may hear us testify on a number of bills today as a group. I want to introduce the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocates. We are unpaid, We are not lobbyists. We are regular citizens who believe that the care, preservation, and documentation of all of Maryland's cemeteries is important. We have a one-page information packet that you'll see in our testimony. But today, specifically on HB 535, we want you to know this is not a new problem, the issue of helping abandoned and neglected cemeteries. It's one that's been surfaced at least since 2005. We think that the purpose of the fund is clear, to help abandoned and neglected cemeteries. The need is clear. The fund will make a difference. And we think that any opposition to the fund from those who believe that there are too many opportunities in the income tax checkoff is misunderstanding of what good research shows about giving citizens in Maryland the opportunities for choice, especially when there's a number of charities available. So we encourage you to support HB 535. We think that it's going to be a very positive contribution to addressing the issue of neglected and abandoned cemeteries throughout the state. Thank you.
For questions now from the committee, I see Delegate Kerr. Actually, before I call on Delegate Kerr, because this is our house and we have guests, right? And we've been brought up properly. And let me tell you who we have. Would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Delegate Huckman, 38C.
Delegate Denise Roberts from District 25.
Delegate Caitlin Young, 450.
And we have a lawyer.
George Butler, counsel.
Okay, wonderful. And they're from Ways and Means, so we have been jointly assigned, and you're welcome. Do you have any questions for any of these witnesses? Okay, and if that changes, please let me know. Okay, I'm going to open it up for questions now from our house. We have Delegate Hill, followed by Taveras, and then Rosenberg.
Kerr. Put your light back on Kerr.
Excuse me? Oh, I completely forgot Delegate Kerr. You're so patient. Delegate Kerr, and you can have a second question just for that.
Can I save it?
You can save it. Thank you, Delegate Hill.
Mr. Zinner, you had mentioned about the perception that additional checkboxes, I know you haven't had a chance to see this, but the Chesapeake Bay Foundation has written testimony where they cite research that directly refutes that. And, I will use the second question.
Go for it.
And Delegate Simmons, I know of at least one more bill that's seeking to use this method to fund itself. So and also in the Chesapeake Bay Foundation's testimony, they cite that in 1988 they were the only checkbox, and then slowly this has happened to kind of chip away at a major source of their funding. So I'm wondering if you had considered any other funding sources that would not necessarily cut into somebody else's established funding source.
I'll answer the first one. So I am aware of the Chesapeake Bay Fund. I will say, based on what this legislation is seeking, Chesapeake Bay Fund is not galvanized that industry, so there's no guarantee. I think when it comes to what we're doing, whether it's for citizens that are live or have passed, it's about freedom of choice. So it's the choice of a resident to make a donation towards a for-profit or a non-for-profit entity that they so choose with their funds. So we're not mandating it. We're only asking to make it available for their decision.
Madam Chair, may I answer also?
Yes.
So we did not have the advantage of looking at their testimony for this year, but we did look at their testimony for last year. And we analyzed it very carefully, and we found a couple major errors. One is that the research that they cited, we believe they cited incorrectly. We've had people who are experts in the field look at the actual studies that were done, which are cited in our testimony, in our written testimony. And so we can go into great detail, but not here, about how we believe and how the research shows that having more choices will probably increase the amount of money that Marylanders will donate to really important charities. And we also believe that because you're there first does not mean that you get to take care of everything. That is your territory, right? We think this is an important way for charities in Maryland to be able to get some funding to get off the ground. We don't have a $25 million budget for this fund, unlike the Chesapeake Bay Trust, which only gets a very small portion of their money from this. This is a way to get some funding for preserving cemeteries in Maryland.
Delegate Simmons, thank you and your panel for bringing the bill, and thank you for the second question, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, always. So we have Delegate Taveras, followed by Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking up the theorist behind the behavioral economic policy regarding the too many choice issue, which I believe is, I want to say he's a Duke professor out of David Kahneman, but I just want to find his name. But my concern.
What is your question?
My concern is that why are we not holding the owners of the land responsible for the cemeteries?
So, ma'am, that's a great question. In many cases, abandoned cemeteries have no identifiable owner. And so it's really important for us to be able to work with those cemeteries to try and figure out a way to be able to address some of those issues. And we are going to be presenting another bill that it does address those directly. But if you have an abandoned cemetery, almost by definition, you don't have an owner. And neglected cemeteries, they are often in a situation where, for example, there may be a church that went out of business, and one example I have is where, I worked with some 90-year-old gentlemen who were taking care of the cemetery. They didn't have any money. They didn't have any resources. They didn't technically even own the cemetery, but they were dedicated to saving it.
So nobody's paying taxes on that land?
That's correct.
I just want to add to that. So one of the first cemetery owners that was presented to me was a gentleman that several years ago, his sister had owned the property. African-American cemetery was established during a time where blacks wasn't allowed to be buried with whites. So this cemetery was in his family. His sister passed away, who was the owner of the cemetery, left all of her property to him, including the house and the cemetery and everything. He had to leave his job in New York and his house in New York, and he moved here to take care of that property. It got away from him. It was too much for him to handle. He's still the sole proprietor of that property, but it's not maintained. People are supposed to pay $25 a year to maintain that property or give it for maintenance fee for the property. They don't do it. They have passed. Those folks who, they have passed. Other relatives that may know someone or have a relative on that property, they don't even live here in the state of Maryland. So it's very hard to maintain these properties. Unfortunately, with single owners or with abandoned properties where there's no owners, or a church where the population have gotten elderly and they can't keep track of who's paying and who's not paying. So all these things are compounded issues that we found out as we looked into this even further.
Yeah, thank you for coming to Gary Simmons Day.
Okay, so we have left Delegate Rosenberg, Gazzoni, and Hill. Delegate Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you familiar with what we've done by statute to preserve the cemetery at what was formerly the the mental health facility for segregated for blacks, and how we've preserved that land and whether that might be relevant?
Are you referring to Crownsville?
Yes, Crownville.
Crownsville.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
Madam Chair. To what extent is your bill consistent with what we've done for Crownsville?
So I can tell you what this bill is very similar in a sense of how we're looking to preserve land, but at the same time, this specifically, keeping on topic to this, is about what are we doing to fund or help fund properties that do not have a source of revenue in order to maintain it. So this is about looking at additional ways that we can look at funding of these properties, to look at revenue streams from volunteering, one ability to volunteer, same way we do with the Red Cross and other entities where individuals are allowed to donate their personal funds to a cause.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome. Delegate Gazzoni, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because we've sort of talked about financial types of stuff, I'm curious what kind of financial support this process needs. And are you looking to the fund? Sure, I'll lean in. So just curious about what the amount of funding that you think you need and what you might be thinking you could get from this checkoff process on income tax.
So we recognize that there's a sort of startup until people become familiar with the different categories in the tax checkoff. But we also recognize that even if we only get $100,000, say, in year 2 or 3, that it will enable us to leverage money from other sources, in-kind donations. It sort of puts us on the map as, you know, a legitimate state-endorsed priority.
Thank you.
Chair, and Delegate Simmons, I really thank you for this bill. I know we had, when I represented Baltimore County, we had a cemetery in our district that for a couple of years we tried to wrap ourselves around how to get the maintenance taken care of, and it was really a challenge we were never able to resolve. So I appreciate the bill. Some money is better than no money. The neglected cemetery portion, you note that it will be considered neglected if 2 or more citations have been issued by a county or municipal corporation, but it doesn't say within a period of time. So I could have a citation 5 years ago, a citation this year. Is that deliberate, that you don't want to put a time frame about it? And then I guess the second part of the question is that often local jurisdictions will have the rights on other kinds of property to go in and repair it. And then if later someone is found to be responsible, they will then be charged for what the costs were. But we don't want to allow, you know, this is an ongoing maintenance thing. You don't go in there once, fix the gate, and then it's fine. These would have to be maintained over and over again. So are there any provisions already in the law, or would you be looking for ones that if at some later date a responsible party is identified, that they might be responsible or could be negotiated to be responsible for returning the cost?
Absolutely. I think that would make sense for if it's not reflected already, a friendly amendment for that purpose. If there is an owner identified that is able to maintain the property, that they will be then back charged for any money that was put out based on that fund.
And in terms of the time frame of when you get 2 or more citations, if it's 10 years, 5 years apart, does that matter?
The time frame, I believe, does matter. I would say in addition to that oversight, I would look for any recommendations from this committee on ways of strengthening the bill and ways that we can work together.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions on Ways and Means? I have the letter from Brandon Scott, Mayor of Baltimore City, actually gave a letter of information, and it states that the bill does not identify a mechanism to disperse funds for cemetery stewardship, nor does it identify eligibility requirements for funding. And also, I did read the bill, and I noticed that there are requirements for the Controller's Office, lots of it. But I don't see a letter from the Controller's Office. Did you talk to the Controller's Office?
Absolutely.
Okay, you talked to them, or you're going to talk to them?
No, I have not.
And I also noticed in the bill that there are requirements for the state treasurer. Did you talk to them?
I have not.
To him as well?
No.
And if you can please talk to them, because they have a big role in enforcing this bill. And regarding the check the box, as you know, the controller does the tax.
Right.
And they always have an opinion on those. That would be great, so that, and let the committee know as well, okay?
Absolutely. Right away.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to go on and call the rest of the witnesses. Thank you so much for being with us and for your patience.
Thank you.
I have a virtual favorable from Eleanor Thompson. Christine Simmons. Will you be so kind and pull them up? And those will be the last two. They're not. So Delegate Simmons, they're not in the virtual room.
Okay.
All right, and they're not for sure. All right.
One is here. You're saying one is here?
Oh, in person? All right. Go ahead. What is your name?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the board. My name is Christine Simmons. I'm representing Anne Arundel Genealogical Society and the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocates. I'm on the board of both the Genealogy Society and the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites. I've been researching cemeteries in Anne Arundel County for 40 years, and I'm aware of how many cemeteries are abandoned and neglected in my particular county. Ownership is a major issue throughout the state as well. Funding is not available unless somebody can provide ownership for the cemetery. Grants are not available without that. Cemeteries are on land that's set aside before the area was developed, and these areas are listed as reserved or just blanks on pieces of paper. This is a big issue. What we're proposing is a budget-neutral tax amendment that would allow Maryland constituents to contribute money to a fund to help preserve these cemeteries. The interest from these funds would help increase our ability and recognition to have other groups help put the costs as well. Overgrown cemeteries are a blight to the community. With no known ownership, owner oversight, or interest, they become neglected and criminal activity and vandalism occur. The purpose of this fund is to give care, maintenance, and restoration of these cemeteries. Thank you very much for your interest, and we're looking for your positive support for this bill.
This witness. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Did the person come back, the virtual witness? They left. Well, this actually will be the conclusion of House Bill 535. And I would like to welcome to his house, because he used to be on this committee, the wonderful former delegate Eric Barron. Welcome to HGO again. You are welcome anytime. If you're going to stay a little while, come and sit over here with me. I want to thank Ways and Means for being with us today, okay? We appreciate it. Thank you for being here. You know, this is your house. Once you're a member of HGO, always a member of HGO. So now that we're done with House Bill 509, I'm sorry, 535, let's go to 509. 509 is Delegate Simmons, Maryland Inventory of Cemeteries and Burial Sites Work Group Establishment. Delegate Simmons, you could bring your panel. I believe you have Jennifer Johnson, David Zinner, Eileen McGuckian, Mark Edwards, and Christine Simmons. And Eleanor Thompson. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, Delegate Gary Simmons, for the record, District 12B, Anne Arundel County, coming to you on House Bill 509. Just want to say once again that my testimony has been submitted in writing to the committee. I ask that testimony be reviewed, and upon completion of the testimony, that a favorable review be issued on this House Bill 509. I would like to move straight to my witnesses in the interest of time.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Mark Edwards, and I'm here today as a member of the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocates and a member of the Board of Directors of Montgomery Preservation Incorporated. I'm a professional historian and architectural historian who's worked over 4 decades in heritage preservation and cultural resource management. I'm a former staff member of the Maryland Historical Trust, hired as its first historic site survey coordinator in our nation's bicentennial year, 1976. I had the distinct honor of designing the state's first comprehensive survey program for historic buildings and structures, working in partnerships with a number of jurisdictions. From experience, I know what it will take to design a new inventory and database for historic properties. This bill takes the same approach. We're bringing experts together from both the public and private sectors to work on a work group that will focus their knowledge to achieve an important common goal. Why is this legislation needed? HB 509 addresses a serious problem. Unlike 26 other states, Maryland does not have a systematized cemetery registration inventory system. There are a variety, as you've heard in previous testimony, of local groups that maintain these records, but the system is essentially a haphazard quilt of information. That impedes research on our ancestors and the preservation of their burial locations. What will the legislation do? Once established, a newly created work group will study inventories that are already in place at the local level and then design a new state system, master inventory and database system, to provide consistency, accessibility, and ability for other jurisdictions to participate statewide. We also anticipate that local governments will use this inventory as a catalyst to support new planning programs to better protect these remarkable places. I encourage you to look favorably on this bill. These are fragile and important places. Those who have passed are passed, but we have a responsibility to them. This tool would help us protect these places for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed committee members. Thank you again for allowing me to testify in front of you today. My name is Jennifer Johnson, and I am the founder of Friends of St. Peter's Cemetery. Our cemetery started in 1851 and is the final resting place for about 15,000 souls that lived and worked in West Baltimore. As my colleague here, Mark Edwards, communicated, currently, we as a state do not have a unified database for all cemeteries. There should be, so that there is standardization, tracking, protection, and maintenance of all cemeteries in Maryland. Having a unified database is just one piece to an overall larger, more efficient, streamlined process to maintain order and decency for all Maryland cemeteries. I humbly ask that you please support House Bill 509, Maryland Inventory for Cemeteries and Burial Sites Workgroup Establishment. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and Committee. My name is David Zinner. Again, I'm a member of the Maryland Advisory Council on Cemetery Oversight, but not representing the council. I have had the privilege, however, of working on the OCO's cemetery database, and I know what its faults are, and I know how it can be improved. Let me give you just a few examples. When we say that the location of a cemetery is down the road, past the big rock, near the big tree, but then the big tree no longer exists because it's been cut down, it really makes it hard to find the cemetery. And sometimes it's very small. Sometimes it's may only be 2 or 3 or 10 or 20 graves, but it's important to have it on an inventory so that we can preserve it, so that we can allow relatives to go visit and they can find it easily. So having a GPS location for every cemetery is really critical. It's also critical to know the status of cemeteries. If we're going to really be working, as we talked about in the previous bill, on abandoned and neglected cemeteries, it will be extremely helpful to have an inventory of all the cemeteries in Maryland and know which ones are abandoned and which ones are neglected and what the conditions are so that we can appropriately work with them. So I think it's really important to encourage the 3 state agencies that are responsible for doing this work to work together, and it's really important to have them include all the counties that are doing such good work in maintaining a database of the cemeteries in their counties. Thank you for passing this bill.
Simmons here. Can you come up, please? You can pull it. Okay, you got it. Thank you. What is it? Okay. Thank you. You can provide your testimony, please.
Again, I'm Christine Simmons. I am on the board of the Anne Arundel Genealogical Society, also on the board of the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites. I work closely with Anne Arundel County's Cultural Resources Division. I assure them that they know of cemetery locations to protect them from future development. I helped re-inventory and update information on the cemeteries. Most Maryland counties have limited information, sometimes only from well-known or accessible cemeteries, but not neglected cemeteries, churches, African-American cemeteries, or cemeteries on federal lands. There's no standardization of that information. Most of the large central counties in Maryland have databases, but there's no central depository. Baltimore County Genealogical Society already has a database documenting their cemeteries. It could easily be modified to a state program. The Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites website also has basic information on many county cemeteries that I helped develop from publicly available resources. An accessible database would allow title researchers, disaster planners, historical researchers, genealogists, and developers to the ability to pinpoint, protect, and plan ahead. County governments could modify this version for their own specific needs. Much public documentation of the cemeteries on private land is an issue that would need to be addressed. A work group would be good for that kind of determination. I live in a county where they have some of the earliest cemeteries in Maryland. We need to protect these cemeteries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, please. You are next. Ms. Eileen.
Okay. Hello again. I'm Eileen McGuckian with the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites. My experience is having twice organized and directed volunteer projects to survey all known cemeteries in Montgomery County. The first produced one page with basic information, which is how most of the inventories we've talked about are. The second is now the official burial sites inventory kept by Montgomery County Planning Board on a modern database. One of the major recommendations to come out of that 2022 Joint Chairman's Report is to, quote, support development of a publicly accessible map-based data layer dedicated to historic cemeteries throughout Maryland. This unified database has been a priority for a long time, and this recommendation is crucial to benefit all cemeteries. Some inventories are available now. For example, the NAB Center in Salisbury has records on cemeteries in Wicomico, Somerset, and Worcester counties. Anne Arundel and Baltimore County genealogy societies have vibrant programs, as Tina mentioned. Volunteers in Caroline, Allegheny, Queen Anne, Talbot, and Garrett County have added sites to the Maryland Tombstone Project, which is very basic, as is Find a Grave. In southern Maryland, the counties include cemeteries as part of their historic preservation programs, which works as well. In Frederick County, an energetic volunteer produced a book on the years that he spent chronicling sites. In central Maryland, Howard, Prince George's, and Montgomery have dedicated staff in their planning departments who cover cemetery sites, but the unification is very important. The three state agencies each has their own emphasis, whether it's roads or historic sites or managed sites under OCO. A unified cemetery inventory is crucial to identifying all sites everywhere, documenting them with common data, and making the information accessible. With the passage of this bill, all parties can work together for a database that will be useful all throughout the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you bring the virtual witness up, please? And we have Eleanor Thompson, who's with the Maryland Commissioner on African American History and Culture. Can you please unmute yourself? Ms. Thompson, can you please unmute yourself? Miss Eleanor Thompson, would you be so kind and unmute yourself? Is her video off as well? Are you able to put your video on? Can you unmute yourself? All right, let's open it up for questions. Are there any questions from this panel? Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, another good bill. So quick question, actually, I don't see any, well, the MD agent Office of Seminary Oversight talks about having additional staff. And I guess my question is, you all have been at this for a while, is there any way that cost could be brought down by partnering with universities, their archaeologic students or other history majors or anything like that who could help with some of this work and bring that cost down?
Very definitely, there's a place. This is a work group to be established with no funding mechanism at this point. We're looking at representatives from a variety of staffs of those existing state agencies who have databases, but also representatives from descendants, from organizations like Tina's genealogy group, our Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites. So it is a wide-ranging appointment of people who would like to meet, get together in a fairly short turnaround and come up with strategies that we've learned about from other states or that we've learned about from our experience here. So it is simply a work group and does not require funding at this time.
Actually, if I may, it does require funding to staff it. The letter from the Maryland Department of Labor, they provided a letter of information, and it states that due to their limited staffing, they will have to increase staff to handle the new duties created by this bill. And furthermore, since they're a self-funded unit, it will be challenging for them to absorb the additional staffing and legal expenses that will be necessary to fulfill the work group. So they're asking for it's going to cost $81,400 to be able to staff this group. So that will be a challenge this year. We will not be able to get the bill through with that fiscal note. But I would ask you, Delegate Simmons, to follow Delegate Hill's advice and see if you can partner with someone that can absorb, for example, maybe the NAACP, they can help staff it, and they can do so with existing resources. One of the 5 HBCUs, they will be willing to give the committee a letter saying that they will help staff it so that we can reevaluate that price of the fiscal note and perhaps being able to get it through. The reason why I think there is opportunity here to do so is because, as the witness stated, there's 2 other jurisdictions that have a database already. So it wouldn't be that difficult to expand on it as well. But you have to do a little bit of work to get them to do that, okay?
Absolutely, yes.
And actually, Delegate Hill, if you can maybe work with Delegate Simmons and see if you can do your magic. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Is the virtual witness on? No, she dropped down. Okay, well, this concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 509. All right, let's move on to Delegate Simmons' third bill of the day, which is House Bill 711, Office of Cemetery Oversight, Study of Death Care and Funeral Practices. 711, Delegate Simmons.
Thank you.
And if I may ask the following people to come up with Delegate Simmons: David Zinner, Jennifer Johnson, and we do have 2 favorable with amendment, and I'm going to wait for those. The favorable with amendment are Christine Simmons and Walter Nathan Maloney Jr. Those are favorable with amendment, so I'm going to call them next. Will you be so kind and get started, Delegate
Yes,
Simmons?
ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mighty Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the HGO Committee. Once again, Delegate Gary Simmons, District 12B, Anne Arundel County, bringing you House Bill 711. This bill seeks to deal with daycare, funeral practices, and significant impacts on environment and public health. Traditional burial methods involving embalming, chemicals, and non-biological materials and land use concerns. Once again, in the interest of time, I have submitted a letter for record, so I will turn it over to my panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you again for allowing me to testify before you today. My name is Jennifer Johnson, and I am the founder of Friends of St. Peter's Cemetery. It is the unfortunate reality that at some point in time, we all will die. We sadly lost many people unexpectedly during these last several years because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is important for us as a state to ensure proper environmental health. With more and more people opting for cremation, it is important for us to understand how death care and funeral practices affect our environment. Please support House Bill 0711, Office of Cemetery Oversight, Study for Death Care and Funeral Practices. Thank you.
Hello again, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. I'm David Zinner. I'm on the Advisory Council for Cemetery Oversight, but I am not representing them today in my testimony. I'm going to focus in on crematory issues because I think that's one of the keys of this bill. Right now, if you were to look at a crematory, you might not know what kind of emissions are coming from that crematory. But you would depend on the Environmental Protection Agency to maybe do some studies. It's not clear the Environmental Protection Agency is going to be doing a lot of studies. It's also not clear that all crematories are cleaning their filters properly. It's not clear whether they're retrofitting with the newest technology. And so I think it's really important for the state to take a lead on making sure that any kind of emissions from a crematory are not being harmful for the state and its citizens. For example, if someone is cremated who has mercury fillings, those mercury fillings get vaporized and go into the air. Those are very toxic. Crematories, before they cremate someone, are required to remove their pacemakers, but they're not necessarily required to remove radioactive beads that might get implanted for different medical procedures. Those are just a few examples of why this bill is really important to really protect the citizens of Maryland. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Delegate Shaliga? You beat me to it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I can't speak for all crematories because we certainly had a horrible, heartbreaking situation at Heaven Bound that we had a briefing on. But I have visited the crematory Evans Funeral Home in Forest Hill, where my colleague represents, and they have amazing filters and gauges, and I mean, if there is something going on, it reports it to the maker of the crematory. So I'm not sure that's an issue with all of them, but I would certainly take to heart your comments about Heaven Bound.
May I answer?
Yes.
Yes, I think we don't want to say that all crematories are bad. That's certainly not the case, but we also don't want to say that all crematories are necessarily good. I think regulating the crematories, which is something that we do in the state of Maryland, is important, but we might want to look at what we regulate and what we don't. We regulate the number of wrenches they have to use and things that are very, very detailed. That we split regulation between the Office of Cemetery Oversight and the Maryland Mortuary Board, depending on where the crematory is located. But I'm not sure that we get into the question of emissions.
They are regulated by them as well.
Right, but I'm not sure they're regulated by the state.
They are, but they have an air quality permit. I know more about this than I need to.
Right.
But again, there definitely are bad actors here. So,
unfortunately, we know that.
Yes.
And it's better, I think, to be really sure that everything is done exactly properly. If people don't update their equipment, if they don't clean their equipment, then bad things are going to happen. So this is not to punish the people who are doing good. It's to make sure that everyone's doing the right thing.
Certainly. Thank you.
You're welcome. Delegate Gazzoni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious if you all are aware of the bill that was passed last year with the Department of Environment doing a study on death care and funeral practices? And their report, I believe, is due in October of 2025.
I am not aware of
So
that.
you may want to look into what they're doing over at the Department of Environment and see if this aligns fairly well with that.
Thank you.
You bet.
So, you beat me to it. We do have a bill that we passed that is looking at a lot of what you have in here as well. And in addition to that, the fiscal note on this bill, it's over $150,000. And it does not include MDE expense. It has the contractual position, the salary and fringe benefits, $47,700 for the Department of Health, and $111,766 for the Department of Labor. So as you know, it will be not possible to pass this bill with that fiscal note. But given that we already have a bill, I think, and that was, it was Delegate Boyce's bill, but it did not pass the Senate, I was told. You know, it died in conference committee, in conference committee as well. Yeah, it died in conference committee, which meant that when we passed it, they passed it, and there was a change. Something changed, and it did not make it on time. Thank you. But the fiscal note is a problem here. So if you're able to work out the fiscal note, get it reduced, see how it can be done, then let us know, okay? As well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions? And you may want to pull Delegate Boyce's bill and see, because I recall that the fiscal note was not, there was, what was it? It was, yeah, we met the standard. So whatever it is, you should look at Delegate Boyce's bill.
Okay.
And see perhaps we can make some changes to yours and Mary Har's, and if it's less than what we're allowed, maybe we can do something.
Awesome.
It was 100,000, and that's not allowed this session. So, I don't know, maybe you want to talk to her, get together and see if there's anything that you can do to bring that fiscal note really low.
Okay, awesome.
All right?
Thank you.
It's not that we don't want to support you, Delegate Simmons, but
Understood.
this is a problem. Okay, thank you so much. Let's call Christine Simmons and Walter Nathan Malloy, Jr. Good afternoon again.
Again, I'm Christine Simmons. I'm representing the Anne Arundel Genealogical Society and the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Associates. I believe there are important issues that need to be evaluated. Times change, customs change, and the physical landscape where these remains are placed all need to be reevaluated. Laws regarding air and groundwater pollution are more stringent than they were 50 years ago. Green burials are becoming more popular. Very few older death certificates or obituaries include information on final disposition of remains. There's no requirement for funeral homes to hold on to their records, and funeral homes may cite privacy issues and not give that information on that is available on other records such as death records. Restrictions on viewing funeral home records could be changed so that they reflect the time elements like birth and death certificates, but they should be public. Disinterment and reinterments should be kept in a repository of some kind. Right now, they're filled out, and when a reinterment happens, no one keeps those records. Who holds the records for military veterans not buried in military cemeteries? Are those records retained by the military, funeral home, or both? Who has access to those records? these are all things that I think need to be addressed as well. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Walter Nathan Malloy Jr. I'm an attorney and the new lobbyist for the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association. Since 1919, the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association has been dedicated to professionalism, integrity, and the highest ethical standards in funeral service in Maryland. Our membership is comprised of 69 funeral establishments, 104 voting members of Maryland Funeral Directors Association. House Bill 711, Section E3, identifies specific trade groups and organizations for whom the Office of Cemetery Oversight shall solicit input from, like the Maryland Funeral Consumer Alliance, Green Burial Council, and the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites, yet fails to specifically identify the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association. The Maryland State Funeral Directors Association is a tremendous resource of knowledge and information regarding funeral practices and customs and ethics in Maryland. The Maryland State Funeral Directors Association respectfully requests that House Bill 711, Section E3, be amended to specifically include the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association as one of the trade groups and organizations for whom the Office of Cemetery Oversight shall solicit input. For these reasons, we recommend a favorable with amendments. I would also like to comment on the statements made by the gentleman who was up here previously. Funeral homes are inspected, despite his representations. Funeral homes are actually, the emissions are tested, and funeral homes do keep records, despite the lady's assertion to my left, and I will submit on that.
I don't see any questions. However, I do have a comment. Given that the fiscal note is cost prohibited, what we're allowed to do this session, I know that there's, 3 trade groups. I wonder if the trade groups are willing to work with a delegate to try to reduce that fiscal note and help in any way. Just a thought, delegate.
I got you.
Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
I don't see any other questions for this panel. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 711. Now we're going to go to the last bill for Delegate Simmons, which is House Bill 724. And we have a rule, Delegate Simmons, in HGO. And here it comes. This is the rule in HGO. If you make us be late, and it is already 3:05,
yes, sir,
and we have a lot more,
yeah,
you have to, should I say it? Yeah. Speak it? Provide dinner for the committee one of these days. Okay?
Wow. Oh, understand. Understand. Not a problem. Not a problem.
So House Bill 724, Delegate Simmons, Commission on Abandoned and Neglected Maryland Cemeteries. Delegate Simmons has on his panel Jennifer Johnson, Eileen McCorkin, David Zinner, Christine Simmons, and there is a virtual witness, which is Eleanor Thompson. Is she back? All right, maybe we'll be lucky this time. Let's do it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, for the record, Delegate Gary Simmons, District 12B, Anne Arundel County, on House Bill 724. I come to you once again with my statement already submitted to the HGO Committee. I ask that the panel now enter their statement.
Good afternoon, again, and for the final time this afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, thank you for letting me present to you today. I ask that you give a favorable report for House Bill 0724. Currently, there are commissions for almost everything we deem important in this state. Death is an equalizer of every last one of us. At some point in time, we are all born, and at some point in time, we will unfortunately all die. How we treat the dead is important, and there should be a commission to ensure the needs of our state cemeteries are properly addressed. Please support House Bill 0724, Commission on Abandoned and Neglected Maryland Cemeteries Establishment. Thank you for your consideration.
Next, please. Who would like to go next?
I will. Eileen Bagaki, and again, speaking for the last time, thank you. Good line. 724 is the ideal companion to 535. If you take the meat out of both bills and don't worry about funding anything other than the importance of the acts that we're asking you to do. They both address priorities that have long been identified. They'll help descendants, communities, landowners, local governments to begin resolving issues. Creating a commission and a dedicated fund, and you don't have to say where that money comes from, but if you have a fund, they will come. Funds will come from private donors and from all sorts of places, but having a fund in place is an important thing to do. It'll set the stage for understanding and defining what abandoned and neglected cemeteries are. So a commission could sort out the basics. Let's have labels. Let's have definitions for both of those. There are some attempts in sections of Maryland law, but we need to have standard definitions. We need to understand why cemeteries become abandoned and neglected. One of the most common is unknown ownership. Without proven recorded ownership, it's impossible to take steps to resolve problems or even organize a cleanup, be officially recognized, or to apply for any kind of a grant. I currently serve on the boards of 2 small historic cemeteries that were terribly abandoned and neglected by the 1970s. Generous attorneys and descendants stepped up to sort out ownership and update land and tax records so maintenance and restoration should begin, having this backup at the state. Other states do have such commissions. New York, South Carolina, and Georgia are 3 of them. They define the terms. Each of them authorizes counties and municipalities to take actions to remedy situations where owners are not known or interested. Maryland needs this ability as well. So this commission will conduct research on the experiences of other states and the possibilities for Maryland. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Again, I'm Christine Simmons. I'm representing the Anne Arundel Genealogical Society and the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Associates. There is no single state agency overseeing cemeteries. State agencies are usually involved with cemeteries only when there's an issue with a particular cemetery. Ownership and lack of a contact person who can permit maintenance are 2 of the most pressing issues. A commission would allow the Maryland Department of Assessment and Taxation to assign tax ID numbers to cemeteries, many of which are unlisted due to their tax-exempt status. This would enable those with an interest in preservation to finally acquire ownership of abandoned, neglected cemeteries. The Office of Cemetery Oversight deals with issues concerning operating commercial cemeteries. Maryland Historical Trust generally consults with those wishing to alter something in a cemetery, such as adding fencing, removing dead trees, etc. The State Highway Commission deals with cemeteries located in rights-of-way or proposed state-managed roadways. They all have different interests and abilities, but none work with providing protections for all the cemeteries in Maryland. Coordination of state and local jurisdictions would allow protections either put in place or to be put in place for the preservation, not development of cemeteries. Thank you.
Will you bring the virtual witness, please? And Mr. David Zinner, will you come out while I bring the virtual witness? Eleanor Thompson? Ms. Eleanor Thompson, can you unmute yourself, please? You have to unmute yourself to be able to speak. All right, let's do Mr. David Zinner.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair. I'm David Zinner, and I am a member of the Maryland Advisory Council on Cemetery Oversight, although I'm not speaking for them. And my testimony hopefully will be the shortest one today. I want you to know that we recognize that there's a fiscal note and have been in conversation with the director of the Office of Cemetery Oversight, and our goal is to make that fiscal note go down to zero.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Ms. Thompson, one last time. All right. Are there any questions? Oh, yes. All right, go ahead. Give us your testimony on House Bill 724, please.
724. My name is Eleanor Thompson, and just excuse me, I had some difficulties with the internet. I'm a genealogist, historian, and author who also preserve African-American cemeteries, churches. I think it's important for us to approve this House bill because of the fact that we, as Marylanders, have great history in this state of Maryland. It's important for this bill to pass because all of the neglected cemeteries have meaningful to our founders of the state of Maryland. All of these bills, House Bill 724 needs to move forward. We have to preserve a lot of this history through our genealogy, through our family histories as well. It's our shared histories. And these neglected and abandoned cemeteries that needs to be preserved, documented for our future generation, has to be, we just have to take care of our cemeteries. I've been 50 years doing this type of work and finding that it's just important for our next generations. So I'm in support of House Bill 724. I do believe it is. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being persistent. Persistence pays sometimes. Thank you. Any questions? Delegate Shalega.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just would like to thank Jennifer for coming and your testimony on these bills. And yes, it's always good to be reminded that one day we will all end up in a cemetery. Thank you.
Okay. Hopefully not anytime soon. I don't see any other questions on this bill, and this is the last witness. Delegate Simmons, I would like you, as you know, this bill right here has a fiscal note of more than $600,000. More than $600,000 with all the years, right?
Right.
So and the other ones also, they're cost prohibited, right? There's one that you can make work, is the one that I asked you to work with Delegate Hill. For the other ones, this is what I would like you to do. I'd like you to ask for a meeting with the Office of Cemetery Oversight, because truly a lot of these issues they should be doing, all right? And if it's a matter of budgeting and letting the state know, and for us to look into it, right? Whether it's PINs or all of that, we should be, working with the administration to do that. I'd like you to work with the following delegates. Delegate Shalega, because she knows a lot, more than she should on these bills. Delegate Hill, Delegate Gazzoni, and Delegate Kerr. I want you to have a meeting with the Office of Cemetery Oversight. Invite these delegates and some of your witness experts, and see if you can come up with a solution on some of these issues, that they should be able to address some of these issues, okay? Sure. And then whatever is left, then let's revisit it. But it's an important issue, and I think that we cannot abandon it just because we're not able to do it financially. So I'd like you to request a meeting with them, include Shalega, Delegate Shalega, Hill, Gazzoni, and Kerr. And then I want you to work on them on all these bills and discuss it. What can they do, right? What cannot be done? And then I'd like you to try to work that other bill. Okay. All right? Is that a plan?
Got it.
All right. Thank you. So this concludes the bill hearing on House Bill, and actually Delegate Rosenberg is the subcommittee chair. It's not Kurt, I apologize. So you're not invited, but Delegate Rosenberg is invited. Delegate Rosenberg is invited, and I'm sure Delegate Kurt is jumping. So thank you so much, Delegate Simmons, for bringing these bills. They're really important, very important. And thank you for being with us, okay?
Thank you.
This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 724. And let's move on now to the following bill. We have House Bill 507. Delegate Kerr?
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, yes.
No, but can I tell you, they're so helpful. Because they keep me focused, and I can work the bills while I'm here. So, Delegate Kirk, can you bring your panel, please?
My panel is with me.
All right. There's a reason why I called you next. Guess how many witnesses Delegate Kerr has? Just the one. All right.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Delegate Ken Kerr, presenting today the House Bill 507, prohibited provisions. So last year, the General Assembly and this committee passed HB 282, and that legislation addressed provisions pertaining to liability limitations on state contracts for damage and to real or tangible property. This year, House Bill 507 makes two technical corrections to clarify the intent of last year's bill. It clarifies that claims to which a limitation of liability would not apply, and also makes it clear that property is limited to real property. And without this clarification, property could be interpreted broadly. For example, things like software. Second, the bill clarifies that state contracts may not include a provision that limits the state's ability to recover the cost of a replacement contractor to perform services not performed by the original contractor. And I have Bernie Marczyk here with me today, who will provide additional detail on the bill.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Bernie Marczyk from Cornerstone Government Affairs. Here today on behalf of several IT-related clients that we represent that provide services to the state to talk about an issue that is worse than death, which is procurement. Thank you. We thank Delegate Kerr for putting in this bill. It's really minor changes to the bill that he referred to that he sponsored last year along with Senator King on the Senate side. The bill clarifies the claims to which a limitation of liability would not apply. In this case, the amendment that's put in there is for real and tangible property. And it also clarifies that the state may recover the difference in cost of a contractor for the replacement of the contractor and what that contractor is responsible for and what the contractor is not responsible for. You should also have a letter from the university system that we worked with in the interim in their letter of support. And I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee has.
All right, I'm going to open it up for questions now. Are there any questions for the delegate and his one witness? All right, seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
My pleasure. This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 507. Let's go to Delegate Gazzoni. House Bill 541, Department of Commerce Nonprofit Organizations Navigator. And she only has 3 witnesses, so we're going to go with Gazzoni. And you can bring your panel, Delegate Gazzoni. I believe it's Henry Bogdan, Richard Reinhardt, Wesley Hines, and that's it.
I think it might just be myself and Henry.
All right.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Pam Gazzoni, representing Howard County's District 13, and I'm here in support of House Bill 541, which establishes a nonprofit organizations navigator position within the Department of Commerce. Another person, yay, to assist nonprofits in accessing and applying for state grant programs. Maryland's over 40,000 nonprofit organizations play a pivotal role in supporting our communities by filling gaps in public service and aiding our vulnerable populations in a wide variety of ways. However, many nonprofits struggle with the complicated grant application process. This is especially true of smaller nonprofits, which often do not have and cannot afford to have a grant specialist. Implementing a navigator is a critical step to ensure that these organizations can productively find and access state grant opportunities in a timely manner and without cumbersome and inefficient roadblocks. This position will strengthen and support Maryland's vital partnership with the nonprofit sector. It will provide a dedicated point of contact and a central starting place for nonprofits to access technical assistance in identifying, navigating, accessing, and appropriately utilizing grant programs. This navigation assistance will also help resolve procedural and administrative delays in the grant-making process. The navigator will collect and share information with nonprofits about federal, state, and local grants available to support their programmatic goals and objectives. As envisioned in the bill, the navigator would represent the needs of nonprofits throughout the state government in the same way that the Department of Commerce's Small Business Ombuds program already does for small businesses. That program provides an important single point of contact for small businesses, helping them navigate appropriate statewide opportunities. As I stated, the bill will establish the navigator role within the Department of Commerce, and it would streamline already existing processes and resources to improve efficiency rather than requiring new state agency expenditures. By streamlining processes and voicing nonprofit needs, a navigator can both prevent funding inefficiencies and strengthen our nonprofit sector. Ultimately, by reducing inefficiencies and delays, this bill seeks to maximize the effective, efficient use of state grant funding. Nonprofits in Maryland are a critical part of our state's economy and our communities. And with the uncertainty on the federal side, helping to assure the viability of Maryland's nonprofits is more important than ever. That's why the Senate sponsor and I have an amendment to make this an emergency bill and work to have the navigator hired and ready to go at the start of the fiscal year. The amendment does impact the fiscal note, but it does not put the note over the $100,000 mark, even in the out years. This bill is a reasonably small investment by the state to help empower our nonprofit organizations with the tools they need to thrive by making it easier to access the resources needed to maximize the vital work that they do in our communities. For these reasons and more, I request a favorable report on HB 541.
The limit this session. So you could work a little more on it.
I will do my best.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Henry Bogdan. I'm the Policy Director at Maryland Nonprofits. Submitted written testimony. I can only attest to the fact that there are numerous nonprofits who have difficulty trying to reach the right person in state agencies to find out who's holding their grant or who's sitting on the invoice or why their application wasn't received. The list could go on. This is bad in any time, but as the delegate alluded to, there are right now even more pressures on nonprofit service providers because of uncertainties about their funding, whether they have direct federal grants, or in many cases, those monies are flowing through state agencies, and the status of their future payments or reimbursements is just unclear. We urge a favorable report. And we would support the amendment to bring this into action 6 months sooner if possible. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Richard Reinhardt with Percy Public Affairs. First, we would like to thank Delegate Gazzone and Senator Kagan for bringing this bill forward, and we also echo the support of the amendment to make this an emergency bill. Over the last 7 years, I've had the pleasure of representing various nonprofit organizations across the state, including national organizations like the National Ecologic Foundation, to the YMCA, to regional nonprofit organizations like the Western Maryland Scenic Railroad, who was going to testify today. Unfortunately, they had to leave in an emergency. Each one of them provides their own unique missions and significant contributions to Maryland's economic workforce, education, historical preservation, and tourism. And while many of them are vastly different, they do share a common denominator, which is the universal need for support, financial contribution support coming from the state and also through private donorship. Nonprofit organizations similar to my clients have been fortunate enough to have ongoing support from the state, but as rising operational and capital expenses persist, the demand on these organizations to seek new alternative appropriations becomes a growing and more intimidating challenge, especially for those groups that rely solely on part-time or volunteers. Even for organizations that have the additional resources, that have a dedicated on-site personnel or have hired a lobbyist like myself, they're still experiencing the tribulations of grant access information, questions on the eligibility and the application process, and navigating through the complexities of the actual state grant making process itself. These universal issues can now be addressed through the establishment of this nonprofit navigator within the Department of Commerce. It's for those reasons that we support this legislation, and we encourage a favorable report by this committee. Thank you.
Actually, you have one more person, Wesley Hines.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's my client. Unfortunately, he had an emergency that he had to go back to Cumberland to take care of.
You did say that. Thank you.
You're
All right, we're going to open it up for questions. Any questions for this, for the sponsor and her panelist? All right, seeing none. Wonderful. Just work on that fiscal note.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 541. Next, we're going to go, because they've been waiting for a while, but we needed to take the bills in the orders that we did. I apologize for everyone else that's waiting. We just have a lot of witnesses today. We're going to go to House Bill 508, Delegate Kerr, the procurement preferences, state procurement preferences, blind industry and services of Maryland, packaging and repackaging. Will you be so kind and come up, please? And thank you for being patient, everyone that's waiting. We appreciate you. Let's have Bruce Veriano, Thomas Cohn, Michael Goss, Thomas Owens. And then after that, I will be calling Laura Schreier and Ming Tri Dang.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Delegate Ken Kerr presenting House Bill 508. The State Procurement Preferences, Blind Industries and Services of Maryland, Packaging and Repackaging. So the State Finance and Procurement Article, Section 14-103 of the Annotated Code provides, among other things, that a state or state-related entity shall buy supplies or services from Blind Industries and Services of Maryland, provided BISM supplies those products and the supplies and services are not provided by Maryland Correctional Enterprises. Section 14-103C specifically states that when a state or state-related entity is entering into a maintenance contract of housekeeping or janitorial supplies, the prime contractor shall procure products from BISM that are made, manufactured, remanufactured, and assembled by Blind Industry and Services of Maryland. The purpose of this bill is to simply clarify that the vocational activities of packaging and repackaging are allowed under the article. The provisions of packaging and repackaging services, which also includes the packaging of individual components into a complete kit, which is sometimes known as kitting, is a significant employment opportunity for individuals who are blind or visually impaired. This type of employment provides individuals who are blind or visually impaired with a sense of purpose, financial independence, and integration into the workforce. It helps them contribute to the community, reduces reliance on government support. Packaging and or repackaging is a significant opportunity as these tasks can be effectively performed by individuals with visual impairments. Organizations throughout the country, including the National Industries for the Blind and many of its affiliated nonprofit organizations, provide vocational opportunities for the blind and low vision individuals. They offer a range of these services, from basic packaging and assembly to complex kit design and supply chain management. BISM is Maryland's largest employer of people with blindness or visual impairment, and part of their mission is to reduce the 70% unemployment rate for Marylanders with vision loss. They offer quality employment with benefits and the opportunity for upward mobility to people who are blind or visually impaired through multiple lines of business. Employment provides individuals who are blind or visually impaired with and helps them contribute to the community, and as I said, lessens the reliance on government support. The current use of the term assemble in the statute is vague and doesn't adequately describe the activities BISM's blind employees are actually conducting. Adding the terms packaging and repackaging to the bill codifies the types of activities that should be allowable and the vocational opportunities provided by this type of work. So accordingly, this bill is merely clarifying to make sure that the statutes concerning BISM reflects the job and the work that they are already doing. And I request a favorable report, and I would now like to turn it over to Thomas Cohn.
Michael Goss.
We'll start with Michael Goss.
Okay, then. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Michael Goss. I'm President and CEO of Blind Industries and Services of Maryland, a role that I've had for about 2.5 years since August of 2023. As we try to modernize our workforce and not only look at the marketplace, some of our legacy products that we manufacture are no longer seeing the heyday that they used to. For example, our paper pad line, people are using fewer and fewer paper pads. We've seen about a 30% reduction just this fiscal year. And we employ a number of our associates in that area. BISM is dedicated to employing blind people who come to us with every level of skill set. And we really need entry-level opportunities so that we can teach them the value of work, the consistency of work, and give them the opportunity to learn new skills and hopefully advance through our organization, perhaps all the way up to the level of CEO. I have with me a couple of my associates today who have been with BISM for a number of years, and they have really impressive stories to tell about how coming into BISM at one level does not mean that's where you're going to stay, but it's important for us to have the opportunity to give you some place to start. And everything we do at BISM has the objective of giving meaningful employment and upward mobility and greater skills for all of our blind associates. Thank you for your time.
You can go ahead.
Me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Owens. I am the state sales manager at Blind Industries. I started out in 1996, came from the private sector, worked in the automobile industry, owned businesses, things of that nature, and I became an instructor in the ITR, Independence Training and Rehabilitation Department, as a cane travel instructor. Working in that situation, we were reliant on grants and the revenue of Blind Industries itself. I realized that there was much to be done. I wanted to get into something that helped out more into supplying the funds needed for the training, for the employment, so I got into sales. And I've done pretty well at that, thank you. So the repackaging language here opens the door for us to widen what people consider to be under the ramifications of our restrictions. The repackaging and packaging definitely clarifies things for doing kits or repackaging product that come in what's called a Gaylord, a huge box, and we put it in small boxes. So that kind of thing needs to happen in this language so that we don't overstep what we're allowed to do within the state. We already do this for the federal government. There's no reason why we couldn't do that for the state of Maryland to provide more jobs and to keep up the training programs that we have at Blind Industries. Thank you very much.
Us here today.
Hello, my name is Laura Shore, and I am working at Blind Industries. I am in our sales department as an account manager, but that is not where I started. So about in 2017, I was a stay-at-home mom for a decade before then. So I went back to work because my husband was sick. So Blind Industries hired me, but I worked in our textile department as a sewer. I sewed jackets for the military. That is where I got my startup from. So, but through learning those skills and gaining some employment experience and having a great support system around me at Blind Industries, I was able to move on into our independence training and rehabilitation department, where then I was an independent living instructor, taking in those wonderful knowledge and those skills of being a homemaker. It really did pay off in that sense. But at the same time, while learning those skills, I then I managed that program, that residential program for a period of a few years. And then through that, then I went over to our sales department as an account manager, and that's where I've been for the last 7 months or so. But for what I'm trying to show and demonstrate is that what we have at Blind Industries is a starting point, and we want to adapt that starting point to have a more beginning starting point for people to come in and do these jobs and have an employment opportunity. And eventually they will have upward mobility throughout the organization. So I really support and hope that you guys support the packaging and repackaging of what we're trying to do here at Blind Industries, because it really does open up a door and gives another skill set to a set of folks that, wouldn't have this opportunity. Thank you.
I'm going to, actually, while I have them there, you can stay there. Let me open it up for questions for this panel. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today and for waiting patiently. Next, may I have Bruce Veriano, Thomas Cohn, and Ming Tri Dang.
Thank you again. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the HGO Committee. For the record, Bruce Periano, I'm here on behalf of BISM. Very honored to have been a lobbyist of BISM for quite a period of time. I'm going to be very short. These are functions that are being done. We want to make sure that the statute reflects that. And it's really clarifying and housekeeping as a piece of legislation. We thank Delegate Kerr very, very much for sponsoring this bill. And I think you heard from the testimony, this is good stuff, and it's leaving nobody behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Cohn. I'm Vice President of Blind Industries and Services of Maryland. I will take no time at all. I will tell you I love where I work because of the people that we're able to work with. It's very important that we're able to do an outreach to the blind community and afford them vocational opportunities. People that are blind, like people that are sighted, have different capabilities, and we're able to bring people in, give them gainful employment, and let them rise to where their talents take them. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. Thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Min Tri Dang. I'm the Senior Director of Sales for Blind Industries and Services of Maryland. I've been employed with Blind Industries now for nearly 4 years, but I've had the pleasure of actually representing BISM on a professional level for nearly 20, so I'm just happy to be there on our behalf. Our purpose in requesting favorable support of House Bill 508 is to expand our employment opportunities in areas that actually, as was mentioned before, that BISM is already currently providing. Many of these areas actually we provide in the federal sector to many of our federal customers. Our goal is to identify more opportunities for products and lines that can be packaged and repackaged. And with your support, BISM can provide more meaningful job opportunities for blind individuals, in particular blind Marylanders. In addition, this will allow us to expand our ability to provide additional training services to blind individuals. We respectfully ask for your support and thank you for your time.
And thank you for being with us. I'm going to open it up for questions, okay? Are there any questions? Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming to answer questions. Any ballpark, yeah.
We're looking, hopefully, if the product line that we're hoping for comes in, we're looking between probably 25 and 50 additional jobs in the Baltimore location.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. What is it? Who? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, it's okay. Delegate Riley, 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, sorry. Yes, I don't know. Did any of you see the letter that was from the Maryland Department of Central Services? About,
I did not.
Okay, basically they're saying that if they did this and made the changes, that this could possibly hurt the opportunities for other small businesses and that work with disabilities and MCE and so forth.
You're saying that letter is from the Department of General Services?
Yes.
Well, that's
Central Services.
Should he?
Oh, yeah, General Service, sorry, yep.
Well,
Department
that's
of
frankly
General
rather
Services.
shocking to me. We work very closely with Secretary George.
It's just, it is an opposition letter. It is a letter of information, and they did have some concerns there, so maybe we can get that to you, and then you can address that.
Will do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But in your opinion, you don't think this would hurt any of the other industries that use this program?
Absolutely
Letter
not.
of General Services?
Without, take up all the time. BISM, like Maryland Works, is a preferred provider statutorily created by the legislature specifically for these purposes. So it's not a question of hurt. It's a question of taking people that unfortunately have a disability and they're given special permission and special attention, which they should. That's what was established. That's why they're a preferred provider, just like Maryland Works. And so that kind of shocks me. It's irrational to me, but I'd like a copy of that, and I'll follow up with Secretary George on that.
And if I may, just to follow up on Delegate Riley's question and comment, it says the changes proposed in House Bill 508 will require DGS to change current procurement practices governing the competitive procurement of packaged or repackaged products from available businesses, including small MBE, BSBEs. Under this bill, DGS instead will be required to submit any procurement requests for products through BISM to determine what products are considered packaged or repackaged and whether it is a packaged or repackaged product that BISM provides. These packaged or repackaged products will no longer be able to be procured from other preferred providers. Under House Bill 508, DGS will have to increase the procurement timeline for purchasing these types of products and make adjustment to the current supply chain. So what they're saying is that they would not be able to procure from the other providers. So if you can address it with them, that would be great.
I definitely will, because I spoken to the department. We work closely with them, and really surprises me, but
Yeah.
nothing surprises me these
Yeah.
days.
And so do you need a copy of the letter?
I would appreciate that, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'll have,
Maybe if it could be
I'll
emailed to my
have my
office,
staff send it to you.
and I'll
okay?
get right on it, and I'll get back to you. Thank you very much.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
My pleasure. This actually, you too, concludes the real hearing on House Bill 508. Next, we have Delegate Hill 514. And then after Delegate Hill, we're going to do Delegate Grammars, okay? And Delegate Hill only has 5 witnesses. Delegate Hill, will you be so kind and bring your panel?
Panel? Please
I
come.
think You have Paul Abash, Enid Grease, Donald Hirsch, and Sharon Oliver, who is actually virtual. Can you bring up the virtual witness, please? Thank you. All right, Delegate Hill, we're all yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the best committee in the, I was going to say in the House of Delegates, but it's actually the best committee in the General Assembly of Maryland and in the United States of America, if I can just say, and I ask for a favorable. Thank you. So my name is Terry Hill. I represent District 12A, Howard County, and I'm here to present HB 514, Health Occupation State Board of Chiropractic Examiners revisions, and I will say at the offset that there are amendments that have been recommended, and you'll see written testimony to that effect. And we have already put in and requested the amendments and would like the subcommittee and the committee to consider the bill with the amendments. So let's make it as simple as possible. The State Board of Chiropractic Examiners has asked for this bill for the purpose of making some changes that move the board and the practice and licensees into where we are in 2025. Specifically, it changes what has been called an external license to a temporary license and defines better what that is. It expands the entities authorized to submit names for qualified candidates to sit on the board, and that's consistent with other professional licensees where it's not simply candidates who are recommended by the professional society, but someone who's not a member of a professional society, but is a licensed chiropractic. A chiropractor could be recommended to the board simply by getting a certain number of colleagues to recommend them, and that's one of the amendments, going from saying you need 15 licensed chiropractors to 20. It also authorizes the board to inspect chiropractic offices on receipt of a signed complaint. And again, this is consistent with what we've done with many other boards where they find they don't have the authority to do the, to inspect and examine complaints. We want to make sure that this board has that ability. It repeals outdated language, does revisions on to restricted educational requirements, expands the number of acceptable institutions approving and accrediting programs for the study of chiropractic medicine. It accepts foreign chiropractic education under certain defined criteria and conditions. It repeals language requiring the board to publish examination notices in a newspaper, again, consistent with what we've done in other areas, including other boards, and clarifies requirements for reactivating an inactive license, updates the board's disciplinary grounds, clarifies board's finding authority, revises the acceptable methods of delivery, and provides authority to the board to order both mental and physical evaluations for initial applicants or current licensees. So again, we've asked them to be responsible for the safety of the public by how they manage their licensees. We want to make sure they have the necessary statutory authority to do the investigations, both of the practices themselves and of the licensees. And with that, I'll hand it over to this distinguished panel. Thank you. Please read my written testimony because my team took the time to write it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the, thank you, and members of the Health and Government Operations Committee.
You're very soft.
Am I? Okay, sorry about that. Okay. That's better? That's better? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Enid Cruz, and I am the Secretary for the Maryland Board of Chiropractic Examiners, as well as the Chair of the Legislative Committee. I want to first thank you for the honor and privilege to be here today to testify on behalf of House Bill 514. The board is keenly aware of the workforce shortage of healthcare professionals in Maryland. By removing duplicative and nebulous language in the Chiropractic Act, the board seeks to remove barriers to attracting qualified chiropractors to the state through temporary licensure. The bill clearly defines the pathway to temporary licensure while an applicant awaits their permanent license to practice chiropractic. The process increases the mobility of the chiropractic profession, as well as it provides much-needed access to healthcare for our citizens. Many chiropractic programs require students to complete a clinical internship program as a requirement for graduation. Maryland chiropractors partner with these chiropractic programs. This bill authorizes the board to establish parameters by which the preceptor student and the licensed chiropractor must conduct themselves to achieve the educational goals as well as the learning objectives, and at the same time protecting the public. And for these reasons, I request the favorable vote for House Bill 514.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and fellow committee members. My name is Dr. Paul Abosh. I'm a licensed chiropractor in Maryland and the president of the Maryland Board of Chiropractic Examiners. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 514. I'd like to thank Delegate Hill for sponsoring this bill. We appreciate it. I'm going to speak on a couple of specific sections on the bill related to educational requirements for qualification for licensure as a chiropractor in Maryland. To remain competitive and to attract qualified chiropractors into the Maryland workforce and to ensure access to care for citizens seeking chiropractic care, it is imperative that the State Board of Chiropractic Examiners eliminate or reduce barriers to entry into the profession. One of our measures to achieve this goal is to update language in our statute to accurately reflect the current state of chiropractic education and curriculum in this country and around the world. The bill provides for the removal of outdated references to chiropractic colleges and removes restrictive language related to educational delivery methods, platforms, and standards. It allows the board to accept chiropractic educational programs accredited by the Council of Chiropractic Education, an accrediting agency recognized by the U.S. Department of Education, or any future educational accrediting agency that may exist or take its place. Additional language in the bill would remove the requirement for an applicant for licensure to have obtained a bachelor's degree prior to application. Currently, 34 other states in the country do not require a bachelor's degree, including 4 of our neighboring competitors, specifically Delaware, District of Columbia, Pennsylvania, and Virginia, in order to obtain a chiropractic license in those districts. And in our own state, 8 other health occupations boards do not require a bachelor's degree in order to obtain licensure. For example, the Board of Physicians, Board of Nursing, and Board of Physical Therapy. I would ask for a favorable vote on House Bill 514, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good timing. Next, please.
We're disciplined.
Yeah,
Very disciplined. Appreciate it.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair, and a special thank you to Delegate Hill for introducing this legislation. My name is Dr. Donald W. Hirsch, better known to Terry Hill as Josh Hirsch's father.
Yes, yes.
And I practice proudly in Laurel in District 21. First, I'd like to say that I am the co-chair of the Maryland Chiropractic Association Legislative Committee. I'm also the chairman of the board. And I come to you today as a stakeholder. We worked with the board, and we strongly support the legislation and the amendments. They take care of a lot of problems that have come up as times have changed, and the bill does an excellent job of providing these changes. So the Maryland Chiropractic Association asks for a due pass. Thank you very much.
Do have a virtual witness, Ms. Sharon Oliver. Dr. Oliver, will you be so kind?
No. Good afternoon. It's not Dr. Oliver. May I correct you on that?
Okay, it says MD. Oh, Maryland. Maryland Massage. Okay. Can I tell you that I'd rather be mistaken than not call you by your title. I've been corrected in the past, so go ahead.
Well, first, let me say thank you for allowing me to testify virtually.
You're welcome.
Given the circumstances. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the community, I am Sharon Oliver, the Executive Director for the Chiropractic Board. Thank you again for allowing me to testify in support of House Bill 514 and the amendments proposed by the Chiropractic Association. There are 5 key provisions of the bill I would like to review. 1, the board seeks to expand the pool of eligible candidates for board membership to ensure diverse geographic and ethnic representation. Over 950 actively practicing chiropractors in the state, not all of which are members of the association. Expanding eligibility will help us to ensure a more inclusive and comprehensive perspective in the board's decision-making processes. 2, the board is committed to protecting Maryland's citizens. In line with this mission, we seek inspection authority to investigate complaints related to possible violations of the CDC guidelines on standard precautions. This authority is already held by several other boards, and it is imperative that chiropractors adhere to these guidelines in order to minimize the risk of spreading communicable diseases. 3, there may be instances where the board suspects that an applicant or licensee can pose a risk to the public safety. In these cases, we seek authority to require individuals to undergo a fitness for licensure examination by a healthcare provider at the board's expense. Currently, the board lacks the statutory authority to discipline individuals who fail to comply with CDC guidelines, provide substandard chiropractic care, or fail to comply with a board investigation. We request this authority be granted to ensure the board can effectively safeguard the public safety. Finally, while the board currently has the authority to impose penalties up to $5,000 for suspensions or revocations of licenses, this does not extend to individuals placed on probation or reprimanded for violation of the Chiropractic Act. And we believe that we need to be fair in the disciplinary process. We request a favorable vote on House Bill 514. Thank you for your support, and we thank Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. I'm going to open it up for questions now. Are there any questions for the sponsor and her panelist? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 514. Next, we're going to move on to Delegate Grammer's bill, and that is House Bill 548. Delegate Grammer, it is titled Public Safety, Militia, Active Duty Combat, Defend the Guard. Will you be so kind and bring your panel? I believe you have Dylan Griffith, Amy Laporte, Dan McKnight.
Scott Spalding. Dylan couldn't be here, so if I could swap him out, if that's okay.
Scott Spalding is here.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you come up, please?
Yes, ma'am. Here.
And Dylan is not here. Okay.
Dan McKnight should be virtual.
1 second. Yes, he is virtual. And then I have another person, Jason Laird.
Jason Laird?
Yes.
That's fine if he's here.
Okay. All right.
I'll get started with your permission.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Delegate Robin Grammer here to present House Bill 548, the Maryland Defend the Guard Act. House Bill 548 limits the use of Maryland's militia to constitutional deployments. Today, our U.S. troops are positioned in over 160 countries with military bases in at least 80 countries. Maryland's National Guard accompany our armed forces who are trained primarily for combat in many of those positions. Most Americans are likely unaware that in addition to our current deployments, U.S. troops have recently seen combat in Afghanistan, Mali, Nigeria, Kenya, Somalia, Yemen, Syria, and Iraq. The burdens of these conflicts lay squarely on the shoulders of our sons and daughters. Many veterans suffer greatly from these conflicts. Thousands suffer loss of life or limb, carry the baggage of post-traumatic stress syndrome or other mental health issues. Maryland's National Guardsmen, who are not trained primarily for combat, should be here serving Maryland's communities. 3 days after the Maryland House of Delegates voted against Defend the Guard last session, our very own National Guard was sent to the Middle East, sent to an undesignated location for an undesignated time for an undesignated purpose. Without intervention by our state legislatures, this is news we will hear again and again in the coming years. The Defend the Guard Act attempts to deal with this problem. It does so by limiting the deployment of the Maryland National Guard to the constitutional deployments, including declarations of war and deployments governed by Titles 10, Civil, and 32, Invasion and Insurrection. Justifications for our foreign engagements should be clearly defined so that both the public and our service members understand what our goals are. Our service members should be guided by clearly defined victory conditions. Mission accomplished should be a predefined goal, not a banner to stand in front of for a political victory. Although the Attorney General has written a letter discounting the bill, he is ignoring federal law. Title 10, Sections 12301 and 12302 provide specific and enumerated purposes for federalizing the National Guard, none of which include participation in undeclared foreign wars outside the continental United States. The Attorney General's reliance on Sterling versus Manasian does not support the claim of federal supremacy over governors in blocking unauthorized deployments as it pertains to federal administrative control and not foreign combat operations. We should defend those who defend us. With that, be happy to take questions, and I'd ask for a favorable on House Bill 548.
Next, please.
Very good. Madam Chair,
Yes.
thank you for your time today.
My
I
pleasure.
appreciate this. Absolutely. It's good to see the committee. So when serving in the Maryland Senate constitutional law attorney, I certainly can. I apologize. I'm Dr. Amy Lepore. You probably all know that name well. You're probably sick of hearing from me. When serving in the Maryland Senate, constitutional law attorney Jamie Raskin said, "A crucial part of our constitutional design is to make war as unlikely as possible." That same year, he introduced a bill much like this one, urging Congress to do its job, to declare war if war is necessary. He understood that doing so would mean less war and that calling up our sons and daughters would be reserved for a worthy cause. Raskin also knew that the Maryland National Guard plays a critical role at home, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. I stand before you with an urgent plea that the National Guard must remain in Maryland to protect our communities unless Congress calls them to war. As a former president of the Maryland Emergency Management Association, I have dedicated my entire career to emergency management, guiding Cecil County through presidentially declared disasters numerous times, and I have seen firsthand the National Guard's incredible impact. They are a lifeline for communities in crisis when they are there. Disasters don't discriminate, you know that. The most vulnerable suffer the most. When Maryland lacks full preparedness, low-income renters are displaced longer, and people in poverty struggle twice as long as everyone else. You might ask whether or not we've ever compromised our ability to protect Maryland. The answer is yes. During Hurricanes Isabel and Sandy and Tropical Storm Lee and the devastating flooding in Ellicott City, Maryland did not have its full guard force. They were in Afghanistan, Iraq, Egypt, and other locations in the Middle East. House Bill 548 is not just a piece of legislation. It is a mandate to ensure that Congress fulfills its constitutional duty. This is not an abstract issue. It directly impacts Maryland. And on behalf of all Marylanders, we must safeguard our National Guard and support House Bill 548. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lepore, for your testimony. Who will be next, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Committee. Thank you. For the record, my name is Scott Spalding for District 46. I'm a Marine Purple Heart recipient, Guard member, although I'm not here to speak for the Guard. I'm sure the General is here for that. And I'm a teacher in my civilian career, and that's the capacity I'm here to speak in. Yesterday was President's Day, so I'd like to mention some quotes from some presidents. President Washington said, "The Constitution vests the power of declaring war with Congress, not the executive." Madison warned the trust and temptation of war was far too great for any one man. Lincoln said kings had always been involving and impoverishing their people in wars, so the Constitution was framed that no one man has this power. Yet for the past 24 years, presidents have sent our National Guard to fight in 20 different countries, and 95% of Congress is no longer in, 95% of the congressmen was not in office when the AUMF is passed, meaning that these wars have outlasted a congressional career. Let's consider the cost of these wars, because we're going to hear about funding or whatnot. Last year, my school and several police departments, as well as other schools across the state, were shorthanded because of that deployment that was mentioned. At Towson University, after my first deployment, I sat next to a young man who looked like an Iraqi that I had helped place into a body bag, and I had to withdraw from that class. And I'm sure I'm not the only case. There's also worth considering the cost to other people. The Iraqi family that was shot to pieces during a firefight I was in, the baby who lost an eye to our bombs in 2004, the Afghan 7-year-old whose legs were blown apart in 2014. Explosives are not surgical weapons, despite what anybody might tell you. And these children would be the same age as my students from Parkville High School, students from Yemen, Iraq, Syria, and Somalia. All of those countries have been bombed in the past month by the United States or our allies. Is it right for one person to decide to wage war in 20 countries for 24 years?
You can take your time. Go ahead.
I'll try to be quick. Regarding constitutionality, I think we should follow the correct democratic process. Georgetown professor Jamie Raskin said this bill strikes him as a meaningful and viable claim, meaning constitutional, about the rights states maintain under the Constitution. And if there are any issues, I hope it's the committee's role to help work those out and perhaps craft a bill that would pass muster. And I'll conclude with just the fact that this should never be a partisan issue. Jamie Raskin supported this under Obama. Delegate Grammer supported this under Trump, Biden, and now Trump again. This isn't a partisan issue, and please don't make it one. And lastly, no dollars could bring back my friend whose orphan twins never got to meet him. So when we're thinking about costs, or that comes up, remember all the costs to the children in my school who've suffered through things and other Marylanders. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service, and I'm sorry about the loss of your friend, okay?
Thank you as well.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Laird. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Laird. I live in Frederick, Maryland, District 3. I'm here today in favor of HB 548, and I need my glasses. Before 9/11, when folks... I'm sorry? I can't read without my glasses. Before 9/11, when folks signed up for the National Guard, they understood that they may be deployed for days or weeks at a time in Maryland or neighboring states for natural disasters and other domestic crises. They did not expect to be deployed for months or years at a time on the other side of the world fighting a hot war in a strange place. That's unexpected time away from their families, their employers, their small businesses for much longer than ever before. Well, this session, you have a chance to do something about this situation going forward. As I prepared to speak with you today, I wondered how your constituents would regard you if you failed to act when you had the opportunity to act to prevent this from happening again. Imagine if this president, or the next one, wants to send our National Guard into Iran. How many of your constituents would be excited and overjoyed at this prospect? If you fail to act on this legislation, we will let them know that you had the chance to do something to put up a roadblock in front of the administration, but chose to do nothing. Now imagine another scenario, one in which our governor tells the president to go pound sand. He can't have Maryland's National Guard unless Congress officially declares war. How much more satisfied would your constituents be in this scenario? Please defend our National Guard from the prospect of another misadventure in the Middle East or elsewhere. Please work for our National Guard families. Please work for your constituents' interests. Please do your part for our country. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
And thank you for being here. We really appreciate. We have a virtual witness, Dan McKnight. Will you be so kind and bring him up, please? Thank you. And everyone that's waiting for your bills, I know it's been a long day. We have tried to be as fair as we can in calling these bills, so just bear with us, okay? Good afternoon, sir. Mr. McKnight, will you be so kind? Welcome to the Health and Government Operations Committee and provide your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
You're welcome.
My name is Dan McKnight. I'm a 13-year veteran of the United States military. I fought in Afghanistan from 2005 to 2007, but today I'm here as the founder and chairman of a veterans organization that spans the entire country called Bring Our Troops Home. You know, every veteran swears an oath to protect the Constitution, and the most important clause in the Constitution governs war. And it's very clear that Congress alone has the authority to declare war. Yet for decades, Congress has abdicated that duty, allowing presidents from both parties to wage endless and undeclared wars. The Defend the Guard Act before you today is the constitutional correction to this failure. Opponents will claim that federal law prohibits this bill, that governors cannot object to the federalization of their own National Guard, but that simply isn't true. Title 10 of U.S. Code states that a member of the National Guard may not be called into federal duty without the consent of the governor, except for the purposes of overseas training. The Supreme Court even reaffirmed this in the Perpich v. Department of Defense case in the 1990s. You're likely going to hear concerns about federal funding and equipment, but members of Congress and the United States Senate have affirmed that these concerns are nothing more than a red herring. Further, the current Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, and the Director of the Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, have all endorsed this bill. Claims of federal supremacy and funding loss are misleading and tiresome, but really what truly exhausts me is seeing sons and daughters, Maryland citizen soldiers, sent into unauthorized wars. We know what war is. Every veteran that supports this bill knows what war is. But what we don't know is what it's like to have Congress actually declare war before they send us, demonstrating their own courage and the full informed consent of the American people. We have a robust active duty military at the president's disposal for limited combat operations worldwide. Defend the Guard does nothing to restrict that authority, but it does demand that Congress fulfill its constitutional duty before sending the National Guard into war. So when do we get to demand that Congress even show an ounce of courage that they expect from those that they send to fight and die? Then I'll wrap up. Those of us in uniform uphold our oath to the Constitution, and it's long past time for Congress to uphold theirs. This bill is Maryland's chance to take a stand and to make clear that the National Guard of Maryland is not the tool for endless and undeclared wars. If Congress wants a war, let them declare it. Until then, our guardsmen should stay home and protect America. Madam Chairman, thank you so much for the time, and I'll stand for any questions you may have.
And thank you for your service. We really appreciate it, okay? And this committee values everyone that serves. I know I have family members they have served. So thank you so much. I'm going to open it up for questions. First, I saw Delegate Riley. And next, I'm going to go to Delegate Chisholm and then Delegate Hutchinson. Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yes, whomever is best to answer this, maybe the sponsor. So I think there's a problem, speaking of this, I do support the bill. Thank you. And speaking about the bill with other folks, I think there's a confusion of the Army Reserves or the, National Reserve, Army Reserves or the National Guard. So I actually you pulled it up and I just put in Army Reserves just to get their definition, and it automatically came up. It says the U.S. Army Reserves and the National Guard are both reserve components of the U.S. military, but they have different missions and reporting structures. Army Reserves support military operations worldwide. National Guard support state emergencies and homeland defense. Do you agree with that comment?
Generally, yes. Although I would say the Army National Reserves are much different, and that those reserves lay squarely under the prerogative of the president.
Okay. So you do believe that the, obviously, from most you and your panel said that the National Guard was formed to defend our states.
I'm going to take that. The National Guard.
Yes, absolutely. We absolutely believe we're here to defend the states and serve the president in time of war. Per the Constitution, there's a separate clause in the Constitution that defines when the Congress may call forth the militia. Okay. It's about 2 or 3 below. I think it's clause 13 as opposed to the clause under which in section 8 calls
So this
for.
bill has the exception in there if they are needed and Congress takes action.
Yes,
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Delegate Chisholm, followed by Hutchinson. My pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for bringing this bill to us and all of us getting our U.S. Constitution 101 today. Because Article 1, Section 8 does clearly say that only U.S. Congress can declare war. So I'd really like to know, how does this play out then? Let's say that, we start to deploy troops overseas and they want to call the National Guard or Guardsmen from Maryland. Would our Attorney General have to stop it at that point? Or how would they work out in real world scenarios? And are we the only state have any other states passed it? And have you seen it actually put into practice? Because pragmatically, I want to understand how it would actually play out.
Yeah, it's an exceptional question, and I feel like it's one that probably everyone here has. So I'll start backwards. And
You're the only one. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem at all. I think I can do it. So to answer kind of the second part of your question, there is this piece of legislation in just about 30 states right now. And those legislatures are working through the issues, much like you are kind of learning, getting up to speed on Defend the Guard in 30 legislatures across the country. It has already passed in 4 states, but not in both chambers. So in each of 4 states, it has passed in 1 chamber, and we anticipate that this will be the first year when it passes fully in both chambers and becomes law. The mechanism in this bill and the bills that are in each legislator is the governor. So it is upon the governor to say you cannot have the National Guard activated for combat deployments unless there is a congressional declaration of war. And that is simply the mechanism. What we anticipate happens next, we anticipate that the federal, there is a huge concern about funding, which is understandable. What we are sure of is that there still must maintain kind of unit readiness at some level, and so the federal funding is not going away. We have assurances about that. So in each state, it will be incumbent upon the governor, if Congress has not declared war, to simply say no. And that is your authority to use your state militia. And what ultimately ends up happening is that Congress then takes accountability. And if there is a threat to this country and we must send our sons and daughters, I promise you that Congress will declare war, and then our governor can say, absolutely, you can take our units.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Grammer, I don't know if I dreamed this or thought I saw it somewhere. It's not in testimony, but did the Attorney General chime in about this at one point?
Yeah, he did write a letter. I'd actually like to yield to Mr. McKnight to address the Attorney General's letter, if he's okay with that.
Yes, absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I believe the Attorney General's letter was overly broad, and it didn't really actually dive down into the issues at hand. Specifically, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 and 16 of the Constitution grant Congress the authority to call forth a militia for 3 purposes, right? To execute the laws of the Union, to suppress an insurrection, and to repel an invasion. Foreign combat operations, absent congressional authorization, simply aren't included in that authority. The Attorney General went on to talk about certain federal statutes that don't, that this bill would be in violation of, and those are not true. They talk about Title 10 and Title 32, and I want to be very clear about what those 2 are. Title 10 is when the National Guard is activated and they're put under federal control and federal dollars. And those are found in Title 10 of U.S. Code, Section 12301, Sections A through F. Okay, Title 32 is when the Guard is called forward for federal funding under state control. And those are Homeland Defense, emergency response, things of that nature, insurrections, putting in enforcement of law enforcement and things like that. Those 2 things are 2 separate codes, 2 completely different authorizations. And the Attorney General talked about the defunding of the National Guard would be because of a Title 32 removal of funds for failing to meet readiness standards. But that's actually, it's not correct. He's using Title 32 to defund Title 10 missions. And those 2 things are being misconstrued. You can only defund a National Guard from the federal government if they fail to meet readiness and training standards under Title 32. Title 10 has nothing to do with Title 32, and this bill only deals with Title 10 deployments overseas. And so it was a little bit of a misdirection, maybe a misunderstanding of the difference, because it is a very fine line. But finally, in Title 10 of U.S. Code, Section F, it's called the Montgomery Amendment. It specifically states that for the purposes of overseas foreign training, the governors cannot object to the calling forth of their militia into federal service. It's the only place in the federal code or the Constitution that says for one specific purpose, the governors do not have the ability to interpose and object. And it's only for overseas training. And the Supreme Court reaffirmed that in the Perpich v. Department of Defense decision that already referenced. And then finally, one last thing, there's a couple of instances where governors have already used their authority to block the calling forth of their militias or their National Guard. One was Governor Lester Maddox in Georgia. He refused to let the National Guard go forward. Federal government was unable to overstep his authority. And there was a governor in Hawaii, and I'm dropping her name, that objected to the use of the National Guard to go to the Middle East for the global war on terror because she had crises at home that needed her attention. And so this is not a novel concept. It's not radical unless you look at the actual definition of the word radical, which means getting to the root of an issue. And that's what this bill is trying to do, is to get to the root of the issue, that we have a way to go to war in this country, and that is clearly defined in the Constitution.
Thank you. You picked the right person to answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question for this panel? Since there are none, I'd like to ask a few.
Sure.
First, I want to start with, and usually I tell my members, what is your question? But I'm going to give myself some grace and have a little leeway, since I've been communicating with some of you online, okay, and have replied to your emails, because we reply to everyone. If the bill does not pass, it doesn't mean that any of these 23 members that do not support our Guard, our troops, all right? Let's just put that on the table, because a lot of us have people that serve and we're very supportive, okay? I want to start with that. Delegate Grammer, if you disagree with the AG, because the explanation given by Mr. McKnight, you can ask the AG to revise the letter. You can connect Mr. McKnight to the AG's office and put them in touch so that they can talk to him, and perhaps Mr. McKnight can give them information that they can use to rely. I've done it, and many other people have as well. Secondly, I asked you last year, why didn't you cross it? Did you cross the bill this session?
I did not.
Okay, is there a reason why not?
The Senate tends to run the train off the railroad tracks, and I tend to pass bills when I don't have cross files.
Okay, because it's good to do it in a bill like this in both houses.
Unless your bill dies in the Senate, and then you're kind of...
So you think it was going to die? Okay. So the other thing I wanted to clear is that to date, there hasn't been one state in the U.S. that has passed this bill, correct? Not both houses. Both houses and signed by a governor.
Not that we've seen.
All right. In Virginia, it passed the House, but there was no Senate cross-file. In Arizona, it passed the Senate twice. It was killed in the House. In New Hampshire, it passed the House, it died in the Senate. In West Virginia, right next to us, it failed in 2015 and 2024. In Montana, it passed the House. In Idaho, did not advance. Actually, Idaho, as I was doing research for this bill, there's a big article, and the article actually states the following. It's a newspaper article. It says, amid concerns, bill would defund the Idaho National Guard. House committee shelves legislation. They thought it would cost millions of dollars. And I have a reason for bringing this up in a minute. In Texas, it was sent to a study. In Michigan, it failed. It said it will have a fiscal note of over $400 million. In Rhode Island, it was sent to a study as well. It is presently pending in Arizona, Georgia, Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, Minnesota, Missouri, Montana, New Hampshire, Oklahoma, and South Carolina. But no one has passed it. And did you see, Delegate Grammer, page 3 of the fiscal note?
I did.
And page 3 of the fiscal note, because we don't have to guess, we have to take people at their word, right? I always like to say, I want you to think that I'm coming with my best intentions, and I'm going to assume you come with your best intentions.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is what we were told by the department, Delegate Grammer, because the fiscal writer called the department. Because when we write a fiscal note to see what the impact is, they call, and if you've been sitting here, you've been hearing me mention the fiscal note.
Yep.
What the cost will be or effect. It says, notwithstanding federal law, the military department expresses concern of the bill's potential effect on its long-term federal funding. According to the department, the federal government could view any attempt at limiting the National Guard's activation as justification to revoke the department's federal funding and other military equipment and facilities provided by the federal government. So, and then to top it off, we got a letter from the AG, and I checked with them again this year, Delegate Grammer, to see if they had changed their mind. And it's the same as last year, where they said that this will be unconstitutional. So being that they say it's unconstitutional, given that the federal military department told us that, you know, they're concerned about their funding, and being that it hasn't passed any other state, all right? That is what this committee has in front of us, okay? So as you know, think about things, there's no malice behind what we do or not do. It's the fact that we go on the facts, and those are the facts we have as we decide this bill. Now, what I would like you to do, Delegate Grammer, is to go back to the AG and have Mr. McKnight, who gave an amazing explanation on Article 32, and see if you can get a revised AG letter from us.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that, all of that,
Sure.
if I can. So I think what the sole thing we should remember is that as elected officials, and even state elected officials, the first thing we did when we were elected is swore an oath to the Constitution. And the Constitution is the law of the land which supersedes all other things. And it tells us what to do explicitly, especially on this issue. And in that, it is very clear. And in that, you know, knowing that.
But excuse me, but you're disagreeing with the AG. Can we assume that you're disagreeing with our AG, right?
Unequivocally, I disagree with the AG. And I think the fact that so many other states have failed to take leadership on this issue means absolutely nothing to me. And I'll give you the reason why this very issue is not only in our Constitution, but has been discussed for hundreds of years. The gentleman named Dylan, who couldn't be with us because he had to work today, served in Afghanistan. In the war in Afghanistan, there was a particular deployment which was the bloodiest battle for the National Guard in American history. The National Guard had to set up before those who were trained primarily for combat arrived, and they lost scores of troops. It was an unconstitutionally declared war. It lasted over 20 years. And at the end of that conflict, our armed servicemen, if you listen to their stories, they walked away and they said, what did I even do with the last 2 decades except look to my left and my right and see my brothers and sisters die? I can't go back to their families and even explain why we went to that conflict in the first place. So I would cast the Attorney General's letter aside because it's wrong, just as he has been wrong so many times. And I would say this committee should be empowered in this moment to be the state that stands up. You know, Democrats and Republicans used to be skeptical about war because what happens unequivocally in every armed conflict over the last 44 years that I've been alive is we walk away without a real answer why we were there, and we have nothing but broken and battered families. So this committee can be the first to stand up and for this radical idea that, sure, you could take our National Guard away from our communities to serve abroad. Just tell us why you're doing it. What we're asking here is you just make Congress do its damn job, which in 2025 seems impossible. I get it. But all we're doing is we're taking our constitutional oath, we're taking it seriously, and we're saying before you cast the lives of Maryland's National Guard men and women, you just tell us why we're going, you do your job, you declare war, and we're happy to be right there with you.
And I know you disagree with the AG, but we follow the AG's, advice. I have one last question, Delegate Grammer.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the difference between the bill that Jamie Raskin was a co-sponsor, not a lead, the difference between that bill and your bill?
So then State Senator Raskin filed bills in 2009 and 2010. There are negligible differences. I cannot cite them. We can certainly continue to, I know I have tried to share with as many of you as possible so you have the historical understanding of what has gone through the legislature. There is negligible difference, but I'm happy to work with Delegate Grammer and define that better.
So I'll tell you what the differences are because I have them in front of me. So if you look at Delegate Grammer's bill and the bill that Delegate Raskin 571, which is the bill you sent me by email, and thank you for sending it to me. I read it. Delegate, the Raskin, he was a co-sponsor, This is the difference. His would apply if an authorization for use of military force has its terms expire, has by its term expire, or is no longer valid authority for federal control over units of the National Guard, and there is otherwise no action on the way for the prompt return of the units to the state control. The governor shall request the returns of the units to the control of the state. There's a big difference between them, because that means that it has expired, right? Yours is preempting it, right? There's a big difference between both of them. There's very different bills. And if you can read it again, you don't have it in front of you, you will see that. And I'm referring to line 12 to 19 on page 2 of Senate Bill 571, okay?
And those are the details which I regard as negligible.
Okay.
Surely this body does not believe that an authorization of military force signed in 2001
Fight Al-Qaeda.
to fight Al-Qaeda still applies and permits us to continue to send men and women into harm's way when Congress will not do their job and will not declare war. I don't think you believe it. I think you know that I am correct, that at 2001, AUMF, it is, for all intents and purposes, expired. I'm certain we agree on that. And that's the reason that detail is negligible.
Well, Dr. Laporte, you are free to work with Delegate Grammer and Mr. McKnight to talk to the AG's office, okay?
We certainly will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this panel? Delegate Martinez.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. I think we all can agree that Congress isn't working, so I'm glad that the panel said that. My question is around some of the things that we've heard from our current president, particularly around immigration enforcement and sending our National Guardsmen to the border, potentially even overseas, to help with some of this enforcement. Would this bill prohibit that from happening? Is that something that you're intended on for this bill, or would that encompass that in this bill?
What type of enforcement?
Yeah, one person, one question.
I just want to understand the question more clearly, if you could.
So what is your
what type of enforcement?
For, I guess, immigration enforcement, but also if we're sending people overseas to help or assist with that enforcement, would that encompass in this bill? Would the governor be able to say, no mas, no?
Yield to Mr. McKnight.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Representative, I appreciate that question. This bill only interferes and stops the deployment for the purposes of overseas combat. The National Guard actually has a purpose in the Constitution to repel an invasion. And we've seen Attorney General Brenovich in Arizona, Attorney General Paxton in Texas. They've actually issued opinions that they think that what happened during the 2019 to 2024 time period might actually classify as an invasion. And so the National Guard could be used under governor's authority or congressional authority to repel that invasion. Now, that's a philosophical debate that's beyond this bill. What's happening at the border has nothing to do with this bill whatsoever, but the Defend the Guard Act specifically stops federalization for the purpose of going overseas for combat operations not declared by Congress. Now, every other purpose that the National Guard participates in, overseas training, overseas humanitarian efforts, domestic security of the homeland, enforcement of local laws and federal laws inside of the continental United States, those all remain the same. Everything else the National Guard does, except participating in the Horn of Africa or Iraq or Syria without a declaration of war, everything else remains in place. But to parlay this a little bit into what was asked about Raskin's bill in 2009, his bill stopped something or ended something that had happened incorrectly. This bill is much more powerful than that. It stops something from happening before it happens. And that's the benefit of state legislatures in our federalist form of government, is the duty to interpose between their own militia and an overreaching federal government. That's the whole point of the bill. So if there is an invasion on the border and it's not immigration related, let's say it's drug cartels, let's say it's criminals coming across the border, let's say it's an invading army, the National Guard's purpose from the Constitution is to stop that. Now, as far as the political ramifications of immigration, that's not what we're here to talk about. And all that does is probably muddy the water a little bit and divide lines. This is not a political issue. This transcends political lines. And I wouldn't want to interject immigration into the conversation about illegal war.
Well, I appreciate that sentiment. unfortunately, from the places and intersections I sit, politics is always at the table. And so, the issues that are of mind for my constituents are of immigration, are of overreach from the federal government. And so I really appreciate you seeing states as the front lines to an authoritative government that federally that's overstepping their bounds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Rosenberg. And thank you, everyone, for being patient.
My question is for you, Mr. McKnight. If I heard you correctly, you cited one of the legal or people in support of your position was Lester Maddox. Is that correct?
No, I said that he is a governor that has used his own authority to interpose between a federal government call-up that he didn't agree with.
Okay, and how did he rise to prominence? Where did he take issue with federal law, specifically Brown versus the board and its progeny?
They wanted to federalize the use of the National Guard, and he thought that it should have been a state mission instead. His was more about the authority to control the troops than it was about the purpose for which they were being called. It wasn't about the end result or the mission. It was about the proper authority. And ultimately, our country got it right. But his argument was that this is the state militia. I should be the one that controls them. I should be the one that is the commander-in-chief. And there's been debates for decades about the proper use of the National Guard for those type of measures. But ultimately, like I said, I think our country got it right.
Well, Mr. Maddox didn't think the court got it right in Brown versus the board because he used a pickaxe to prevent blacks from using his restaurant. Is that not correct?
That's an incredible point, and you're right. It's, again, taking the politics aside, his argument was that the governor is the commander-in-chief. And ultimately what happened was there was a proper authority given to call forth the National Guard. They relied on the three purposes found in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15, to call forth the militia from the state to put down an insurrection, to enforce the laws of the Union, or to repel an invasion. Those are the three purposes, and ultimately, like I said, our country got it right by relying on the laws that we have on the books. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and by doing it with a proper authority, Governor Maddox, he may have interjected, and what he stopped was just an improper call-up of the National Guard through a DOD order, and they did it through a congressional call-up, which is the proper way.
Thank you.
You bet.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for your service and your advocacy. I'm going to call an unfavorable, which is Craig Hunter from the Maryland Military Department. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, ma'am.
And thank you for your patience. Welcome to the Health and Government Operations Committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Brigadier General Craig Hunter, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to House Bill 548, the Defend the Guard Act. The Maryland National Guard plays a critical role in both state emergencies and our national defense, at home and overseas. Since 9/11, the federal government has invested heavily in the National Guard, enhancing personnel readiness, modernizing equipment, and improving infrastructure. These investments by the Department of Defense are based on the expectation that the National Guard units remain available to support our nation's national security needs. Restricting the Maryland National Guard's participation in federal missions could jeopardize this funding, shifting resources and modernization efforts to states that remain fully engaged. Beyond the financial impact, this bill challenges the fundamental role of the National Guard as a dual mission force. Maryland National Guard soldiers and airmen voluntarily serve both state and federal missions. Many actively seek federal deployments to gain valuable experience, career advancement, and active duty service time. Under HB 548, these opportunities would be restricted. Even though federal law allows for voluntary activation with both service member and gubernatorial consent. Additionally, the Department of Defense determines force structure and resource allocation based on the full availability of National Guard units. If the Maryland National Guard withdraws from the federal operations, our units risk losing priority in training, equipment upgrades, and overall readiness. This could weaken our ability to respond effectively to the state emergencies, natural disasters, and crises that require a well-trained force. HB 548 would not only limit opportunities for our service members, but also risk diminishing Maryland National Guard's capabilities. For these reasons, we urge the committee to issue an unfavorable report. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, ma'am.
We really appreciate you. I'm going to open it up for questions right now from the committee. Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you for being here. We appreciate it, and thank you for your service. We heard from the other panel, one of the gentlemen said that when someone goes and applies for the National Guard, that it is very clear that it is for Homeland. Is that not correct? When when they apply, do they know that they could possibly be deployed overseas?
Yes, ma'am, they do. In fact, that is one of the things, if this bill passed, I would see recruiting being jeopardized because many of our recruits join because of that dual mission ability that we have. So they look for the opportunity to serve both at home and overseas. They can serve their home state and they get the opportunity to deploy and serve the nation. So I can see this bill hurting recruiting.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you on behalf of the committee, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have a blessed day.
You too.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the favorable. I have Joe Updike, Garrett Sterling, Alexander Schlegel, Ali Rack, and Darren Gov, who is actually virtual. Can you bring it up, please? Did people leave? What is your name? Sir, your name?
My name is Alex Schlegel.
Okay. What is your name again?
My name is Alex Schlegel.
Okay, I have you. And you, ma'am?
Allie Rock.
And then where is Craig Hunter? Oh, no, he just testified. Garrett Sterling, are you here?
He is under the weather.
And Joe Updike?
Not here.
Okay.
Not present.
All right, let's do it. And thank you for being patient as you waited.
All right, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Alex Schlegel, a Baltimore resident, Air Force veteran. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this bill. In my time in the Air Force and also post, I've witnessed or heard the many stories from veterans, coworkers, the students I teach, close friends, and even my own family, of the nonstop, unsustainable, unconstitutional deployments post 9/11 under the unconstitutional AUMF, Authorization of Military Force. Veterans, many here today that you heard, have all experienced at some level the tragedies, these endless, unsustainable, and unnecessary deployments and wars of the past 25 years. I'm one of the lucky veterans. I didn't see combat. And I thank God that fortunately I didn't have to suffer the tragic consequences, challenges, heartache, and circumstances many veterans and their families experience post-deployment, all of which could be avoided. This needs to end. You can all make the difference in this room. End the status quo. Force Congress to finally do their damn job. Great nations do not fight endless wars. The Guard needs to stay here in Maryland. Furthermore, the bill is common sense. We've all witnessed the recent tragedies of the Key Bridge, hurricanes that affected North Carolina, Tennessee, and Florida, wildfires in California, and just this weekend there's flash flooding in Kentucky that's ongoing. In closing, this bill should not be partisan. It's your constitutional responsibility, everyone in this room, to commit on this committee to honor veterans and support this bill. Let's all lead from the front. Seriously, let's just do this. Do the right thing. And furthermore, and ultimately, blessed are the peacemakers, for they should be called children of God.
Thank you for your service. Next, please.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, thank you so much, members of the committee, for having us here today. My name is Allie Rock. I'm the Maryland State Director for the State Freedom Caucus Network. And actually, you're going to hear also from my colleague in Montana, who is happy to speak with you virtually today about the progress of the bill in that state. We strongly support HB 548 for its defense of constitutional principles and commitment to federalism, as you have in my written testimony. But since I know Madam Chair likes us to be fresh, for our oral testimony, I thought that I would speak today more about why the title of this bill is dubbed Defend the Guard. Why does the National Guard, and specifically the Maryland Guard, need defending by the people of Maryland? After all, they are tasked with the defense of us, the American people in the state of Maryland. Why do we need to step up and protect the protectors? Since January 8th, I've been coming to the State House 3 to 4 days per week for the purpose of advocacy, and I'm struck by the artwork in the halls of the House office building here, particularly on the 3rd floor. But I'm embarrassed to admit that it took me a few weeks of walking the halls to notice that the beautiful charcoal renderings of the human subjects of the art project have a tragic meaning behind them. Chris Hipsley, Army, stoops to greet his service dog. Lenny Youngblood, U.S. Marine Corps, proudly bounces his toddler on his hip. Rory Patrick Hamill's haunting, solemn gaze, balancing atop his prosthetic leg, overlooks the business of the 3rd floor. They are all the faces of 22. The staggering statistic of the young men and women veterans who take their own lives each day in the United States. With PTSD being a leading underlying cause of veteran suicide, the most important thing we can do to prevent veteran suicide is to make fewer veterans from combat zones. We can hold Congress to their duty to put their names and votes to a declaration of war if it is truly a necessary last resort to defend our nation and our national security, and that is how we defend the Guard, who sacrificed so much to defend us. I urge the committee to issue a favorable report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these two panelists? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today. Will you please bring the virtual witness? Is there someone here for this bill that did not get called? Will you please get up? Okay, please, the virtual witness. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Will you be so kind and unmute yourself, and we cannot see you? Mr. Darren Gubb?
My name is
Yes.
Darren Gubb. I'm unable to do video. I can only do audio.
It's okay. We will take it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Darren Gubb. I'm a retired lieutenant colonel who served in the U.S. Army from 1991 to 2019. I have 7 combat and hazardous tours from North Africa to Europe to Central Asia, Middle East, and actually over into East Asia. I'm aviation branch as an officer, flew Black Hawk helicopters, but my generalist work as a military officer doing general kind of work is as a strategist and a planner who worked on Title 10, Title 32 Guard active and reserve components issues across multiple continents for the majority of my time. And today I remain a go-to person on anything military, foreign policy, and constitutional, and appearing in front of millions of people each week in the media. And I would tell you that I know, not every aspect. I'm no Dan McKnight of the Defend the Guard, but I do know many of the policies brought up. I'll skip through the majority of what I had to say because it's been said, and I agree with the proponents. What I will say and emphasize heavily is that this bill will not affect the following items. 1, funding. Your fiscal note, if it was honest, should say 0. I know that you have what's in front of you and that's all you have, but it should go back because there's no cost to this bill whatsoever. It will not affect force structure. Anything with bases or equipment, I've built force structure. This is just the case. It will not affect pay and benefits. It will not affect overseas training. It will not affect the commander-in-chief at the national level, his ability to rapidly respond to national defense priorities, or the governor's ability as commander-in-chief to use the state's National Guard to engage in things like drug interdiction or respond to emergencies, unless, of course, your National Guard is overseas in an undeclared war. Then they can't respond to anything your state needs. It will not affect readiness. The only reason why readiness would be affected by anything here is because your National Guard would lack leadership, and then you have a leadership challenge. Funding would not affect this because funding's not affected at all. Last thing I'll say is, and I'll get off, is that a uniformed service member, active guard or reserve, cannot appear before any legislature in this country and take a position on a bill, whether it be for or against. That is against DoD Directive 1344.10, and that should be known because it's a common thing in the military. We do not engage in politics. Every junior member of the military knows this, and so doing so is a violation of DoD policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And if I may, and thank you for your service, the gentleman that testified, for the record, he signed up for the Maryland Military Department, not on a personal basis. And the record is very clear. Are there any questions for this witness? Thank you so much for your service again. We really appreciate it and for your patience. And this is actually the end of this bill hearing. We have called the witnesses. This is actually House Bill 548, the end of this hearing. That will conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 548. Next, House Bill 573, Delegate Kipke. And everyone else that is waiting, we're saving the best for last. No, all it means is that there are too many witnesses. But we thank you for being patient. And for the committee members, thank you for being here, okay, and for being patient, and staff as well. Go ahead, Delegate Kipke.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
I'm Delegate Kipke here to introduce House Bill 573. This bill clarifies certain things in response to a law that we passed in 2022 through House Bill 968, which established under the State Board of Dental Examiners the dental assistant category of expanded function dental assistant, or EFDAs. The bill authorized dental assistants to obtain a certification after complying with the educational and other requirements under the bill and is provided by the State Board of Dental Examiners. An EFDA may be certified by the board to perform at least one of 5 expanded functions. As one could expect, compromise language was amended into the bill. As you know, these types of things are often very controversial, to address concerns of interested parties. One of these amendments involved the courses that the board could authorize, and these courses had to be a part of 4 different things. Unfortunately, this language eliminated 2 key educational programs that are important to facilitating the education of EFDAs who apply. The courses and programs barred by the current language in the law are courses offered by the Dale Foundation, an affiliate of the Dental Assisting National Board, despite the fact that one of the requirements an applicant must meet is to have the appropriate certification from the Dental Assisting National Board. 2 orthodontic dental assisting courses or programs offered by Trapezio Orthodontic Assisting Solution, which provides essential courses for the education of orthopedic EFDAs. Many of these courses are available online. I would like to point out that online courses, when appropriate, are essential for dental assistants who are working, many of whom also have family and other responsibilities. In short, HB 573 corrects this problem. It also specifies which entities may offer CE courses once they have been approved by the board. Finally, it establishes the requirement for reinstating an expired EFDA certification. I would ask the committee to consider this favorably. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You're welcome. Who would you like to go next, Delegate Kipke?
So just go down the line here.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and
You're
esteemed
welcome.
members of the committee. My name is Stephen Siegel, Dr. Stephen Siegel. I've been a practicing orthodontist in Maryland, in Reisterstown, Glen Burnie, and Owings Mills for over 35 years. I've been a faculty member at the Department of Orthodontics at the University of Maryland since 1989, and I've been affiliated with the Johns Hopkins Cleft Palate team for over 30 years. I presently serve as president-elect of the American Association of Orthodontists, the AAO. We have almost 300 members in Maryland and 19,000 members worldwide. In a staff shortage survey conducted in 2022, more than 50% of orthodontists reported that staff turnover and shortages were a problem impacting their practice. Labor force gaps in orthodontics may have undesirable consequences, such as reducing the number of available patient appointments, placing added stress on remaining staff, or utilizing less qualified employees to perform procedures normally performed by expanded function orthodontic assistants. If only in-person orthodontic assistant programs are permitted, inadvertent consequences could be a significant reduction in training programs, resulting in reduced accessibility for those seeking to become expanded function orthodontic assistants. This will add cost to training and result in greater inconvenience and time lost from work. The result will be an exacerbation of staff shortages and may have the opposite effect as intended, a compromise to patient health and safety and reduced access to quality care. Trapezio is the only expanded function orthodontic assistance training program endorsed by the American Association of Orthodontists. Trapezio's online self-paced training coupled with hands-on training has proven over and over to be highly effective in helping to develop the skills and knowledge necessary to become an excellent expanded function orthodontic assistant. I respectfully ask for a favorable report of HB 573.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dan Doherty. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland State Dental Association in support of House Bill 573. I want to thank Delegate Kipke not only for sponsoring this bill, but for sponsoring the original bill that passed in 2022. Unfortunately, that bill, in getting regulations promulgated, has run into one snag after another. And just recently, the Health Department has requested the board to look at and make some revisions of other regulations. But this oversight needs to be corrected now before they start contemplating the new regulations. I think it's important to note, and it was very intentional in the way the bill was drafted, that the authorization of online courses is only when the online courses are appropriate. So if the Board of Dental Examiners feels that a particular course is clinical, needs to be done in person, they have the authority to do that under this bill. However, without this bill, virtually every course would have to be in person. That would deter people entering, attempting to be an expanded function dental assistant, and would not meet the needs of many dental practices. So with that, I would urge a favorable report, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Madam Chair.
Hi.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the HGO Committee, my name is Charles Doring. I'm a general dentist in Rockville, Maryland, a small dental practice. You have my written testimony, so I won't read that. But just to tell you, actually next month is National Dental Assistants Month. What a fabulous job the dental assistants team do. Without them, we could not service the population with great dental care that we do. Not only do they meet and greet and seat you, make sure you're comfortable, but often they are certified in dental radiation technology, taking the x-rays, exposing those, and then also infection control, very, very important in our office, as you all know. So the purpose of the EFTA is to elevate and attract more individuals into dental assisting, and those that are already into dental assisting to expand that. So for the sake of what's been said already, I ask for a favorable report on passage of House Bill 573. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of House Government Operations Committee. I'm Dr. Tom Beckett, Legislative Chair of the Maryland State Dental Association and past President of the MSDA. There's a lot of me, too, in my testimony, so I'm going to get to the one point that I think is appropriate. This is the time to make these corrections in the bill, as it's been 3 years since the original bill was passed, and there have been no promulgations of rules and regulations due to the process of creating them and a lot of back and forth. And for the last 10 months, the most recent copy of the rules and regulations sat on the Secretary of Health's desk without any action until they were returned with many modifications asked. I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 573.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for questions now. Are there any questions for the delegate and his panel? Delegate Hill.
Thank you. And I guess I just need a simple explanation, and I'm going to direct it to this doctor right here.
Dr. Siegel.
Dr. Siegel, yeah. So the bill talks about the DALE, and it talks about the Trapezio, which you said is the only one approved. You said for online, but in your testimony, you also said it does have a clinical component implying in person. So explain the difference between DALE and Trapezio, and what is the clinical component? Because I think that's a key thing for a lot of these dental bills, is how we're assessing hands-on things on an online course.
So I anticipated that question. So I had checked with Dr. Doug Depew, who's the director of Trapezio, and he wrote to me that there are two potential mechanisms for some hands-on training, which is an important part of training for an expanded function orthodontic assistant. One would be partnering with the local orthodontic association to offer periodic hands-on courses supervised by experienced orthodontic specialists. The other would be providing structured in-office training guides to help orthodontic practices deliver hands-on instruction under doctor supervision. And this can be very, very effective. For many years, I was the director of an expanded function orthodontic assistance program at Howard Community College, and we always had a hands-on component. We both had a one-day lab, but we also had a guide for hands-on training within the individual's dental and orthodontic practices.
May I follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to be clear, under the Trapezio model, that hands-on is not optional. So if they get a certificate or certification, they would have had, the mechanism is not, there are two mechanisms, but they have to have a hands-on component to get that certification.
That's correct. In fact, Trapezio had been sanctioned as a program by the State Board of Dental Examiners up until this legislation created, inadvertently, I think, created roadblocks to online training.
And what's the DALE?
You're talking about the Dental Assistants National Board?
The bill talks about two. It talks about DALE.
They have wonderful programs. In fact, again, when I was teaching orthodontic assisting, I work with Danby, the Dental Assistant National Board, to help to create orthodontic questions for the exam that they administered for, we called it qualification back then. And it's a great course, but it really is primarily for general dental assisting, and it only has a very small component for orthodontic assisting. And what orthodontic assistants need is really more focused orthodontic program that Trapezio offers. So I was really speaking to Trapezio as an orthodontist, but I support both programs as a dentist.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Actually, I do. 1 second. I apologize. Delegate Kipke, because you're not going to get an opportunity to come back, there's actually 4 people that signed up unfavorable. Did they contact you at all ahead of the?
No, but I'm quite fond of them. And, and we did hug earlier in the day. I have the special distinction of having the most prolific political dentist and the most prolific political dental hygienist in the state, in my district, in Delegate Chisholm's district. And they're both wonderful, and we can have a conversation and see if there's some common ground there. But I think it's important to ensure that appropriate tools are used to address the staffing crisis that exists, both to protect public safety, but also to ensure that people are getting the care that they need.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to encourage them when they come to continue to meet with you. All right, so let's go on now to the unfavorable panel. Jennifer Gaglioni, Deborah Carty, Sherry Khan, Joy Voigt Holmes. Is there anyone that did not get called? All right. And thank you for being patient. I know you waited a long time. I hope we're worth the wait.
Yes.
You can get started.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. If you will be so kind and move the delegate White Holland, what is it?
Oh, thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, all the distinguished members of the committee, thank you so much for having us today. I am going to keep my statement very short and concise. My name is Jennifer Gallione. I am the legislative chair for the Maryland Board of Dental Examiners. According to our regulations, I'm requesting an unfavorable report for this bill. Our COMAR 10.44.01, qualifications for orthodontic expanded functions for dental assistants, as well as point 10 for the dental expanded functions for the dental assistants, not the ortho, but they're very similar. They require a hands-on component. So with the orthodontic assistants, it is a 10 hours of a hands-on clinical component, 35 can be online. With the dental assistants and non-ortho ones, it is a 60-hour with 15 hands-on. This is essential because these assistants perform tasks directly affecting patient care. Online coursework, while beneficial for theoretical learning, does not provide the tactile skills necessary for safe and effective patient treatment. By allowing online programs to replace critical in-person training, we risk lowering standards for these dental assistants and ultimately compromising patient safety. And for that, again, I ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Next, please.
Esteemed Chair Penny Milnick, Vice Chair Cullison, and distinguished members of the House Health and Government Operations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition to House Bill 573. My name is Deborah Carty. I'm a registered dental hygienist and a member of the Maryland State Board of Dental Examiners. I'm speaking on behalf of the board, and just to provide a historical perspective, House Bill 968, it did pass in 2022, and it would permit dental assistants to perform 4 functions previously only permitted by dentists and dental hygienists. The legislation also asserted 4 entities that may provide that training. The board promulgated regulations which included in-person training with a clinical component. The board, however, received several comments in the public comment time and from stakeholders, and they requested that the board amend the regulations to allow the required training to be 100% online. As a result of these discussions with our stakeholders, we had a Zoom meeting, we decided to compromise as a board and promulgate new regulations that allowed online didactic learning with hands-on clinical training. The board strongly asserts that it is essential for dental assistants to demonstrate dexterity and precision to properly and safely perform these 4 new functions, and hands-on training is required. One of the items that dental assistants will be able to perform is the monitoring of nitrous oxide. And so some of you may remember there was some legislation for dental hygienists to perform monitoring of nitrous oxide. And those courses are required to be in person with a hands-on component. It's important to understand that with nitrous oxide, patients can aspirate and patients can die. It is important to have that clinical component. And I'll stop there.
Next, please.
Hello, Madam Chair and distinguished committee. I'm Shari Cohn, board-certified pediatric dentist, and I'm here representing the board in opposition of HB 573. The board is opposed because it does not require hands-on training. Originally, this bill did only have a clinical in-person program, but we compromised. And when we came to a compromise, we agreed that of the 35 hours required to have this expanded function, 10 hours had to be in person with hands-on training. So we have already reached a compromise. As I'm sure you're aware, working in someone's mouth is very challenging and difficult. This type of work requires experience, and you can't learn it from a video or an online course. It has the potential, if you're managing saliva, dental materials at the same time, and you have to also protect a patient's airway, it has the potential to create an adverse effect. It is not sufficient to just learn this from a video. In addition, the 2 alternate courses that were recommended and are on this bill, at this point in time, do not have hands-on course. Dr. Siegel did say there are 2 possible ways it can be done, but at the current time, neither of those two courses have the hands-on components. While we understand that there are shortages in many of these positions, we do not agree to lowering the criteria when it comes to protecting our patients. Maryland has very high standards in order to safeguard our citizens. These assistants must receive proper training, including hands-on practice. This bill would mandate and make it much easier for these assistants to become these expanded functions, and we don't think that this would be in our patients' best interests. Lastly, they are not licensed or regulated in any way, so there is no recourse for the state board for any of these adverse possibilities to occur. For these reasons, I'm representing that we are opposed to HB 573. Thank you very much for your time.
Testimony. Is Joy Voigt Holmes here?
She had to leave.
She had to leave.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. So I'm a little bit confused again because of Dr. Siegel's testimony that these programs do include. So here's the question for whichever one of you is best suited. If the bill were amended to say dental assistant course or program offered by Dale Foundation, an affiliate, or Trapezio or successor entity, provided that such courses include a minimum of 10 hours of in-person training, that the student or the applicant for the certification would have successfully completed. In other words, if we require, since they already offer in-house, it seems like, I mean, on-hands training, it seems like the issue for you is that you can't be sure they'll continue to, or that it's actually being required. If we added language that those 2 must include the 10 hours of hands-on training successfully completed, would that satisfy?
That's the current recommendation, is 10 hours hands-on. Currently, these 2 online courses, we're fine with online course, but we want it in addition to having the hands-on training. So they don't have it currently. They're talking about ways they can do it by going through study clubs and going through offices, and that's fine, but they have to have the hands-on training.
Thank you. That's what I was saying.
All right, I would like to ask you to please continue to talk to the primary sponsor of the bill, Delegate Kipke, and see, whether you can compromise, okay?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you, ladies, for waiting and being patient. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 573. For the next 2 bills, this is how I'm going to do it, and I hope it's okay with you, everyone. I was going through this as I was sitting here, and many of the witnesses are on both bills, right? Now, because you signed up, you know your positions. So I want you to basically come up and testify for both bills, okay? So either you're favorable, and I noticed this, or you're unfavorable. That is really simply it. That is what I saw here in front of me. So I like to call House Bill 45, Delegate Bagnall, House Bill 534, Delegate Hill. Can you both come together, please? You want to have fun? I want House Bill 530, let's go in numerical order. 45 was first, so Delegate Bagnall.
Dawn in the Senate.
Could start your testimony. And then Delegate Hill will go after you, okay? So Delegate Bagnall, let's call House Bill 45, Delegate Bagnall, Dental and Dental Hygienist Compact. Will you be so kind and start your testimony, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Heather Bagnall, District 33C in Anne Arundel County, here in strong support of House Bill 45, Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact. You have my written testimony, so I'll say this. Colleagues, I've been waiting 5 years to bring this bill to our General Assembly, because it was 5 years ago that we first discussed that a dental compact was coming. As I've already concluded that the good Delegate Hill and I will owe this committee dinner, though I'm starting to rethink that, I want to share with this committee, the deliberative process which has resulted in House Bill 45 to address some of the confusion and misinformation about this bill. This committee is well acquainted with compact agreements. Like so many other health occupations compacts, this was a collaboration with the Department of Defense, the Council of State Governments, and the National Center for Interstate Compacts, as well as the American Dental Association, the American Dental Hygienists Association, and the American Student Dental Association, with multiple opportunities for more stakeholders' input over the course of 5 years. And for the sake of time, I'm going to default to acronyms. So DOD for Department of Defense, CSG for Council of State Governments, ADA for American Dental Association. Compacts have been an initiative of the DOD for nearly a decade to provide greater mobility to service members and their spouses, with the advantage of also helping address critical needs to our healthcare workforce. Now, we have often heard through multiple sessions that dentistry is unique, and I would argue that every profession would likely make the same claim. I've come before you with bills to establish multiple pathways to licensure, which required an extensive understanding of the complex and intensive training which goes into licensure, including significant clinical hours. In fact, last year, when we were passing the reciprocal licensure and certification across multiple health occupations boards, the Maryland State Dental Association offered an amendment so complex it would have potentially ended in a one-way street for Maryland dentists, according to the Department of Health's own legislative and regulations coordinator. Now, ultimately, we did adopt expanded licensure reciprocity, including for our dental and dental hygienist health occupations. So why do we need a compact? Well, knowing the complexities of the profession, the ADA went to the experts in compact agreements. That's CSG in its creation. They developed the compact over 2 years through a transparent, consensus-driven, inclusive process. Now, the American Association of Dental Boards, that's the AADB, was invited to participate but declined the invitation, so the ADA and the ADHA applied for a grant program facilitated by CSG with funding from the Department of Defense. After AADB declined an invitation to the table, the ADA reached out to individual states and worked directly with their dental boards. The compact development team included licensed dentists and hygienists, dental board members and staff, and faculty from dental education programs. CSG presented at AADB annual meetings in 2021, 2022, and 2023, and continued to invite AADB members to join the developmental process. The draft was posted, and the public comment was solicited for 8 weeks before the language was finalized, and over 400 comments were received. AADB did not submit any feedback. Now, public comment was reviewed with the development team, and changes to the draft were incorporated into the final language, which was finalized in January 2023. So they underwent an extremely deliberative process. To date, 10 states have already passed the dental and dental hygienist compact, sorry, that's a typo in my own. So it's Washington, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Colorado, Kansas, Ohio, Maine, Tennessee, and our neighboring state of Virginia. 15 additional states are considering legislation this session, including Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Now, like any other compact this committee has considered, this compact creates mobility while maintaining the high standards established by the Commission on Dental Accreditation and supported by the American Dental Association. By entering the dental and dental hygienist compact, Dentists and dental hygienists licensed in Maryland can apply for a compact privilege through an interstate compact commission to practice in any compact state without having to apply for individual licenses in other compact states. And a licensed dental professional from another state who passes the compact can participate in Maryland. Dentists and hygienists must pass a background check to participate in the compact, and just like all other compacts, this compact stipulates that states must share disciplinary action quickly with other member states, ensuring that compact participants are being held to stringent standards of care. The State Dental Board retains authority over final disciplinary action, and compact participants are held to existing state law with regards to practice. No other dental compact has been adopted by any other state. As observed in the fiscal and policy note, the State Board of Dental Examiners can implement participation in the dentist and dental hygiene compact using existing resources. So no additional costs to the state are anticipated. And there's only one dental and dental hygienist compact that has been adopted by a growing number of states, and a lot of expertise has gone into this effort. House Bill 45 is a cost-neutral, high-quality solution to our oral health care crisis. The compact will increase public access to more qualified licensed dentists and dental hygienists and allow greater flexibility for military families and other traveling professionals. I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 45, and at the discretion of the chair, I will turn it over to my esteemed panel. I did want to mention one thing about the opposition. You will see a letter of opposition from the Commission Officers Association of U.S. Public Health Services. And if you refer to that, the opposition is in the use of armed services rather than uniformed services, which isn't something that we could amend because it is compact language. And we are in discussions with the DoD as they go forward on other compacts on how we could utilize that. But we do understand that they could also do that through a rule change from the commission.
Thank you for your testimony. Can we just take a second to let that sink in?
Round two.
Let's go to the next one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Terry Hill on behalf of HB 534. I love the fact that my esteemed colleague gave that background, because this is not a race. And the fact of the matter is, when you know better, you do better. Last year, a group of dentists came to me and said, we're very concerned about that dental compact bill that has continued to come up through your committee. And I said, what are your concerns? And their concerns were there from the beginning. And one of the primary concerns, I'm going to quote from the DDH bill itself, where it says, quote, the purpose is to facilitate the interstate practice of dentistry and dental hygiene and improve public access by providing dentists and dental hygienists licensed in a participating state the ability to practice in participating states in which they are not licensed. So what I said to the group, I said, well, if you don't like the compact, are you saying you don't want a compact? They said, no, 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 we want to participate in a compact. We don't want to participate in this one. And we don't see how it can be fixed. And I said, then come up with a compact that the dentists in Maryland do want to participate in. And they said, it is already being worked on. And that's how we got here. Members of the committee who have been here more than a minute may remember that the first compact for medical professionals is a bill that I introduced and passed a year after having introduced and passed a reciprocity agreement for physicians. So I've been doing this for a while, as you all have. And I think that it is important to recognize that some of the things that have been listed as a disadvantage to the bill that I'm supporting, which was developed by the American Association of Dental Boards, is actually a plus. And that is that in the time that it's taken since 2023, when the DDH bill was put forth, and now that 10 states have gone on, it is now locked. The ability for it to be changed is very, very hard. And Maryland, having not joined that compact, has little, if any, ability to affect it or to amend it. When you're one of the founding members of the compact, one of the first to sign on, you get flexibility in trying to be sure that the compact reflects what is important for the safety of your residents. And that is one of the things that we still have with the HB 534 compact. So as was mentioned, one of the fallacies or the problems with the 54 HB 45 compact is that although it gives some flexibility for members of the military, it does not give flexibility for their spouses. And in fact, we have a letter of opposition to both bills, partially or largely based on the fact that there is no flexibility for the spouses who are in the dental or dental hygienist profession to be included. HB 534 would allow that. In fact, it already includes it, okay? So that's included. But any other issues we as Marylanders can address for HB 534 because we are in on it at the beginning. So let me be clear. Maryland dentists and hygienists want Maryland to join a national dental compact. What they disagree on is which would be the best compact for Maryland dentists, dental hygienists, and the public. On the previous bill, you heard me ask questions about the issue with how do you assess competency and clinical hands-on ability. One of the distinctions between these two is that HB 534 insists that that assessment be done through a process been long established. The other bill says that there are other ways of assessing clinical competency, that we should be looking forward at other ways other than in-person examinations in the ACLEC. The dentists and dental hygienists in Maryland don't feel that that's appropriate. They also take question the fact that the, let me just read it here, the ADEX assessment, which is standard in 51 states, the US and the territories, is required for licensure here in Maryland. And under the AADB House Bill 534 compact, it would still be the requirement. The CSG DDH bill has multiple types of assessments that are accepted for licensure. And they don't even specify, and not all psychomotor skills are assessed. The bill that I'm supporting has immediate rescinding of licensure and halt of practice if malpractice is suspected, because the board has that authority. The other bill has a judicial process that requires a delay in prompt action, allows time for additional harm to additional patients. The bill that I'm supporting really continues to support the Maryland board's authority, if they know of a disciplinary problem in another state, to act immediately. It also allows us to do criminal background checks with that available from every licensed state. And the other really shortcuts that process and does not allow us to do the due diligence that we would like to. So there's a difference here between how we uphold the clinical standards. There's a difference between these two bills and who has disciplinary authority and how that is meted out. And again, there's more limitation to how much the compact can be altered with the other bill than there is with this one. So I'm going to stop there. I think the witnesses will speak more specifically to those things, and happy to answer your questions. But again, we learned from the problems with the bill and the compact that was previously introduced, and we think this is a better option for Maryland. And I will just add one other thing, at least one other state that considered the two bills, North Carolina, currently looked at both bills. When they note that they both aim to improve licensing portability, especially for military members and their spouses, and to lessen the burden of holding multiple state licenses. They reviewed them and decided that the AADB, the bill under House Bill 534, is their preferred one for the following reasons. Regulation of dentistry would remain with the elected North Carolina General Assembly and the State Dental Board. Same could be said here in Maryland. And whereas the CSG compact creates an appointed commission with rulemaking power that lacks oversight from North Carolina's elected officials or courts, not that problem with the bill that I'm supporting. And they also point out that the AADB compact that I'm supporting maintains the requirement for hand skill testing before granting licenses, and the CSG bill under HB 45 does not. And the bill I'm supporting provides a pathway for expedited license rather than, as the other bill, privilege to practice. So I think that's the differences.
All right, so I have a 5:30 and a 6 o'clock with the Department of Health. So my vice chair is gonna take over, but this is when you come up, right? And I would like you ladies to stay there, right? And wait for the witnesses that are gonna come. And then if they ask questions, you can answer it. Please keep your answers short, okay? So we're gonna start with Delegate Kaiser? Oh, no, not yet. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Delegate Bagno and Delegate, there's gonna be questions. I like Saana Kataria. You're signed up for both. This is how it's gonna go. I want you to testify, you know the bill numbers, and give us your position on both. I have Daniel Dorothy, Thomas Abeck, Dr. Miles. If you can come up, please. And why don't you give us your testimony on both, and then Delegate Collison, Vice Chair Collison will open it up for questions, just like you would if you're testifying there with your witnesses, okay?
Like musical chairs. Duck goose.
Play a little music? Okay. Who would like to get started? Please give us your name, the number of the bill, and your position. And when you're done testifying, these four witnesses, Vice Chair Collison will open it up. And I'd like Delegate Bagno to come up and on the other side, and they'll open it up for questions, okay? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dan Daugherty here representing the Maryland State Dental Association in support of House Bill 573 and in opposition to House Bill 45. We have sort of divided among us key areas to talk about, so that I'm going to direct you to the one issue that.
What was the bill you're referring to?
534.
Oh, I'm sorry, 534 and House Bill 45. I'm in support of 534 and opposed to 45.
Okay. Just want to make, if you could keep it very, very clear, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. And for our committee, you have the witness sheets that were given to you with the position of that witness, okay? Does it, are you able to follow it? Is that okay? Yeah. All right, thank you.
You all have my written testimony, and I'm going to focus primarily on one issue. And as a preamble, I've been representing the State Dental Association, and I think hopefully looking towards enhancing the dental health and safety of Marylanders. And the biggest reason I am in support of Delegate Hill's bill is that it does assure that. And the one area that bothers me greatly is that both bills talk to some extent about the commission rules superseding state law. But there's a big difference in the way that they supersede. In the House Bill 45, those rules supersede all state laws in conflict, except for those that define scope of practice. That's a very limited part of the regulation of dentistry and dental hygiene that this committee and its predecessors have watched over and enacted legislation in the past. Delegate Hill's bill, however, has the rules superseding conflicting state law, but not anywhere where it regulates the practice of dentistry and dental hygiene. That's far beyond the scope of practice. And that is what is really essential. This legislature, the predecessor legislature, have enacted the statute of the Maryland Dentistry Act for the purpose of regulation and protecting the public. And House Bill 45 could undo that to some extent or to a large extent. So for those reasons, I would urge an unfavorable on House Bill 45 and a favorable on House Bill 534. Thank you.
Who would like to go next?
I'll do it. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of Government House Operations Committee. I'm Dr. Thomas Beckett. I'm Chair of the Maryland State Dental Association, Legislative Chair, and I'm past President MSDA. I'm going to preface this by saying I've been a delegate to the American Dental Association for over 20 years. So I'm going to give you a little background on the American Dental Association's position on compacts. This is the official word of the ADA. State dental societies and dental boards should support licensure compacts to allow freedom of movement for practitioners across state lines. Licensure compacts increase licensees' mobility, facilitate quality oral health care for the public, and support relocating challenges for military members and their families. Licensure compacts benefit licensing boards by providing agreement on uniform licensure requirements, a shared data system for access to primary source documentation of applicant credentials, and tracking of adverse actions. They enhance the cooperation and immediate availability of information between state boards, critical to protecting the public. The American Dental Association has not endorsed a particular compact. Despite what you hear about the ADA being in favor of this compact, it is not the official position of the ADA. The House of Delegates has twice rejected and referred the DDH compact back for revision, meaning there is no formal approval for its continued promotion. However, the ADA continues advocating for compacts, and it should be up to the state and individual state boards to do that. And FYI, one of the states in the compact from DDH is Wisconsin. And in Wisconsin, all you have to do is graduate from Marquette University School of Dentistry, and you are given a privilege license in that state.
Which bill are you for?
I am in favor of House Bill 534 and opposed to House Bill 045, and I ask for a favorable report for 534. Thank you.
Thank you. And this next, and I would ask you, please say which bill you favor first. Which one are you speaking in favor of? Identify that clearly first, and then go ahead and speak to both.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Vice Chair and esteemed members of the committee. I am in favor of House Bill 45 and also 534. I will explain it at the end. Hold on.
Okay.
My name is Sana Kataria, and I'm a dentist trained in India, currently pursuing a Master's of Public Health at Johns Hopkins. I have hands-on experience as a dental assistant and treatment coordinator in California, where I provided care for underserved state-insured patients. As president of the Johns Hopkins Oral Health Society, a student-based organization, I'm dedicated to advancing oral health policy, interdisciplinary collaboration, and workforce solutions to improve access to equitable dental care. I also serve on the board of a federally qualified health center in California, where I work on quality assurance and risk management initiatives. In regards to House Bill 45, which establishes a dentist and dental hygienist compact, it is a necessary step in improving workforce mobility and access to care. It enhances workforce mobility by streamlining licensure processes and will allow dental professionals to respond more quickly to workforce demands across state lines. It also expands access to care, especially as Maryland is expanding coverage to expanding Medicaid to cover adult dental services, adding 800,000 newly insured adults. We need to make sure every tool is available to increase provider availability while maintaining high professional standards. And that is why I urge the committee for a favorable report for House Bill 45. In regards to the House Bill 534, I also express my support as it presents a streamlined national approach to multi-state dental licensure, allowing for faster credentialing, increased workforce mobility, and improved patient access to care. My focus is on ensuring Maryland adopts a licensure compact that facilitates dental workforce mobility while maintaining patient safety. I believe both House Bill 45 and House Bill 534 have strong elements that serve these goals. It is up to the legislature to determine which compact aligns best with Maryland's priorities. But my position remains that Maryland should move forward with joining a compact to strengthen our healthcare force. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Dr. Maurice Miles, past president of the Maryland Dental Board of Examiners. I presently sit, disclaimer, presently sit as the treasurer for the ADEX exam. I will not repeat some of the things that were said. My time's limited. I will talk about some of the differences that we see. A little background history. I'm also was at the initial introduction to this bill. At the ADA, I was vice chair for CDEL, which is the Commission of Dental Licensureship. At the ADA, this bill went through. It was presented to us as a bill to really allow military staff and military spouses to have portability. I should go on the record to say that I can't think of one state that doesn't have that. So the grant was $500,000. The ADA jumped in it. It went to the House twice, and this bill was shot down as it presented. One of the big differences, I'll tell you, I am supporting House Bill 534, and I'm opposing House Bill 45. I'm going to not spend a lot of time. I'm big on standard care. I will remind the delegate if she was here, May 5th, 2014, we signed a bill to keep the standard care for Maryland. House Bill 435 keeps the standard. It allows portability. It allows easy movement while protecting the state, the citizens of Maryland. One of the major differences you'll see is a psychomotor and cognitive test that is left out of 445. House Bill 459 is proposing to have the ADEX exam or an exam that succeeded that is now accepted by 50 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico. House Bill 45 is going to lower that standard, and it will lower the standard of the care for Maryland citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's everyone on this panel, so I am going to open it up for questions from the committee. And I know we're going to start with Delegate Kaiser, and we'll go to Delegate Taveras, and then Delegate Kerr, and you. Delegate Hutchinson. Delegate Kaiser, go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Delegate Hill, if she can get closer to the mic.
Good afternoon, Delegate Kaiser.
Good afternoon. Delegate Hill, what I didn't hear in your presentation was who is in charge of this compact and oversees it, and I may have a follow-up question after you answer that question.
Yeah, it's the National Association of Dental Boards.
And does that National Association of Dental Boards have experience managing compacts?
Neither of the two has experience managing compacts, although CSG has planned compacts.
CSG manages compacts.
Okay.
Beyond what you said.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
that's what I'm just trying to understand. So in your bill, it would be a group that hasn't managed a compact before?
Correct.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on Delegate Bagnall's testimony, she was saying that 10 states have already approved the compact that you've proposed, and 15 states are proposing the same compact that you are proposing right now?
Yes, that is correct.
So my question to Delegate Hill is, with 25 folks already putting the forward, like how many other people could we tie up with that may be close to us?
So again, when the first 10 joined, they didn't have an alternative. Now that there is an alternative available, we don't know how many of the other 15 will choose the bill that the first 10 have joined. The states also have the ability to change, right? So something having come first, if it is demonstrably inferior, and the fact that there are many more people who signed up early doesn't mean that we should sign up. So the question before this committee is there a difference, a demonstrable difference in terms of the products that would make one of the products a better choice for Maryland practitioners, and for Maryland patients, and those who support both bills feel that they have a superior product.
But once you're locked in, is it like harder to get out?
I can't speak to how hard it is to get out of the other compact. Maybe Delegate Bagnall can speak to it. But if we got in it, so you'd have 40 states, well, 39 other states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, who could also choose to go with the compact I'm supporting. The other 10 might decide we're staying with the one we're in, or they might decide if everyone's moving towards the other one, or there seems to be a movement in that direction, that's the compact we better get on board with, right? It's a difference between the compact that the 10 have joined is not a licensure compact, it's a privilege compact.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Miles, do you know if the American Dental Association House of Delegates has passed House Bill 543?
They have, as far as my knowledge, they have not.
And how about 45, neither bill?
They have distinctly voted against 45. 534 has not been presented to them. But in the original state, when 45 was brought to them, the House of Delegates voted down twice. So to my knowledge, and it's pretty up to date, the ADA has not heard House Bill 534.
Thank you, Dr. Miles. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for each of the delegates. First would be to Delegate Bagnall, and knowing that your compact is in effect and knowing that we're working on workforce shortages, if you had to take a step back and the other compact actually was in effect, would you be able to accept that compact today?
The challenge for me with the other compact is it's not a true compact, because there is a right of refusal by the states, which means that it doesn't actually have portability. It actually gives the states the right of refusal, which is, I think, what North Carolina spoke to, and the concerns that have been raised with some of the opponents of the other bill, is that it doesn't meet the standards of a true compact. It's more of a expedited licensure, but with right of refusal.
Great, thank you. And Delegate Hill, and I know you don't have the crystal ball, and we have to talk about compacts and getting all the states on board, but right now there's 2 on your compact, is that correct?
this compact is being introduced at the first time right now. So I spoke about North Carolina. I don't know if they've finished. Does anyone know what their current status is?
Do you have any idea how long it may take to get enough on board?
I don't know, because I don't know the current status of this legislation and how it's being introduced. I will say that here in Maryland, on the physician compacts, we first introduced and passed the reciprocity bill. And I think it was the following year that we then passed a compact bill. And the reciprocity bill took longer, but both are in effect in Maryland. So we have an opportunity to have reciprocity as well as an opportunity for physicians to participate in compacts. So that experience, and some we've seen with some of the other professional companies, tell me this idea that we have to rush into what may be, again, not the best decision for us is at issue. I would also like to point out that the right of refusal that the states retain under the compact that I support is the right of refusal if the standards that the state has set are not met. So it's not just, well, Michigan approved you, therefore we've got to take you because you've paid a fee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is fun to watch.
It's fun to run, too. Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Kipke.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Dr. Beckett, towards the end of your testimony, you were a little bit rushed, I think, with the timer. You were mentioning another state that I think has a standard that might be lower than ours.
That is correct.
Could you explain that more clearly and tell me why I should care about that?
Well, Marquette, which is a dental school in the state of Wisconsin, and Wisconsin is part of the compact that 045 would be in, they now have a provision that if you graduate from their dental school, you get a privilege license in the state of Wisconsin, which means you are a licensed dentist in the state of Wisconsin while ever taking a hand skills test.
Why do I care about that?
Well, if you don't take a hand skills test, you might not be competent, and we require a hand skills test in Maryland. If the person from Wisconsin who had this wanted to come to Maryland under the compact, we sort of have to take it because we wouldn't have the right to refuse it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question, whoever's best to answer it, maybe one of the doctors, do you know if members of the AADB also serve on local dental examination boards? And if so, if the AADB and the ADEX share the same staff or share staff at all?
I'll answer that, Dr. Miles. Members of the AADB, I'm going to use me for an example myself, serve as a board examiner. It's a volunteer. So they do have the ability to do that. One of the difference is when the compact of the AADB is formed, it will allow each state to have a representative from hygiene or a representative from the dental committee. The CSG bill, as far as I know, and delegates could probably correct me, they only have one dentist. So in that compact, you only, how many people made it up? You only will have one dentist that sits on the committee that can be turned over. So that's a big difference. The compact that HB 534 will not also be a compact, but it will be governed and run by dentists. One thing, if Delegate Hutchison would allow me, I think you're asking a question. For this bill, for 534 to be enacted, it needs 5 states to join. So it would be Maryland and whoever is looking at it. And the delegate asks the question about why should he be concerned about a hand skill test. I'm going to bring to light what's important right now. We have had a couple flights that have come down. None of us in here want to take a plane with a pilot that has not actually flown and landed a plane. They can graduate from flight school, but until they demonstrate that they can do that. And it's the only thing I can compare, profession, and compare with the dental profession. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, I do have a question, Dr. Hill. Delegate Hill. The delegate doctor. In the physician's compact, is it a compact in the way that's represented in House Bill 45 or in House Bill 534?
More like 534 because it's actually a license. It's not a privilege. You receive a license and you have to meet the criteria. It's an expedited process so that you don't have to repeat all of the things state by state by state. The fee is less, so you can apply for multiple states sort of simultaneously. So it's more like 534.
Right, so you actually have to get a license in each of those, in each of the states that you want to participate.
Right, you're applying for licensure in each of those states, but you're applying, it's almost like college applications. When you submit, it's not quite like, but to me, it's more reminiscent that you're submitting a single application and multiple different colleges are looking it over and deciding if you qualify for an interview, if you meet their criteria.
In the individual states?
In the individual states.
Do you have a sense, and if you don't, that's fine, we can find out, like how many Maryland physicians are participating in the compact?
No, but I can certainly ask.
We can find out, okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for this panel. I am going to call another panel of folks who are signed up on both bills, and then we'll switch to single bills. Delegates, you can go back to your seats. So I have Jennifer Gaglione, Camille Fesh, William Castelli, Betty Howard, Steve Wise.
Bill Castelli is not going to testify.
Okay.
Somebody can take I'm taking his spot.
Okay, I thought there were a few of you guys. Yeah. Oh, Steve is up there. Okay, we'll go with that for now. And whoever, Camille, you're at the end, why don't you go ahead and start? Just bring that mic close to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair, members of the wonderful HGO Committee. Delighted to be back here again this year. My name is Camille Fesh, and I am here on behalf of the Maryland Academy of Pediatric Dentists. I am here in support of House Bill 534, Delegate Hill's bill, and here in opposition to House Bill 45, Delegate Bagnell's bill. A lot of the points we were going to make have already been stated, so I'll just be very quick in saying that pediatric dentists are especially concerned with safeguarding the health and safety of the youngest Marylanders. They deal with significant amounts of cases with children. As you know, children don't behave the way adults do. They don't react the way adults do. And Maryland has very high standards for dentistry and dental professionals here. And the compact proposed under House Bill 534 does provide the protections that Marylanders deserve in terms of the credentialing standards, the financial impact to the state and the dental professionals, and most importantly, disciplinary authority. So for these reasons and numerous others that have already been stated, we respectfully request that the committee move favorable on House Bill 534. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Committee. Again, my name is Jennifer Gaglione. I'm not only the Legislative Chair for the Maryland Board of Dental Examiners, but I'm also a registered dental hygienist. As said before, I know a lot of points have already come up. One thing I would like to highlight happens to be Section 6, which talks about discipline of a license versus a compact privilege. You may hear other people talk about those differences as well. One of the things that the language does not speak to is the House Bill 45, which I am opposing. I apologize, I'm a little backwards. And I am in support of House Bill 534. The language in House Bill 45 says that a dentist may be notified to register with the state and where they intend to practice this compact, but it is not mandatory. How is the state licensing board able to discipline people in our state if we don't know if they're coming in and if they don't have a valid license? Our regulations state that we can only discipline those with licenses. So that's what you might hear about the differences between a compact privilege and a license. With Compact 534, in which I support, we will be issuing a license to that person, and the dental board will have direct contact with the person to discipline them. Going across state lines with the original licensing state for Compact 4.5 could delay in achieving some kind of discipline to that person. There could be a bunch of additional kind of offsets that without having that direct license in our state, it does prevent us from. Thank you very much.
Next.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Cullison and members of the Health Government Operations Committee. My name is Betty Howard. I am a registered dental hygienist in Montgomery County, practicing for 42 years. I am a previous president of Maryland State Board of Dental Examiners, and I have been an examiner for 30 years. I have gained great insight being an examiner. I am in support of House Bill 534, and I'm opposed to House Bill 45. My experience as an examiner has shown me that the ADEX exam clinically validates a candidate's competency. The DDH compact, which is 45, is not going to require a hand skills examination. They are changing the criteria for educational standards by opening up away from the CODA accredited programs to something approved by the Department of Education. This can lead to diminished educational standards because we might not know what's in those curriculums. They could possibly even have mentored preceptorship programs. These changes could open Pandora's box. Removing the public safety filter of a hand skills examination is irresponsible. Dentistry is a form of surgery. Clinical competency is expected by the public. There's a very recent survey that has now confirmed 82% of Americans all over the country were surveyed. It was over 1,800 participants in this survey. They want dental professionals to demonstrate practical hand skills. So just to finish, Vice Chair.
Finish your thought.
Candidates that are unable to demonstrate clinical competency after 2 years of clinical training is the reason for a third-party psychometrically validated hand skills examination. And I ask for your support and favorable report for House Bill 534.
Thank you. Steve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cullison, members of the committee. My name is Steve Wise. I'm here for the American Association of Dental Boards, and that is the association of all the licensure bodies in the country and the entity behind the development of the compact under House Bill 534, which obviously we support, and we oppose House Bill 45. I want to talk for a minute about the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, which I know I worked with a number of you on behalf of the doctors. That was adopted initially by this committee in 2018, and you put a 3-year sunset on it. You came back, there was a delay in effective date, but you came back in 2022, and you re-entered by unanimous vote in this committee, that committee through the year 2030. Why should you follow that model as opposed to the privilege model, which this committee has also voted to follow with regard to other professions? And I think the answer to that is as follows. When you consider the patient harm that can come of various practices, think about anesthesia, think about surgery. Those are things that are involved in both the practice of dentistry and the practice of medicine. And if that doesn't give you a reason to want to have actual licensure authority over everybody that's doing that, I don't know what will. In other practices where you've gone with the privilege model, I don't think those same risks are there. There was a question about how many people have entered the compact through Maryland. I know that nationally they surpassed 100,000 physicians going through the compact in that handful of years. And in Maryland, don't hold me to it, but I think it's just over 1,000. The final point I'll make in my 9 seconds is Delegate Hill said, both are right, that, may I finish? Okay. That because 534 compact, the AADB compact, is still information, you would have the ability to influence that, and you wouldn't with the other. I'll take that a step further. Because you will always have the ability to make sure that folks under the AADB 534 compact comply with your laws, you always retain the authority to make sure that they are up to snuff as far as the Maryland legislature is concerned. You're not ceding that power to some commission over which you don't have that authority. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. Okay, questions. I'm going to start on the left this time, and we're going to start with Delegate Alston, and we'll go to Delegate Bagnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask a question. So I've heard a couple of times this notion that if the person doesn't have a license, they can't be disciplined. And that doesn't actually make sense, because whether you're licensed or you have a privilege to practice here, if you do something wrong, you're able to be disciplined, and you're able to have disciplinary actions taken against you. Isn't that so?
I'm happy to answer that. Yes, and the difference is in the process. Because the person doesn't hold a license here, let me just give you, by way of example, Steve Wise, bad dentist. Our board has the ability, summary suspension, other tools at their disposal to act immediately. In fact, even before hearing. If that same Steve Wise came from Wisconsin, as was talked about earlier, there is a whole process of subpoenaing that individual and getting jurisdiction over them, which requires the participation and cooperation of other states and maybe even state courts. That doesn't exist when you have a Maryland license.
Can I follow up?
Yes, quickly.
So are you saying that you can't revoke a person's privilege to practice immediately for doing something wrong?
I'm saying you can, but effectuating that is an entirely more difficult process than it is if they're licensed in Maryland.
Thank you.
Okay. Delegate Bagnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a bit awkward because I was on a panel of only opposition. Sorry. But I'm hearing a lot about about how House Bill 45 creates public health concerns, and I will say I take exception to that. I would never put my name on anything that I thought was going to create a public health concern. But I am looking at a report on dental malpractice from October 25th, 2024, and I keep hearing that Maryland, has these very high standards, and that that the ADEX exam is the standard, and we've been talking about hand skills, and though the rate of dental malpractice is very low, would it surprise you to find out that Maryland is actually third in the nation for the highest rate of malpractice? And that of the top 10, 4 are hand skills required, but no ADEX exam. 5 are ADEX only. So how do you respond to the notion that somehow everywhere is going to be inferior to Maryland, and that Maryland should have right of refusal, given that we do have a high rate of dental malpractice?
I've not seen the report that you're referring to, so without that, I'm hesitant to answer.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to share that with you, because I just wanted on the record that, that other states do this well as well. So thank you.
Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wise, I have a question for you. I do want to first point out you were correct that she's both Delegate Hill and Dr. Hill, but I do want to point out to the four of you and everyone else, she is Madam Chair, not Madam Vice Chair at the moment.
Oh,
so
stand corrected.
For the record, for everyone here, Madam Chair, thank you. My question, Steve, actually all four of you misnamed her. My question, Steve, the American, or who, do you represent the American Association of Dental Boards?
Yes.
And it was mentioned multiple times during Delegate Bagnell's testimony that they were invited repeatedly to engage in that compact. Do you know why they seemingly refused to engage?
There is someone coming up behind me, which I think can give you a more direct and personal involvement answer to that.
Excellent. I will save my question. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you all very much for your time and testimony.
Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. So I have another panel of folks who have signed up on both bills. We're going to start with Matthew Rossetto, Deborah Carty, Sherry Cohn, Charles Doring. Let's see if there's any more. We're going to do it. Arthur G. And is Joy Void Holmes here too? She is? Okay. Yep. All right. So.
Like to indulge us. Joy had to leave, but our president of our state board is here and would like to testify in her absence, if that is okay with you.
We can do that. We're just going to need to get you signed up.
Thank you.
This is a panel of folks who signed up for one bill against the other. This is the last panel of that situation. So after this panel and after your questions, we will go to folks who signed up on one bill for, most of them are favorable, the ones that will be calling for the one bill. So with that, Dr. Doring, you want to go first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Doring, General Dentist, Rockville, Maryland. And you have my written testimony, but I want to thank the chairwoman and the members of this committee. Several years ago, you passed legislation to reinstate the Maryland Healthy Smiles Adult Dental Medicaid, a really champion thing. And I am a proud Maryland Healthy Smiles provider, have been for a number of years. And one thing that has not been discussed, I'm in support of House Bill 534 and opposed to House Bill 45. One thing that has not been come up is the credentialing process for Maryland Healthy Smiles through the E-Prep, which I'm currently going through right now, even though I've been in the program for some years. The program does require, among other things, many other things on the E-Prep, is a copy of your Maryland license. And I would hesitate to think that a privilege would not. So if we're here all about access to care, a privilege under House Bill 45 might be problematic in adding additional dentists and dental hygienists to provide care under Maryland Healthy Smiles. For that reason, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 534. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. I am Art G., and I happen to be president of the American Association of Dental Boards, so I can answer a lot of those questions for you. The American Association of Dental Boards, AADB, its membership is the 53 state and territorial state boards. Our organization was ratified by Congress in 1889, and we function to serve dental boards and their mission to protect the public. We are in favor of compacts. However, we want the appropriate compact. We have in our infrastructure a sophisticated clearinghouse that's more detailed than the National Data Bank. We have a national composite of state dental board actions and orders that each state has. We have a developing repository. which allows for the development of a sole source verification and licensing. And we have a direct, secure channel from every dental board to our organization so that we can receive secured material. And our computers have just been updated. Obviously, I support House Bill 534. I'll make comment that the core differences between our compacts is licensure, which is required in our compact and is not required by the Council of State Governments Compact, HB 45. This is a major issue. This particular compact says a privilege. It is not the same as a nursing compact, which is license privilege. It is not like any other compact that has no wording of license in the entire compact at HB 45. This is a problem. How do you define a privilege? I heard a question about the issue about privilege. There's no definition legislatively or legally in the state of Maryland of a privilege. The jurisdiction of the Maryland State Dental Board is over licensees only. And I am a past president of the Maryland State Dental Board, and I have practiced in Maryland as a board-certified oral surgeon for the last 38 years. So the issue comes into play is this a compact? Well, we faithfully, absolutely adapted our compact to the medical compact. And so I dare say if the medical compact is not a compact, then obviously the dental board compact that we have is not. But if the medical board compact is a compact, then obviously we are a part of the compact. Let me also respond to a couple of questions. It is inaccurate that the ADB was invited to speak. In fact, I have a January 2021 letter requesting us to participate in the CSG formation. And we were instructed at that point that they had invited several other dental boards, individual dental boards, and that it was unnecessary to invite the organization. And I have that letter that I can furnish the committee if they wish. I will also tell you, when you talk about North Carolina, the North Carolina attorney, his name is Bobby White, participated with the CSG compact. Because he was unable to elicit any change that would help support dental boards and the protection public, he now is one of the authors of the AADB compact, and we could verify that if you would like as well. As far as some other questions regarding the compact itself will be much like the compact in HB 45. AADB will not run the compact. It's run by a commission, much like the same commission that would be run by the CSG compact. That compact is run then by an organization that runs compacts. AADB has no affiliation. May I finish?
Finish your thought, please.
There's no affiliation with a compact. Once it forms, AADB will furnish the clearinghouse information, the repository information to that compact. I'm also available for any questions regarding AADB, and I will be happy to do so. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're not hesitant about asking questions in this committee.
I will be here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Matt Rossetto, and I am here on behalf of the American Dental Association. I want to state from the beginning, the ADA supports House Bill 45. You should have a letter in front of all of you signed by the ADA Executive Director and the President of the American Dental Association. Despite what some folks have told you, I am here as an ADA employee with the full authorization of the American Dental Association to speak on their behalf. Period. End of story. The ADA supports House Bill 45 because this was a long, drawn-out, deliberative process to create this compact with every major stakeholder in organized dentistry. It is why the ADA, along with the American Dental Hygienists Association, the American Dental Education Association, and other major stakeholders, including the Department of Defense, support this bill. I want to take a couple of minutes to address key issues that have been raised by opponents of the compact, the first being discipline. I'm going to quote from Section 4D of the compact. Of House Bill 45. A licensee providing dentistry or dental hygiene pursuant to a compact privilege in a remote state is subject to that remote state's regulatory authority. A remote state may, in accordance with due process and that state's laws, by adverse action revoke or remove a compact privilege in the remote state for a specific period of time and impose fines or take any other necessary action to protect the health and safety of its citizens. The MSBDE is more than sufficiently empowered under this bill. Secondly, the assertion that the compact somehow changes standards by which a dentist must receive a license is untrue. As a matter of fact, it preserves the ability of each individual state to choose which pathways they wish to accept. The reason that the compact does not name a specific exam is because multiple states accept multiple pathways to licensure. The compact takes no position on which of these pathways is preferable, and I hope to get more into this in questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Esteemed Madam Chair Cullison and distinguished members of the House, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of House Bill 534 and in opposition to House Bill 45. A licensure compact like the one House Bill 534 provides a clear, structured pathway for licensed dental hygienists, and I'm speaking as a hygienist on the board, to practice across state lines without compromising care quality. The key advantage of this model is that it maintains consistent licensing standards for education and testing that parallels Maryland's current licensure requirement, ensuring competence and accountability. In opposition to 45, it lacks a clinical exam. The wording is, quote, pass a clinical assessment, end of quote. That's not an exam. My grandson recently got his driver's license. He took a course. Taking a course wasn't enough. He also had an assessment by his driving instructor with doing his hands-on. His assessment wasn't enough. It was only when he went to the MVA and he then took an independent examination and they deemed him worthy of a Maryland license. And that's what this is about. This is how Maryland protects its citizens through licensure. I guess in closing, I'd like to say that when an exam is graded, the ADEX exam is graded, it's graded by 3 independent people. 2 of them must agree that an error occurs for it to be so. What they're grading is, for dental hygiene, the removal of the hard calculus or tartar underneath the gums, and also they're looking for hard tissue damage and soft tissue damage. And you must be able to pass this exam in Maryland to be able to get a license.
Can you tell us your name, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell us your name again, please?
I'm sorry, my name is Deborah Carty.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, please.
Madam Chair and Committee, I'm Dr. Shari Cohn. I am a pediatric dentist, but I'm representing the Maryland State Board. And again, I want to reiterate that I support House Bill 534 and oppose House Bill 45. As we talked about ad nauseum is the clinical CODA requirements and the hands-on requirements. These are extensive. But as a pediatric dentist, I employ the use of nitrous oxide sedation, general anesthesia, and other behavior management techniques. In Maryland, we have strict guidelines, and you must obtain permits to do these privileges. There is nothing written in House Bill 45 that discusses if you have a permit in another state, if it transfers over to Maryland or not. It's very blurry and unclear. It is the hope of any compact that more dentists and hygienists will come to the state and help with access to care. And our neediest patients, the children, most of which are Medicaid, that we treat in our pediatric practices, 86% of pediatric dentists participate in Medicaid, have to have a license in order to become privileged in Medicaid, which is part of the E-Prep exam, as Dr. Doring said, and you need to have a license number to actually put it into that category. While we all agree that facilitating the interstate practice of dentistry is important, we must agree that we must do this safely in order to protect the citizens of Maryland. For me, the children especially, are our neediest and often our most vulnerable. We need to make sure that the standards are the same that we have in the state currently in order to keep them protected and keep them healthy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And you need to tell us your name. And maybe
Thank you very much,
it.
esteemed Madam Chair. My name is Dr. Chio Ali. I'm a general dentist, and I am the board president, the Maryland State Board of Dental Examiners. I practice in Frederick, Maryland, and I live in Montgomery County. I'm here in opposition of House Bill 45, representing the board, and we are in support of House Bill 534. Many of the points have been submitted in our official opposition paper, as well as a lot of testimony here that has repeated many of the very important things, because quality of care is at our core, and as Maryland board, and that is why you hear that over and over. And you hear this from dentists. We are dentists and hygienists who care for patients daily in different capacities. I'd like to point out a couple things that were questioned and mentioned. One question was asked about why should someone care about the examination. There's a couple reasons why. Just simply put, to try to explain it simply, the ADEX exam has many, many components to it, among those being fillings, crowns, deep cleanings, and root canals. And anybody that has had any of those would like to have somebody who has been tested and examined in those things. And the measurements that we work in are micromillimeters. Root canals have to go to micromillimeters length. It's very fine work. Our handpieces are spinning at 40,000 RPM, and that is very, very precise and fine work, which this is why we support the bill HB 534 that supports the ADEX bill. Lastly, I would like to mention also that Utah is a state that is not part of the compact, but they have begun implementing an international dentist program without the requirements of having gone to a U.S. school or a Canadian school, and the ADEX examination clinical exam. So it just brings, I'll just finish my thought. It just brings concern. You could have a person, if they join this compact, who is internationally trained, has never seen a patient in the United States, never been tested or trained here, come in, if the compact, if they come in on a privilege, they are now practicing on somebody for the first time, and I don't think anybody would want that, or for themselves or for their family member. I think it's fair to test somebody first on their clinical hand skills and get an understanding of their background. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it very much.
Dr. Ali, I need you to, after this, to go to the front desk in the committee office and give them your contact information so we can have it for the record.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
I will turn it back over to my chair to do the questions.
Thank you for doing such an amazing job. All right, so we have Delegate Woods, followed by Bagnall, followed by Olson. Oh, was it Bagnall first? Okay. As you think it was Olson? Oh, Olson, go ahead and go.
It's our bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize, Doctor, I didn't catch your name, but you had spoken to the fact that the American Association of Dental Boards had asked to be a part of the process. So I'm looking at a letter on AADB letterhead that says, thank you for informing the American Association of Dental Boards of the Council of State Governments Association with the Department of Defense. However, the AADB has been in communication with CSG for several years and is well aware of the situation. The AADB will continue our relationship with the CSG and prefers to directly communicate with them. While we appreciate your efforts to coordinate communication for us, we prefer to speak for ourselves. Although we are grateful for your offer to collaborate, we choose to make our own pathway. We are a national organization of state and territorial dental boards who control licensure of all dentists, therapists, hygienists, assistants, and other members of the dental team. Our 138-year association is strong and quite capable of negotiation and leadership. Signed, Robert Zena, President, and Tonya Socha-Mauer, Executive Director. This is dated January 28th, 2021. So is this representative of the efforts that you made to collaborate with CSG and the American Dental Association on the compact that's represented in House Bill 45?
It was signed by our previous president, and the timing on that, did it say exactly what the date was?
January 28th, 2021.
Okay, so we have the letter that was January, I believe it was January 14th, requesting to be participant. We received a letter back from the CSG saying that they had already several members of state dental boards involved, and it was not necessary for us to be involved. That letter is a misleading letter because that letter was an invitation for the CSG and the makers of that to attend our midwinter meeting for that year. And they invited us to be participant of the finalized product of the CSG compact. So what was happening is that they created the compact and they were asking then for people to review the compact and to ask us if we wanted to be involved in the review of the compact. I was told, and I was not there at the time, I was told that we also were instructed that the compact was immutable, could not be changed, and they wanted us to sign on to the compact. And that's where this letter is coming from. So we have a prior letter talking about being involved directly in order to do the changes to the compact.
If I could have a follow-up. And this was introduced in 2021, 2022, and 2023, and then had an 8-week comment period. And at any point, did AADB get involved other than the, as we heard before, the House of the House sending it back for review? And did you offer any public comment during that 8-week public comment period?
So, to my understanding, because I was not present at a leadership level at that time, but to my knowledge that we absolutely responded. We have letters to say some of the changes we wanted. We wanted the language of the privilege to be a license privilege. We want to include licensing in that compact. We invited the CSG and whoever was involved in the compact to all of our annual and midwinter meetings to discuss that in person and to give us updates on the compact. I think you already listed that they did attend, and we tried to engage on a one-to-one basis. So there was constant dialogue on the part of AADB with CSG on the compact. But in the early parts of it, I was not involved with this, so I can't tell you firsthand. But I can tell you at the latter part of it, yes, we tried to communicate with CSG throughout this process. We were very interested in the compact. We wanted a compact that was consistent for dental boards. And there were some issues we had, in particular this whole issue of privilege versus license. And we wanted the language to include either a license privilege or a privileged license like the nursing compact had. And none of those were accepted or adopted.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alston, then Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it was, is it Mr. Rosetto? Okay. So thank you for clearing up some of the misnomers that we've heard today. I do have two questions. The first one, inferior to other dentists that take and pass the exam. That's one. And when dentistry first started, was there an exam for people to take, or was it by apprenticeship that people started practicing this art? And then finally, I saw you shaking your head a lot. If you could just provide clarity to any other misnomers that you've heard.
Sure. Thank you, Delegate. I appreciate that. Let me start here by saying that when you are issued a license to practice dentistry in the state, it doesn't carry any sort of indicator as to the manner in which you obtain that license. And what I mean by that is that while in most states it is a requirement that you pass the hand skills exam in some form or another, there are states that allow for, or in some cases require, completion of a residency program in order to obtain your dental license. In others, and it's interesting that nursing keeps getting mentioned, there is and it is absolutely newer to dentistry, but it is roughly the equivalent of the NCLEX for nursing, and it's called the DL-OSCE. That is a viable pathway to licensure in 8 states as well. And so our point in not naming a specific exam was twofold. The first was simply to be as open as possible and acknowledge the fact that other states acknowledge multiple pathways to licensure, and that dentists in those states, to your point, are not lesser or somehow less qualified because they fail to pass the 8X exam. The second is that the 8X is, despite being the proverbial 800-pound gorilla in the room, not the only available dental hand skills examination out there. And so to name one over the others would be, frankly, just inappropriate. I'd like to address a couple of other things, in particular with regard to the Wisconsin example. I will just full disclosure, I'm a graduate of Marquette University. It's true. That's just dumb. That's dumb luck. So I am a graduate of Marquette University, and I'm also actually the former director of government affairs for the Wisconsin Dental Association, so I have a little bit of insight as to how this got there. Let me start here by clearing up the key point, which is that Wisconsin dentists licensed under licensure by graduation would not be eligible for the compact, and here's why. One of the key points, and this was pointed out, is that in order to be eligible for the compact, a licensee must have passed a clinical assessment. By definition, someone licensed by graduation would not have passed a clinical assessment and therefore would not be eligible for the compact. The second thing that I'll point out is that I know it may seem off the wall to folks, but in Wisconsin it's actually not unusual to do that. For instance, graduates of Marquette University Law or University of Wisconsin Law School do not have to take the bar in Wisconsin to practice in Wisconsin if you graduate from an in-state school. So it's not all that unusual. It's new to dentistry, perhaps. And the final thing that I'd like to mention, and then I'll hand it over, there has been a ton of back and forth about what did and didn't happen at the ADA House of Delegates, and I'd like to take a moment to clear this up. So the ADA has, and a couple of folks quoted it earlier, what we call a comprehensive policy on licensure. It is, as the name suggests, comprehensive. It is quite large. This policy is up for regular review, as are all policies at the ADA. And it came up for its regular review a couple of years ago. When this policy was first written, there was no mention of the DDH Compact. That's correct. At that time, the DDH Compact didn't exist. And so when the policy came up for regular review, a variety of changes having nothing to do with the compact were proposed to the comprehensive policy. The House did not have the opportunity to vote individually on the DDH Compact. Let me be very clear about this, because this has been said twice now, and it is inaccurate. The ADA House has never taken an up or down vote on the DDH Compact, period. What the House did do was send the ADA's comprehensive policy on licensure back to the Council for further review. The entire policy, not the compact, the entire comprehensive policy on licensure. This is why details matter. And I'm sorry that I'm getting a little bit worked up about this, but, unfortunately, in this case, details matter. And I can't believe that I'm sort of talking about, individual minutia policy at the ADA House, but here we are. So with that, I'll be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Delegate Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Austin, because you asked part of my questions. And I apologize, I did not recall your name, the last young lady to testify. Yeah.
Dr. Chio Ali.
Dr. Ali.
Thank you.
So you said something that I wanted to get some clarification on as it related to people coming internationally to the United States. You made a comment that, and I want to make sure I'm hearing you clearly, that if the person had not practiced on an American, is that what I heard you say? That
in the United States.
Had not practiced in the United States. Are you saying despite if they've practiced in their country and been successful? So are you saying the difference is whether or not you're in the United States makes a difference between practicing doing the same thing for someone who's outside of the United States?
That's a very good question. Sure, I can address that. I believe that internationally there's excellent dental care. I'm not saying that it's lower or higher, it's different. I think there's many different kinds of treatment plans out there. For example, just random, in Japan, I believe, they are transplanting teeth from one socket to the other. We don't do that here. Is it better? Is it worse? We're doing different things. We're treatment planning differently. And it's to have somebody international is not to say that it is less or better. It's just a different treatment plan that we are not doing here in the United States. And it's not standard or uniform to do that with our patients.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
So can you tell me the difference between that and the different pathways to licensure in the United States?
Such as which different pathways?
Well, we were talking about different states have different pathways to licensure. So there are different procedures that they have to follow through. So in other words, there's not a uniformity per se, from what I'm understanding, in the United States. So I'm trying to understand. Now, I heard you give the Japan example, but I'm trying to understand what is the difference between what you're saying for people who are coming from other countries and the different pathways or access to treatment that we have here in the United States.
In the United States, so here in Maryland, we have our standards of the ADEX exam, the CODA accredited institution, and those are standards that we have held and developed over time to protect our citizens in Maryland. And I believe almost all states, and we said not all, but almost all states are taking and accepting the ADEX exam. It has become a standard, and the national board exam is also standard, just like physicians take a national board exam. And so the national board exam is standard, and our concern with this bill, HB 45, is that every time it says or, it doesn't have to be those. It could be any clinical exam. It doesn't have to be a CODA accredited institution. It doesn't have to be the exams and the national board exam and the ADEX exam that we are requiring. And that just concerns us because we've developed these standards for our citizens to protect our citizens here in Maryland.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I'm very sorry to interrupt. I apologize. I believe I have something that could further answer Delegate Woods' question.
Okay, because we usually don't allow it, and it's late, but go ahead and do it.
I'll be very quick because this is very pertinent, and the doctor brings up a good point. Let me be clear. The compact, one of the key requirements is that you get your DDS or DMD in the United States. If you have not graduated from a CODA accredited DDS or DMD program in the US, you are not eligible for a compact privilege. So I think that perhaps would address your concern.
That was a good clarification. Delegate Hill. Oh, Delegate Hill and then Kaiser.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's pretty brief from the gentleman from the AADB. I was just curious because we keep hearing about this ADEX test. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to spell it or say it like that, but I was just curious, does the AADB receive money from the ADEX?
So the answer to that is that ADEX, which is an organization that presents the exam, is a separate organization than AADB. We're a totally separate entity as well. We do not get any direct money at all from any of the organizations. Now, obviously, if they're a member of the organization, they can pay a fee to be a participant, and we do have associate membership to AADB, which there are several different testing organizations that are associate members. CERTA was one. They do our newsletter. The ADEX examination, they do a newsletter. So we do have that kind of relationship, but we do not get direct monies from any other organizations.
Thank you.
All right, Delegate Hill.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I may, I have a question for Dr. Ali of the board and a question for Dr. G, if that's okay.
Make them really fast.
Really
and
fast.
short.
So Dr. Ali, I just wanted to be clear because there's a lot of discussion about alternative pathways. Under HB 534, if that compact were, the Maryland board could accept alternative pathways simply by the board and the legislator saying these are also acceptable pathways that we now acknowledge, right? It wouldn't be imposed by a compact, but the board could say, we're open to all kinds of ways for dentists and hygienists to be licensed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, I could add to that. It's because we are practicing under our statutes and regulations, and if we have a licensee, we have to follow our statutes and regulations. So absolutely, we could make that call.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to be clear that we wouldn't be limited. And Dr. G, I misanswered a question from Delegate Kaiser when my panel was up, and you corrected it. I wish you could expound, as my colleague here likes to ask, on the compact and the commission that would actually run the compact. Can you explain how it's set up? And I think it says by the member states. Can you explain how that is and how that separates and what the board, your association would do and what information you provide and how that commission?
So the creation of the AEDB compact was in deference to the CSG compact because we felt that there were these issues that we talked about. And because their compact was immutable, or they told us immutable, the only alternative was to create a new compact. But the fact is that we're an old organization. We've been involved with professional dentistry and other aspects of profession. We liaison with the medical board nationally as well. So as in all compacts, you will form a commission. The commission is what runs the compact. In order for that to occur, you have to have a professional organization that helps the commission. This is not what AADB does. We deal with dental boards. We do not run the compact. So we have engaged the medical compact personnel, and we will have some support at that level once our compact commission is formed. No different than the CSG compact. They're not going to actually run the compact. They have a commission, and they will have then experts to run that. We will do the same. This is a professional national organization that occurs.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions for this panel. Thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate your patience and flexibility as we handle these two bills. There is an unfavorable virtual by Dan Logston. With CSG, is he on? It says virtual oral. So is that person here or?
Samantha Nance is going to be in his place from CSG. We had reached out to the committee yesterday.
She's on.
Okay, go ahead.
She should be in the room.
Okay.
She's listed under 45.
45?
And he was listed under 534.
Okay, thank you. Okay, why don't you go ahead and come over and give your testimony?
She's virtual.
Oh, virtual. Okay, let me just do this one first.
There's still, like, bodies still fluid.
Okay. And thank you. So while Ms. Nance, while you wait for me for a second, may I have Michael Patty, David Dragic, Caitlin Sams, Caitlin McDonough, Andrea Jackson. Go ahead.
Great, thanks.
And Steve Weiss, you could pull a chair.
Yep, I've already done about.
Oh, you already did? Okay.
Ms. Jackson is not able to attend.
Who's not able to come? Ms. Jackson? Okay. 1 second, not here. All right, why don't we get started with Ms. Samantha Nance? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Samantha Nance. I am an attorney, and I work with the Council of State Governments, primarily doing work regarding legal services that impact interstate compacts. And I just want to clarify that I believe we were registered to be part of the sponsor panel with Delegate Bagnall, so would be favorable as to House Bill 45, and then in opposition to House Bill 534. I apologize. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know we are of a late hour and will not reiterate many of the items that have been hashed out by prior testimony, and particularly with Delegate Bagnall's great summary that she teed us up with regarding CSG's involvement, our arrangement with the Department of Defense, and the compact development process, although I am happy and open to answer any questions with respect to any details of that process. I did want to reiterate that development process, CSG has been utilized and facilitated the development process for all 18 of active occupational licensure compacts, including many that I believe 8 that Maryland has already adopted. So that's audiologist, speech language pathologist, cosmetology, counseling, nursing, occupational therapy, psychology, physical therapy, and medicine. Maryland is also a member of 52 other interstate compacts unrelated to professional licensing. Wanted to reiterate here that the process by which CSG absorbed all of the drafting and the feedback from its stakeholders and participants in the process is a well-developed one. It's a robust one. We honor transparency, feedback, and public comment, public participation. So primarily, I would like to highlight the distinction between the development process. All of the feedback that we've heard from both sides of testimony today was feedback that was heard, discussed, and incorporated in ultimately the final model language product that is the DDH compact. None of those issues were without discussion and without consideration, but ultimately, and I'm happy to speak more questions about the balance between the need for public protection and the value that this brings to licensees and to the state licensing authorities in absorbing the various exigencies of administering licensures. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Nance? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for waiting, okay? But I want to tell you that everyone is here in the committee. Every single, we're 23 members, and it is impressive. Don't think that because you're at the end, we're not paying attention. It's 6:51, and every single member is present, all right? And I thank the committee for that, because you guys work really hard. Thank you very much for being with us.
Well, these two can split dinner.
They will. They will. They go. We have a thing here that if you make us be late, you have to pay for dinner. So who is keeping track? I hope staff is keeping track of it. All right, Andrea is. All right, let's get started. You can go ahead. And we are listening. We're in a good mood. Go ahead. Who would like to get started?
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Patty here tonight for the Maryland Community Health. I didn't update that part of my testimony. Here tonight for the Maryland Community Health System, a network of federally qualified health centers across the state that provide primary care, behavioral health services, and importantly for this bill, dental services. I'm here in support of House Bill 45. And just House Bill 45, we've taken no position on House Bill 534. In addition to being here for the Maryland Community Health System, I'm also here for the Maryland Dental Action Coalition, a group of oral health care advocates across the state that want to bring and address the provider shortage that we've been hearing about for the last couple of years. We want to thank Delegate Bagnall for really being a champion for dental access in the state of Maryland and introducing bills in addition to House Bill 45 to address that shortage. I've been sitting in the back all afternoon and evening, hearing a lot of buzzwords about bills that this committee has taken the time to understand and to help bring more providers into the state. But House Bill 45, this bill does it. Other states have already, moved favorably in this concept. We need providers in rural Maryland. We need providers in underserved communities, and we think that House Bill 45 will get them into the state and maintain that safe level of practicing. And with that, we continue to support House Bill 45. Thank you.
I'll go. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of HB 45. I'm Dave Dragic, retired Army Colonel and the Legislative Director of the Maryland Military Coalition. The Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact, represented by HB 45, is supported by the Department of Defense and strongly endorsed by the American Dental Association with 161,000 members and the American Dental Hygienist Association with over 220,000 members. It's also endorsed by 7 national dental associations and 6 state dental hygienist associations. It is in line with the DoD's objective of addressing and reducing the extremely high unemployment rate among military spouses. The compact expedites the licensure process, facilitating the relocation of military members and their spouses who are licensed to practice dentistry or dental hygiene. It makes that process easier. According to the 2023 Blue Star Family Survey, 81% of active duty spouses whose license or certification was honored at their new duty station reported that they were able to start working as soon as they arrived. That statistic is a positive indication of the benefits this compact will provide to military families if it is enacted into law. Enacting this compact will be another clear indication that the state of Maryland is taking steps to improve the quality of life for military families when they relocate under official orders to Maryland. So for this reason, the Maryland Military Coalition strongly supports this bill and respectfully asks the committee for a favorable report for HB 45. And we would like to thank Delegate Bagnall for sponsoring this legislation and for her continuing support of Maryland's uniformed services. Thank you.
Sorry, Katie. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Caitlin McDonough. On behalf of the Maryland Dental Hygiene Association in support of House Bill 45, and I'll remember to sign up on both bills next time. Similarly to Michael.
Go ahead and give your testimony on both.
Well, technically, we took no position on the other bill, but I didn't realize that this is how witness panels were going to go.
That we will be here all night.
So, yeah, no. I wouldn't. But, no. MDHA, along with our national organization, ADHA, are here in support of House Bill 45. I'll take the opportunity to thank Delegate Bagnall for sponsoring the bill and also to thank Delegate Hill. I know they're both working hard to create a strong compact structure and license portability here in the state to the benefit of all our licensees and practitioners. So I appreciate the committee's collective work on these issues. You'll have letters in your packet from both our state organization and our national level organization. ADHA was very active alongside CSG, ADA, and some of the other named stakeholders in developing the model. That's the basis for House Bill 45, which is part of the reason we're here in support. And I do think because of the nature of MDHA's membership, we do maybe tend to be a little more portable going from practice to practice across state lines where we wouldn't necessarily be the practice owner or chief licensee in that practice. So I think this is an important piece of legislation for dental hygienists in that front, and also because we are a profession that is experiencing shortages. We get, and you're going to hear from Katie Sams, who's one of our members, but we get questions about having more hygienists and addressing the shortage all the time, and we'll be working with this committee and with Delegate Lopez on some of the other ways that we think we can address that. But we did want to be here today in support of House Bill 45 and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Madam Chair and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Sams, and I'm a registered dental hygienist. I practice in Howard County, Maryland, and I'm here representing myself and the community that I serve. Dental hygiene to its core is a profession based in prevention through action and education. We are the practitioners that focus on eliminating oral disease that will, if untreated, affect the rest of the body. The bacteria in our mouths is not limited to our gums and teeth. It enters the bloodstream and affects the whole person and has been linked to heart disease, lung disease, and even Alzheimer's. The registered dental hygienist is a role often overlooked in healthcare, yet generally has the most exposure to the population. Patients are encouraged to see a hygienist twice a year, but will see a PCP annually or as needed. We are in the perfect spot to intervene in early diagnosis of preventable diseases through screenings and referrals, but are underutilized and in short supply. As trained clinicians, we are able to identify signs of melanoma, oral cancers, untreated sleep apnea, gastroesophageal reflux disorder, malnutrition, child abuse, and even uncontrolled diabetes. As Maryland borders 4 states and Washington, D.C., it is home to many military families. The privilege of licensure portability that the Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact compact offers will streamline the application process and allow for hygienists to easily transfer their services where it is needed. In contrast, the interstate dentist and dental hygienist licensure compact continues to require application processes and fees associated with state-by-state licensure, which hinders our ability to practice and creates barriers to care by forcing providers to acquire multiple licenses. As some of you heard, there's an emergent shortage of hygienists in our state. By providing dental hygienists and dentists with the opportunity to apply for licensure reciprocity, it will allow for Maryland to supplement the workforce shortage and encourage compact providers to go where the mission is, thereby expanding access to preventative health care to those desperately in need of it. Please consider my testimony in support of the Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact, House Bill 45. With 10 states already having entered the compact and 15 more with legislation pending, this is Maryland's chance to be at the forefront of the compact. We should encourage and welcome providers to aid in treating Maryland's underserved communities and help decrease the gap between prevention and diagnosis. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for David. If Delegate Hill's compact had 10 states in it now, would DOD be supportive of that, or is there something more about the other 45 that is different?
I can't speak for the DOD, but they did partner with CSG and the ADA and the ADHA to draw up the Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact. So they endorsed that for all intents and purposes.
So is it more than the fact that it's a existing compact that is providing careers for military spouses?
No, the compact is a step by the DOD to address the high unemployment rate of military spouses that ranges anywhere from 19 to 23%. And military families relocate every 2 to 3 years. So moving from one state to another, if you have a professional license or certification, this creates problems. So this is why the DOD worked with the CSG to come up with not only this compact, but several other compacts to make it easier to address the issue of the high unemployment rate of military spouses. Because it tends to go into several other issues. If you can't get work, you can't support child care, and so there's a domino effect on issues with regards to military families and the portability of licenses, and make it easier to address the high unemployment rate, which is stuck at that high range between 19 and 22%. So this has been going on for several years on this with regards to the DOD trying to make it easier. This is the gold standard that the DOD uses to help military spouses, because when you start getting into financial situations in the military, then all of a sudden it makes the people in the military just have to make a decision whether they should stay or retire or what. So this is, it's a retention incentive as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up. I don't know, did the organization look at all at the AADB licensure compact and whether or not it would also improve the portability for military families?
Well, I think that's a decision that the DOD made when they endorsed this compact.
No, do you know if they looked at the other one?
I do not.
Okay. And I'd also, one of the other written testimonies says that neither bill, including HB 45, provides expedited licensure and certification for all uniformed services, and it does not necessarily address the spouses. Is that
the issue there is when the DOD worked with the CSG, their intent was to make the compacts for members of the armed forces, which is the branches, the military branches you think of. The uniformed services are the Public Health Service and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So we know the NOAA people don't have too many dentists, if at all. But the PHS was not addressed because the DOD specifically wanted to focus on the armed forces.
Okay, and so they're not able to do anything about that now, but the other compact could make sure they're all addressed, is
Well,
that
the
correct?
members of the PHS, if they are eligible to apply under the compact for the privileges, they just have to pay the commission fees and the like. And I think the people at the CSG who know the compact a little more detail, but we've read it, and we see that's the primary difference between whether it should be the armed forces or uniformed services, the fact that the active military duty does not have to pay the commission fee, but the PHS people who would apply for privileges would have to.
Right, so on the other bill, that could be remedied up front, so the fees would be the same and they'd all have access.
I can't speak to the other bill. We stayed silent on that, Delegate.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Ms. Nance with CSG. I just had a question in terms of the compacts, and I don't know the answer in terms of, I know that you all create them and you have the National Center for Interstate Compacts that's connected to CSG, but do you, CSG or NCIC, actually manage those compacts in different cases? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Great question. Thank you, Delegate Kaiser. So CSG, through the National Center of Interstate Compacts, is a facilitator at least through what we call the standing up process of the compact, right? And so it does not end at the activation number of state legislatures, passing materially, same compact language. We would have to then proceed from there, and the bill itself speaks to, having a commission, which is one delegate per member state, and that process has already been started with this House Bill 45 compact. And so I myself, I'm currently interim legal counsel for the DDH compact. We have had 2 commission meetings. CSG continues to facilitate those meetings, so they provide staff services. Think of it like an executive director role, and then myself as legal counsel role. As commissions become more mature, of course, they have the option of identifying what we call a secretariat organization that would continue to render some of those services. Some commissions elect to hire that separately. Again, that is very much a malleable concept, but CSG, yes, it is not just the facilitation of the drafting and the technical bill review. We do carry it into active compact world, and then I myself in my practice represent several of those compacts even post that process. So the idea is to have a very gentle process into implementation for the states, and again, as these become more popular among states and they start the proliferation of the various occupations, the states become, I guess, a little bit more familiar with how those work as well, and there's lots of resources out there for facilitation above and beyond CSG, but in addition to CSG's work.
And one follow-up, I think this requires a one-word answer, hyphenated word. How many compacts has the CSG been involved with over the years?
Oh, at least 18.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right. Bandari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is a very good bill, but I'm looking Section 6. It allows the state to impose adverse
Which
actions.
bill? Can you give us the number?
This current bill, 45, SB 45. Yeah, that just, the bill talks about the adverse action, but lacks specific time frame. Like, in order to fix this, do we need immediate electronic reporting, or what is the mechanism? How do we do that?
Delegate, is that question to my direction?
Yeah, you could, yeah.
Okay, absolutely, I'm happy to take that. So this is a kind of a multifaceted question, but I do think your question at its core is, how do the states share in the information when an adverse action is taken by one of their sisters? Agree. So that is something that gets operationalized if you look further down in the article, and then ultimately in operation and rules with respect to the data system. So that is one of the first, after the activation number of states, one of the things that the commission has to take up, which is creation, funding, and the details of the data system. This does vary across commissions, so there is a lot of latitude for the commission to make this work in the way that the member states would and need to prefer. Some of that is a technological, like sort of, making sure that systems can share information and speak to one another on a very technical level, but a lot of it is also more conceptual. We have variations among the existing compact commissions about how often data has to get uploaded, whether it's daily, whether it's twice a day, whether it's once a week, and certainly we leave that in the compact to the commission to operationalize, because we want to give that flexibility there for it to be, appropriate, and especially as those standards and even technology can change about how quickly that data is shared. So while the compact appears to maybe be silent on the timeline there, the implementation carries much of that, and we do that through the data system implementation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I can.
Go ahead.
One more, yeah. The bill does not define telehealth dentistry, right? Or how compact privilege apply to this remote consultation?
So, if I may, that twofold. One, of course, we would be subject and let me just speak briefly on the issue of conflict with existing state law, because that's been brought up, and I think it's an important distinction here. The compact only supersedes to the extent that there is a direct conflict with state law, and so to the extent that there is space for both the existing state law and the compact to be read together, principles of statutory construction in each of our member states and above all the member states, of the United States, would say that we try to read it in a way that it is not a true conflict, and so they're trying to be read in concert. Telehealth is a great example of that, because to the extent that the state law or our principles say that the delivery takes place in the place where the patient is located, that's an example of something that, yes, on its face, the compact is silent on, but we allow that existing law to carry because it doesn't conflict with the obligations under the compact, okay? So to the extent that there is a privilege and telehealth is rendered, it also speaks to scope, which we've had a little bit of testimony earlier today about how specifically this compact does not impede on issues of scope. And so to the extent that the state statutes and regulations that speak to either to scope or telehealth and the delivery of those services to patients, through the compact privilege, it would be the same as though it was rendered through a license. And so we would expect and do expect licensees to satisfy themselves about jurisprudence requirements, scope issues, delivery of telehealth, all of those things in the jurisdiction in which they're practicing, even and especially if they're practicing under a compact privilege. So all of those truisms that Maryland would already expect to be the case, the state licensing authority is able to hold the practitioners, even those practicing through a privilege, to uphold the standards of delivery of telehealth, the scope of what can be done through telehealth. All of that would carry irrespective of the fact that they're practicing through a privilege versus the traditional license model. And I can speak to the distinction or non-distinction between those two things, but I'll cut it off there. We are at a late hour.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone on the panel that wanted to add to what Ms. Nance just said? Okay. All right. Delegate Bagnall, your light was on.
Oh, I turned it back on.
Okay. Anyone else? If you thought that because you're at the end that we're going to just listen and not ask questions, not here, okay? So you got the same respect as the first witness of the day, okay? Because they're all here and they're all engaged because we do care, all right? That being said, there are no more questions. You had a question? We have more witnesses. Okay. Yes, thank you so much, okay? I appreciate you for your testimony. We do have David Waldschmidt and Christopher Arnold. They're both virtual. Is there something? Okay. 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 And they're virtual witnesses. Good afternoon. Will you be so kind? And Christopher Arnold, why don't you get started?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Christopher Arnold, Mid-Atlantic Region Liaison, United States Department of Defense State Liaison Office. We're grateful to support the policy changes proposed in House Bill 45. Here's why DoD favors interstate compacts with the privilege to practice. They offer a seamless long-term solution. Unlike expedited pathways, which still require a new application process in each state, often bogged down by inconsistent rules, paperwork, and delays, a privilege to practice means a licensed professional can work in any member state without starting over. provided they meet the compact standards. It's immediate, it's portable, it's reliable, and DoD's baseline goal for military spouses to get a license or the ability to practice is within 30 days of relocating. Expedited pathways rarely meet that mark consistently across all states because they depend on individual state processes. A nurse from Maryland stationed in Virginia can't work if her home state can't help. Expedited pathways might shave a few weeks off the process, but expedited doesn't always mean fast enough. For example, the Minnesota Board of Dentistry only meets quarterly, and if they demand extra documentation, the spouse can be out of work past DoD's target for well up to a year. That's the difference between a family paying their bills or spiraling into debt. There's no shortcuts in DoD's compacts. They're built on rigorous, agreed-upon state standards, which all states trust. Compacts ensure credentials are vetted, keeping patients safe while supporting military families. As always, as liaison to the Mid-Atlantic, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Next, please, Mr. David Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the esteemed 23 members of this committee. For the record, my name is Dr. David Waldschmidt, and I am the Director of the Joint Commission on National Dental Examinations and the Senior Director of the ADA's Department of Testing Services. My PhD is in industrial psychology, and I've been working in psychological measurement for over 25 years. I speak in favor of House Bill 45 and respectfully request that the committee provide a favorable report. When a healthcare provider takes the licensure test, the results should tell you about the person's skills and whether they are safe to practice. The test is there to protect the public. Hand skills are critical for dental and dental hygiene practice. Professional standards, the standards for educational and psychological testing, dictate that there must be validity evidence that the test actually works. For example, correlational evidence that performance on the test is related to performance in practice. So what is the evidence for legacy hand skill examinations that have been in place for over 50 years and administered to hundreds of thousands of aspiring dentists? I'll quote Dr. Stephen Friedrichsen, former dean of the Western University of Health Sciences and published in the Journal of Dental Education. There is no peer-reviewed scientific evidence that correlates clinical licensure examination outcomes with other validated assessments of clinical competence. The process yields no verifiable value in its ultimate objective of providing for the protection of the public. Let me repeat that key point from Dr. Friedrichsen, no verifiable value in protecting the public. In looking at peer-reviewed studies, we see that the patient hand skills examination correlates roughly 0.03 with hand skills clinical performance, which is essentially flipping a coin. The mannequin hand skill examination correlates roughly 0.16, which is quite weak. Reliability is questionable as well. This is apparent when individuals pass on a retest with little to no remediation. In contrast, the Joint Commission's Stolosky, which would be an option under the House Bill 45 compact and does not directly measure hand skills, correlates 0.57 with hand skills clinical performance, which is excellent. In contrast to the legacy clinical examinations, may I continue, Madam Chair?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much. In contrast to the Joint Commission, or in contrast to the legacy examination agencies, the Joint Commission also makes technical and psychometric information freely and publicly available. Although Dudlowski does not directly measure hand skills, it predicts hand skills far more effectively than current hand skill examinations. Validity and reliability evidence for the Dudlowski is strong. Dudlowski usage under House Bill 45 will protect the citizens of Maryland and will do so far more effectively than the current legacy hand skill examinations. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share this information, and I welcome any questions you may have.
I'm going to open it up for questions now. And I want to thank you both for waiting all the way to the end, okay? I see Delegate Hill. Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Waldschmidt, just for clarification, maybe you can send us those reports, but what I'm curious about is when you are talking about the various methods of measuring and saying that it correlates with actual hand skills, what are you comparing? In other words, you talked about an exam, you talked about mannequin, but we're comparing it to, what are you comparing it to know that it correlates?
So there's two different streams of research that are referenced here. One is the existing research that is associated with the existing legacy hand skills examinations. And so the peer-reviewed studies that are available for those examinations, when you calculate the average validity coefficient associated with those, when you have a hand skill performance that is correlated against, it was 0.03. That was the average, 0.03,
Right.
the average.
I'm going to
was
interrupt
found.
for a second. What I'm saying is, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
What I'm
please.
asking is, it correlates to, another, you're comparing something to something to see if it correlates. So if one side of the something is somebody's in my mouth showing what they can do, that correlates or does not correlate well with somebody doing something not, what is the other thing that we're comparing it to see whether it's 0.3 or 0.56 correlation?
So that would be correlation on performance on a hand skills legacy clinical examination against performance in the dental clinic, for example.
All right, thank you.
And that's the same for with regard to the Joint Commission's 0.57.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
I believe this is it. Is there someone that didn't get called that was here waiting? No one virtually? All right, this concludes the bill hearings on both 45 and 534. Thank you so much for being flexible, everyone, and for staying with us this late. It is 7:19 in the evening. Have a blessed evening. Can you take us down and